This is the story of 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, a radical approach to the art of grappling, one that would go on to have a global impact. At the heart of this revolution stands one man, a visionary, a rebel, and above all, a pioneer who dared to redefine the rules of an age-old martial art.
Hello, my name is Eddie Bravo, founder of 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, a global martial arts association with headquarters based in downtown Los Angeles.
What 10th Planet actually means to me is that it's a dedication of individuals who are looking for what is possible and what can be done and what works at the highest level, you know?
I think the biggest difference between current 10th Planet and early 10th Planet is early 10th Planet was real MMA focused. Like, it was jiu-jitsu for MMA. Eddie had seen the effectiveness of, early Brazilian jiu-jitsu in the UFC and then saw it sort of fall off and just hypothesized. It's because they're training in the gi. It's different, no gi, train no gi, but it was real fight centered.
So what makes 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu so different? Well, I've taken the science and the concepts of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and infused it with a little evolution. I started by removing the traditional Japanese uniform known as the gi.
And then he came back. I think he was going to call it like Sumerian Jiu-Jitsu or something like that. I forget, because the joke was like back then, Eddie and I would smoke a lot of weed and we would watch documentaries. And we would watch, the big one was we were really into Zecharia Sitchin. The Sumerian text, in his interpretation, described a planet that came in an elliptical orbit every 3,600 years close to Earth. And that this planet was called Nibiru. And that this planet, that there's these creatures on this planet called the Anunnaki. And that human beings were the product of accelerated evolution. So the Anunnaki came down here when we were basically lower primates in the jungle, and they experimented with our DNA and turned us into what we are now.
So that's why he called it 10th Planet.
So I came up with 10th Planet. That's my name.
Was he pissed?
Because I was like, Sumerian Jiu-Jitsu, no one's going to know what that means, man. I go, just call it 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu. Like, this shit is so crazy. It's from over there.
Was he?
10th Planet wasn't really trying to make waves within the BJJ community as much so as it was trying to be a unique path to making the beautiful art of jiu-jitsu be something substantial and actually vital to MMA training. That was the whole thing. So when it started becoming more sport jiu-jitsu and people use it for that, it's like, oh, that's great, but it really wasn't the original purpose for it. That was just kind of a consequence of the development of so many people adding to the system. What got appealed to me, having come from a Jeet Kune Do background of trying to mix these ideas and concepts, was the fact that it was an aggressive defensive position, right? You get on the ground, you don't just play half guard and wait for something to happen. You play lockdown and you aggressively try to sweep. You don't just lay on your back and take punches, you clinch. You use rubber guard to get back and submit people and really gun toward finishing them. And that for me was the key in making 10th Planet unique amongst BJJ systems. It wasn't just a worst case scenario per se, but it actually had a path toward victory focused on finishing with submission.
10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, everything was about being able to punch, being able to transition from here, being in a position where they can't punch and you can elbow, elbows from chill dog. Just a lot of stuff about using your guard to immobilize people and strike. And then once EBI sort of came out, then there was a real showcase for submission jiu-jitsu, and the focus switched to that.
It's like when you look back at those times, it was an interesting era. It was an interesting era for us as humans. It was an interesting era for martial arts. There's a lot going on, and that 10th Planet was really a hub of exciting innovation, and still is. But I mean, back then it was this really unique thing, this completely no-gi branch of jiu-jitsu that's directly connected to Jean-Jacques Machado.
The biggest moments, in the very beginning, were people like George Soteropoulos coming in. When Dan Hardy had the fight with George St. Pierre, and our boy Alder, who runs 10th Planet Van Nuys now, was in his corner with him getting ready for the fight, like, that was huge, That was the beginning of us getting a taste of just how close we are to the very top of this sport. Ben Saunders, of course, probably the most dedicated 10th Planet guy because he actually owns this gym now, and you know, rocking that omoplata in the UFC. So shout out to Ben Saunders.
Coming out here to train with Eddie Bravo definitely comes from my Jeet basis. You know, it's all about just expanding your mind, you know, training all different styles, being open-minded.
You've accomplished way more than I have.
I definitely believe we're both artists in our own way, man. We're both, you know, scientists to the art, and, you know, no one can deny Eddie Bravo's passion for jiu-jitsu. You could sense easily that your passion is there. So I'm like, when you surround yourself with people that are passionate about the same thing and you're into the evolution, for me, it just seemed like a no-brainer, man.
They say the guard is dead. They say the guard is there only to get back to your feet. Nobody told Ben Saunders, nobody told Eddie Bravo, and he gets himself to mission control. Well, he climbs up. He's setting up something called the dead orchard position. They say that triangles can only be finished with one arm in and one arm out. Well, nobody told 10th Planet that, because over there, these guys with long limbs are finishing this two-arm in triangle, and now he's got him in the position that he wants. This is called New York, and he hugs this leg, traps the whole thing in there. The arm is on the mat. The knee is being hugged. The pressure is on there. Still has that dead orchard, but as he slips out of the dead orchard, it sets up the omoplata position. And this little braid of flesh and bone is a painful one to watch. This is one big battle right in here for this omoplata position, and it is pressure on the shoulder right now. Watch that. He just grabs his shin, uses it as a lever, and pulls the extra pressure onto the shoulder right here. This is close. It's already hurting him. Last ditch effort, keep this hip away by posting up on this leg. This baby is done, and look what happens right here. He gets a hold of the hand. Eddie told me last night that this is part inverted arm lock, part wrist lock, and shoulder lock. It's all bad, baby. It's all bad. And let's all pause right here, because there's a myth that the omoplata does not work in MMA. And let's just have a moment of silence for that myth as it dies right here. As his hip is on the ground, the omoplata is in, and this baby is done. Omoplata submission, Ben Saunders. Welcome back to the UFC, baby. That was thrilling. Way to go, Eddie.
Those moments, I think, really put 10P on the map and allowed us to create the first EBI and second EBI and the submission-only community that gained popularity because the UFC was also gaining so much popularity at the same time. Yeah.
Somebody who does Nogi Jiu-Jitsu, even if it's not 10th Planet, they're like, oh shit, you train 10th Planet? Like, what's it like? Is Eddie Bravo really that crazy? Like, you know what I mean? And I'm like, yeah, but it's awesome. So I think now people respect it more, and they've seen how far 10th Planet competitors have come up and stuff, so.
You know, you had the first UFC, you had hoists dragging people to the ground and finish them. And I was like, oh, jiu-jitsu. And after a while, people got smart to it. They started to counter wrestle. They started to get their striking together. And they started to realize, shit, it's a little harder. But then if you can't knock them out, first option. If you can't wrestle them down, second option. You have to have a third option. And that was where the jiu-jitsu came in. And what kind of jiu-jitsu? Well, no-gi jiu-jitsu specifically. And what kind of no-gi jiu-jitsu? Well, this clinch jiu-jitsu that we've been working on for, 20 years now. You know, and so putting in all that time, I think, really helped for it to stand out amongst any other academies and really prove to the world that it was something different that was systemized for a particular purpose, not just a couple of flashy moves here and there. Oh, let's call it a different jiu-jitsu system. No, there was more to it than that. You really need to study those positions to appreciate that.
But no path to glory is free from obstacles, no innovation without its critics.
10th Planet has basically been hit with resistance and controversy ever since the inception. So starting all the way from Eddie defeating Hoyler, right away the media spin cycle went ahead and started saying this was a fluke, this was something that could never happen again, that Eddie was really just some lucky brown belt who caught this legend, and this was not a disproving of or approving of Eddie Bravo's jiu-jitsu over Royler Gracie's jiu-jitsu. This was just something that happened.
I mean, that was the year that he tapped out Royler Gracie. It was the craziest upset ever.
Wow.
It was insane.
Is that
insane in Brazil.
Is that what blew him up?
100%, man. He wasn't even a black belt yet. Eddie was a brown belt.
And he tapped out Hoist Gracie?
Hoyler.
Oh, Hoyler Gracie.
Hoyler, who was Hoist's brother, who was more successful even than Hoist in jiu-jitsu tournaments. He's like one of the greatest Gracies of all time in terms of his accomplishments in winning world jiu-jitsu tournaments. He was the man.
What did he tap him with?
A triangle. One of the greatest experiences of my life. I get emotional right now.
Yeah, because I can't even imagine. See, that's real love for your homie. For you to get that emotional because he won,
it changed his life.
Yeah, man.
Because he was always like this like super talented guy, and like, you know, he and I would talk about it. He would talk about all these jiu-jitsu wizards and all these people that were like super talented. I go, dude, you're a fucking wizard.
Ih, rapaz, agora encaixou, hein? Tem que sair daí, Hoyler. Tem que sair daí. Tá vencendo por 3-2.
Look at him squeezing. Hoyler's fucked, and he's trying to get out here. But this is just death. And then Eddie finally grabs the head, and when he grabs the head with the squeeze, Hoyler's tapping, and that's it. And so Eddie walks up, and this is what he said. He said he couldn't believe it, but he walked around with his arms up in the air like he knew it was going to happen.
A luta por 6-2. Uma surpresa, hein? You won a unbeatable, man. He's a legend. I can't believe I won. Can't believe I won.
So that was the birth of 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu. And then he came back. Jean-Jacques Machado gave him his black belt. Jean-Jacques took his black belt off.
After this match?
After that match. And put it on Eddie.
So from the very beginning, it was like the mainstream opinion of 10th Planet was that it was a system that didn't really have a basis in fact, wasn't really effective, and wouldn't become mainstream and shouldn't be supported, quite frankly.
Some of you have been asking me what I think of this 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu nonsense. 10th Planet, of course, is a system from California. It's named after the 10th planet in our solar system, Uranus, which makes sense because this system stinks.
Why would I give a fuck about a fake fight when I could see real stuff?
Why am I gonna give a fuck about a fake jiu-jitsu guy? A fake jiu-jitsu black belt? You have an interview with this guy.
We're doing a TV show.
I know you do a TV show. And this guy, he's not a real black belt. They do a lot of things, but they don't do jiu-jitsu. They don't do real Brazilian jiu-jitsu. You want to interview a real guy. That's Renato Laranja.
Have a seat, man. It's all yours. Have a seat.
That led to a lot of gyms deciding that the way to handle 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu was to essentially ban it from the academy. So people like myself who remember training at gyms prior to there being 170 10th Planet gyms around the world like there are now, we were training in gyms and we were the 10th Planet guy at that gym. And so everyone else was a classical jiu-jitsu practitioner, and then there was the 1 or 2 10th Planet guys, and instructors would berate you, they would make fun of you. People have been kicked out of gyms literally for using the lockdown.
That guy who come to my seminar, hand some shirt, Eddie Bravo. Stand up. Tell me your name.
Oh, my name's Evan.
Come here, get in front of the class. If you're so smart, why don't you teach? Why don't you tell them something they need to know? If that's so smart, that shirt.
Anybody can do this. They just have to have an open mind, that's all. And for me, I thought, man, if we're gonna bring jiu-jitsu back, we gotta get rid of the gi, get rid of this old Japanese superhero outfit. A lot of people in the jiu-jitsu community thought that I was turning my back on jiu-jitsu, and it was nothing could be further than the truth. I was doing it for jiu-jitsu. I thought everyone would join me.
No gi, jiu-jitsu exclusively, and then the marijuana thing, which now it seems like not a big deal. Everyone smokes weed, and it turns out all of the Brazilians smoke weed too. But at the time, it was like 10th Planet was representing this counter-cultural movement inside of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and that was something that had to be fought, just like the way the hippies in the 60s were fought.
Todd is busy getting into the 10th Planet uniform, and he said he was going to do something again on the 10th Planet mindset. He must be burning some incense or something.
I'm Eddie Bravo, founder of 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu. I'm here helping out the High Rollers tournament, the grand prize. Used to get you put in jail. Now it's a grand prize, a pound of weed. That's pretty crazy.
There was a cultural resistance to 10th Planet, and then there was like in the gym, like this is something that's banned that you shouldn't practice because it's not good and it's not gonna work for you.
It was created by a guy named Eddie Bravo, who I believe has his own cartoon show. That's probably why the system is so ridiculous, because none of these moves would work anywhere except in a cartoon.
We had a chip on our shoulder. Like, we had to go prove this every single weekend, and the odds were against us. You know, just based on the numbers, that's another thing that's always been a challenge. 10th Planet's a very small system compared to a lot of the other more traditional Brazilian systems. So we've always been small in numbers, but very enthusiastic.
But in order to defeat a 10th Planeter, you need to get them comfortable in their environment, okay? Party lighting here, okay? Get some music. Okay? Now it really feels like a 10th Planet dojo.
10th Planet was the black sheep of jiu-jitsu in that no one really wanted us there, but there we were, and we were going to show up, and we weren't going away. So when it came to the tournaments, 10th Planet started to really aim towards the submission-only tournaments or the submission-heavy tournaments. That was the way that 10th Planet wanted to go, away from the IBJJF points direction. That was not really our emphasis, because we were really interested in the submission-only jiu-jitsu game. And so now what I would say is that 10th Planet has actually completely taken over the submission-only jiu-jitsu game, to the point where when you go to a tournament, sometimes a majority of the no-gi competitors are either representing a 10th Planet gym directly or representing a 10th Planet style in their style of jiu-jitsu. So we kind of went from being the black sheep to being the mainstream in the no-gi jiu-jitsu world.
I wasn't planning on doing my own show. I didn't want to. I had this idea, I had this format in my head that I thought could take jiu-jitsu as a sport to the next level, to get it into TV, but no one really wanted to hear, especially the overtime rules that I came up with. They were just too far out. And so eventually, along with my partner Victor Davila, we just decided to do it on our own.
I think that when you feel looked down upon by the mainstream of jiu-jitsu, or you're not taken seriously, it makes you want to prove everyone wrong. It makes you want to really show the world that you belong there. Before 2013, 10th Planet was like 8 schools. It was like a handful of schools. And then after 2013, when Eddie had his second match with Hoyler, and the world saw another display of high-level 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu on display, then the association really started to blow up, like numbers-wise.
I'm training hard. I'm already at weight. I'm in the best shape of my life. My technique is way different, way better, way stronger. I'm stronger than I was back then.
Gracie Veterano, old family first, fam. Taught the world to swing that double-edged sword. It works, fam. BJJ from GJJ, like Cool Herc gave birth to what your DJ plays. But despite the lineage, I will never be closed-minded. Refuse to see beyond the lines, you go blind. Rocker travels the 10th Planet, I flow free. I'm welcome on mini-mats, gi to no gi. Though my branch traces roots to the original tree. Roots sprouted from the original seed. Water with blood, sweat, and tears, spotlight with sunlight. That tree became a forest, ballet tudo done right. Then Hoyts dominated them all in one night.
That changed everything. That gave us the ability to do bigger events, and so we had more access to more competitors, higher numbers. We got guys like, PJ Barch on the scene, guys that have a wrestling background that are able to compete, in bigger events. ADCC, we won the quintet, we won Subversive, we won a lot of we started to stack up some professional accolades as an association, because we were drawing on a bigger number of people, So in the beginning, we were kind of outgunned and outnumbered, but we were just in there fighting for our right to exist, And then as we grew in size, in technique, in strength, we started to go after real professional achievements that we're competing for now.
From this singular mind sprang a revolution. Techniques so distinct, they altered the very fabric of the grappling arts.
Well, Eddie figured out a brilliant thing with rubber guard. With a brilliant thing with mission control and how to control from the back of the neck.
He
utilizing
closes
your
the
leg.
distance.
Yes.
He closes the distance.
He changed a lot of people's games.
What some people don't want to recognize, but they have to, is the idea that he had. And I remember him coming up and trying some of the techniques, and people, oh, this is crazy. I said, no, man, keep going. You're going to get somewhere.
And what are you going to show me?
I'm going to show you something called the sorcerer. This is the step 1 in the main path. Step 2, we're in New York. Now we clear the neck, we're in chill dog, and then invisible collar here. At invisible collar, you can't posture up, you can't pull out, and you can't stack.
Yeah, no.
This is the ultimate control position. And you could throw some elbows.
And most times in the early days, when we're first doing IBJJF worlds, people are trying to do rubber guard, people are just stacking through it, pressure passing, and we're still trying to figure out how to use it. And then people started coming along, Boogie, Richie Martinez, and Jill, and really started to use their angles and their body mechanics in more fluid ways that made it work. And then eventually you had the Jeremiah Vances and Ben Eddies and Nathan Orchards of recent times, where they're really taking rubber guard to the highest possible level you can.
I think the most important part of evolution is that it indicates that there's change over time. And if you get stuck into a rigid way of thinking, there's no room to change, and so no evolution can take place. And if you've got something great, that's not so bad. You know, we got something that's functional, we got something that works, we got something that's really good. Why change? But if you're not satisfied, or if you just want to see what else is possible, you have to be willing to question the things that you believe. You got to be willing to at least sit and ask questions about your basic assumptions.
I did this to focus on developing a jiu-jitsu style based on clinching your opponent rather than yanking and pulling on your opponent's gi, which I feel was taking the art into an unrealistic tug-of-war dimension.
And that's really the gift that Eddie gave to the jiu-jitsu community, is he was willing to sit down and say, okay, this is the way we've always done it. Why? And not accept the answer just because an authority figure was giving it to you. He would gather the answer on why, but then he would start to look at what else is possible around that. And that's changed everything about jiu-jitsu.
I'm very unorthodox. If you haven't seen in any of my fights, I'm very unpredictable, and I like to scramble, and I like to go for finishes left and right. I'm sure in his jiu-jitsu world, he's used to it, but we practice over at 10 Planet Jiu-Jitsu, no pajama game. This is the no-gi thing. On purposely, this is why I do it, because it preaches what we do inside that octagon.
What you got? I don't know jiu-jitsu. I know 10 Planet, bitches. No fucking gi is where it's at.
Tony is not being very elusive here. He's standing right in front of him, and there's another nice takedown. Tony's looking for the armbar.
And it presents itself.
Oh, he's got it. Oh, look at that! Beautiful step over.
Wow! Triangle. Oh,
that's it! That's it!
Tony
Ferguson!
A new interim UFC lightweight champion of the world! The UFC lightweight champion, Tony Ferguson. People ask me, does it feel good that Tony won off his back in the UFC? Does it feel extra special? Fuck yeah, guys! Since day one, the 10th Planet mission for me personally was to improve the bottom game in the UFC. That was my mission. And that was 2003. I just imagined, that was a dream to win a belt from the bottom, from the guard in the UFC. Fuck yeah, that felt extra special. People are constantly asking me, is Tony gonna get his black? When is he gonna get his black? You know, I got my black after Abu Dhabi, 2003. The day I got back, Jean-Jacques handed me the black belt off his waist.
He gave it to me off his waist. Jock's belt. He gave me that belt. It's right here, and I'm gonna give it to Tony.
Behind every warrior stands an army, a brotherhood bound by more than just a logo.
I mean, it's a family, you know? It's like 10th Planet is a really, like, all things considered, it's a really tight-knit group of people who really care about each other, who are invested in each other's success. It's a place where, you know, if you walk into a 10th Planet gym, you know, you're gonna be welcomed like with both arms, you know? Like, people are not standoffish. They're generally upfront, like, they just wanna train with you and they wanna have a good time, and, you know, like, the vibe I get when I go to a 10th Planet party is like unlike anything else. Like, I just feel like I'm with my people.
Amir Alam comes on, and this is all he says. It's like total mic drop. He goes, "The lockdown is not the 10th Planet gospel. An open mind is the 10th Planet gospel." And for me, that is the most important part about 10th Planet, and that has been the real gift that 10th Planet has given to me.
And so beyond just being open, like, Eddie's, you know, he's willing to hear your ideas. He's willing to see new things. You know, he's not just giving you a top-down approach. He's willing to listen to every single person's perspective on it. He's obviously open-minded when it comes to, you know, alternative facts or conspiracy theories or, you know, issues with the government. So I feel like there's like a lot of things that 10th Planet people are just generally skeptical about. Like, I feel like 10th Planet attracts a lot of skeptics, and they're met with a sort of like embrace in our system because we want to be skeptical. Like, that's what makes us good scientists, you know what I mean? We're skeptical of every technique until we tinkered with it enough to see if it's really something we should trust in, you know? And I think that Eddie, you know, he demonstrates that in his own practice, and he sets the culture, you know, from his gym, and it radiates out across the world.
If the technique works, we put it in the system. It's added to the warm-ups. Doesn't matter who developed it. If something's working at the highest level, Eddie grabs it, throws it in the warm-ups, and has the whole army drilling it.
In fact, the obvious thing that comes to mind is how good we do in team tournaments. Like, there's been a few team. In fact, I think 10th Planet is starting to become the #1 team when it comes to team tournaments, and that's shocking considering how small we are in relation to a lot of the other bigger jiu-jitsu organizations. We don't have as many schools to draw from worldwide, but what gives us our edge is that we actually feel like a team and we actually compete as a team. And when you see us, when I was cornering for the combat jiu-jitsu team, man, those guys were so tight, and they were so there was such a brotherhood. And we learned later that some of the other teams had just kind of been put together with athletes drawn from different places, just kind of trying to round out a squad, but that's not a cohesive team.
Have you seen Quintet yet? The team jiu-jitsu? Quintet is Sakuraba's show. We're backstage watching this dude tear through that team. We end up going against Sakuraba's team in the finals, and Frida taps out Boogie. He got him with an armbar. And right there, Gio's next now. So I told Gio, I looked at him, I said, avenge your brother's loss. I went fucking Kung Fu Theater, because I'm losing my mind. Right. I'm like, oh shit. Gio's got one of the best guillotines in the system here. Look, boom, he gets him right there before he stood up. There was no way he would have been able to catch that front headlock, and that's exactly what we're talking about. Once you have a front headlock, boom, look at this. He goes Marcellitine on him, boom. All Marcelo right here, check this out. Boom, bam, right there.
Wow, that is incredible, man. That is amazing. That is an amazing guillotine. That 140-pound dude can tap out an elite, high-level 210-pound dude like that. That's incredible.
A lot has happened over the last 20 years. Like, 20 years is such a long period of time. And something that I think that is probably not in dispute is that Eddie never wanted any of this. Eddie never wanted to have a association that was 170, almost 200 schools wide across the country and the world. And like, he never wanted to become this big professional organization, and he just wanted to express himself. He just wanted to express his jiu-jitsu, and people were so drawn to it that they decided, I want to pick up this mantle and I want to go to my area and start teaching 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu. And again, like, same thing with EBI, combat jiu-jitsu. Like, I don't think Eddie came up with those ideas looking for a job. I think he was just trying to express himself, and boom, what happens? Huge submission only revolution gets started. That revolution has to be given credit to Eddie Bravo, Victor Davila, EBI, like the Danaher Death Squad, the Gio Martinez. All the early champions of EBI showed the world a sport that was actually fun and engaging to watch, and that gave birth to a whole new way to train and compete and make money in jiu-jitsu.
The advent of no-gi jiu-jitsu has changed everything about jiu-jitsu, from how it's practiced to how it's seen by the community, to really creating a brand new sport that's giving guys all over the world an opportunity to become professionals and to make a living doing their art. Most all of the things that Eddie was really preaching became the mainstream.
And this was my mission from day one, to evolve Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu into the ultimate offensive and defensive style, all in one.
Now, not only do people accept that no-gi is actually jiu-jitsu, in fact, that just seems like a no-brainer at this point. Like, you would think somebody was crazy if they said that. But now it's the mainstream. Like, all the professional money, all the viewership is poured into no-gi.
I think we should ask these questions. What does it mean to be 10th Planet? Who should be 10th Planet? Who's right to be part of 10th Planet? And who is just looking to jump on a train that's moving really fast, you know? And I think that we should keep the intention to keep our style pure, even though adding, creating, and dropping techniques is part of our style. So we absorb and we release techniques as part of our style. I think we should look for people who want to be 10th Planet purists and to keep that style going and to preserve that as we continue to expand. I know that in the next 20 years, we're going to keep growing and we're going to keep building. And I know that, we're going to continue to blow up the way that we've done in the last 20 years. I only hope that we do it, really intentionally, and we stay true to who we are as a group.
If I had not met Eddie and started to learn jiu-jitsu through his filter, that maybe I wouldn't have come to love the art of jiu-jitsu. Maybe I would have just been a dude who learned how to grapple.
For 2 decades, 10th Planet has dared to be different. It has redefined the boundaries of grappling. It's given us an arsenal of unconventional techniques, a philosophy that encourages ingenuity, and a competitive spirit that thrives under pressure. But the 10th Planet story is far from over. Our mats will continue to be a crucible for innovation, a platform for competition, and a home for those who seek to challenge themselves. We believe that the greatest victories lie not in mastering the opponent, but in mastering oneself. As we look to the future, we do so with a sense of anticipation and excitement. The next chapter of 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu awaits us, ready to be written by those brave enough to step on the mat, to question the conventional, to strive, to endure, and evolve. This is the story of 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, a radical approach to the art of grappling, one that would go on to have a global impact. At the heart of this revolution stands one man, a visionary, a rebel, and above all, a pioneer who dared to redefine the rules of an age-old martial art.
Hello, my name is Eddie Bravo, founder of 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, a global martial arts association with headquarters based in downtown Los Angeles.
What 10th Planet actually means to me is that it's a dedication of individuals who are looking for what is possible and what can be done and what works at the highest level, you know?
I think the biggest difference between current 10th Planet and early 10th Planet is early 10th Planet was real MMA focused. Like, it was jiu-jitsu for MMA. Eddie had seen the effectiveness of, early Brazilian jiu-jitsu in the UFC, and then saw it sort of fall off and just hypothesized. It's because they're training in the gi. It's different, no gi, train no gi, but it was real fight centered.
So what makes 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu so different? Well, I've taken the science and the concepts of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and infused it with a little evolution. I started by removing the traditional Japanese uniform known as the gi.
And then he came back. I think he was going to call it like Sumerian Jiu-Jitsu or something like that. I forget, because the joke was like back then, Eddie and I would smoke a lot of weed and we would watch documentaries. And we would watch, the big one was we were really into Zecharia Sitchin. The Sumerian text, in his interpretation, described a planet that came in an elliptical orbit every 3,600 years close to Earth. And that this planet was called Nibiru. And that this planet, that there's these creatures on this planet called the Anunnaki. And that human beings were the product of accelerated evolution. So the Anunnaki came down here when we were basically lower primates in the jungle, and they experimented with our DNA and turned us into what we are now.
So that's why he called it 10th Planet.
So I came up with 10th Planet. That's my name.
Was he pissed?
Because I was like, Sumerian Jiu-Jitsu, no one's going to know what that means, man. I go, just call it 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu. Like, this shit is so crazy. It's from over there.
Was he?
10th Planet wasn't really trying to make waves within the BJJ community as much so as it was trying to be a unique path to making the beautiful art of jiu-jitsu be something substantial and actually vital to MMA training. That was the whole thing. So when it started becoming more sport jiu-jitsu and people using it for that, it's like, oh, that's great, but it really wasn't the original purpose for it. That was just kind of a consequence of the development of so many people adding to the system. What got appealed to me, having come from a Jeet Kune Do background of trying to mix these ideas and concepts, was the fact that it was an aggressive defensive position, right? You get on the ground, you don't just play half guard and wait for something to happen. You play lockdown and you aggressively try to sweep. You don't just lay on your back and take punches, you clinch. You use rubber guard to get back and submit people and really gun toward finishing them. And that for me was the key in making 10th Planet unique amongst BJJ systems. It wasn't just a worst case scenario per se, but it actually had a path toward victory focused on finishing with submission.
10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, everything was about being able to punch, being able to transition from here, being in a position where they can't punch and you can elbow, elbows from chill dog, just a lot of stuff about using your guard to immobilize people and strike. And then once EBI sort of came out, then there was a real showcase for submission in jiu-jitsu, and the focus switched to that.
It's like when you look back at those times, it was an interesting era. It was an interesting era for us as humans. It was an interesting era for martial arts. There's a lot going on, and that 10th Planet was really a hub of exciting innovation, and still is. But I mean, back then it was this really unique thing, this completely no-gi branch of jiu-jitsu that's directly connected to Jean-Jacques Machado.
The biggest moments, in the very beginning, were people like George Soteropoulos coming in. When Dan Hardy had the fight with George St. Pierre, and our boy Alder, who runs 10th Planet Van Nuys now, was in his corner with him getting ready for the fight. Like, that was huge, That was the beginning of us getting a taste of just how close we are to the very top of this sport. Ben Saunders, of course, probably the most dedicated 10th Planet guy because he actually owns a gym now, and you know, rocking that omoplata in the UFC. So shout out to Ben Saunders.
Coming out here to train with Eddie Bravo definitely comes from my Jeet Kune Do basis. You know, it's all about just expanding your mind, you know, training all different styles, being open-minded.
You've accomplished way more than I have.
I definitely believe we're both artists in our own way, man. We're both, you know, scientists to the art, and, you know, no one can deny Eddie Bravo's passion for jiu-jitsu. You could sense easily that your passion is there. So I'm like, when you surround yourself with people that are passionate about the same thing and you're into the evolution, for me, it just seemed like a no-brainer, man.
They say the guard is dead. They say the guard is there only to get back to your feet. Nobody told Ben Saunders, nobody told Eddie Bravo, and he gets himself to mission control. Well, he climbs up. He's setting up something called the dead orchard position. They say that triangles can only be finished with one arm in and one arm out. Well, nobody told 10th Planet that, because over there, these guys with long limbs are finishing this two-arm in triangle, and now he's got him in the position that he wants. This is called New York, and he hugs this leg, traps the whole thing in there. The arm is on the mat. The knee is being hugged. The pressure is on there. Still has that dead orchard, but as he slips out of the dead orchard, it sets up the omoplata position. And this little braid of flesh and bone is a painful one to watch. This is one big battle right in here for this omoplata position, and it is pressure on the shoulder right now. Watch that. He just grabs his shin, uses it as a lever, and pulls the extra pressure onto the shoulder right here. This is close. It's already hurting him. Last ditch effort, keep this hip away by posting up on this leg. This baby is done, and look what happens right here. He gets a hold of the hand. Eddie told me last night that this is part inverted arm lock, part wrist lock, and shoulder lock. It's all bad, baby. It's all bad. And let's all pause right here, because there's a myth that the omoplata does not work in MMA. And let's just have a moment of silence for that myth as it dies right here. As his hip is on the ground, the omoplata is in, and this baby is done. Omoplata submission, Ben Saunders. Welcome back to the UFC, baby. That was thrilling. Way to go, Eddie.
Those moments, I think, really put 10P on the map and allowed us to create the first EBI, second EBI, and the submission-only community that gained popularity because the UFC was also gaining so much popularity at the same time. Yeah.
Somebody who does no-gi jiu-jitsu, even if it's not 10th Planet, they're like, oh shit, you train 10th Planet? Like, what's it like? Is Eddie Bravo really that crazy? Like, you know what I mean? And I'm like, yeah, but it's awesome. So I think now people respect it more, and they've seen how far 10th Planet competitors have come up and stuff, so.
You know, you had the first UFC, you had hoists dragging people to the ground and finish them, and I was like, oh, jiu-jitsu. And after a while, people got smart to it. They started to counter wrestle. They started to get their striking together, and they started to realize, shit, it's a little harder. But then if you can't knock them out, first option. If you can't wrestle them down, second option. You have to have a third option, and that was where the jiu-jitsu came in. And what kind of jiu-jitsu? Well, no-gi jiu-jitsu specifically. And what kind of no-gi jiu-jitsu? Well, this clinch jiu-jitsu that we've been working on for, 20 years now. You know, and so putting in all that time, I think, really helped for it to stand out amongst any other academies and really prove to the world that it was something different that was systemized for a particular purpose, not just a couple of flashy moves here and there. Oh, let's call it a different jiu-jitsu system. No, there was more to it than that. You really need to study those positions to appreciate that.
But no path to glory is free from obstacles, no innovation without its critics.
10th Planet has basically been hit with resistance and controversy ever since the inception. So starting all the way from Eddie defeating Hoyler, right away the media spin cycle went ahead and started saying this was a fluke, this was something that could never happen again, that Eddie was really just some lucky brown belt who caught this legend, and this was not a disproving of or approving of Eddie Bravo's jiu-jitsu over Hoyler Gracie's jiu-jitsu. This was just something that happened.
And that was the year that he tapped out Hoyler Gracie. It was the craziest upset ever. Wow. It was insane.
Is that
insane in Brazil.
Is that what blew him up?
100%, man. He wasn't even a black belt yet. Eddie was a brown belt.
And he tapped out Hoyce Gracie?
Hoyler.
Oh, Hoyler Gracie.
Hoyler, who was Hoyce's brother, who was more successful even than Royce in jiu-jitsu tournaments. He's like one of the greatest Gracies of all time in terms of his accomplishments in winning world jiu-jitsu tournaments. He was the man.
What did he tap him with?
A triangle. One of the greatest experiences of my life. Like I get emotional right now.
Yeah, because I can't even imagine. See, that's real love for your homie. For you to get that emotional because he won.
It changed his life.
Yeah, man.
Because he was always like this like super talented guy, and like, you know, he and I would talk about it. He would talk about all these jiu-jitsu wizards and all these people that were like super talented. I go, dude, you're a fucking wizard.
Ih, rapaz, agora encaixou, hein? Tem que sair daí, Royler. Tem que sair daí. Tá vencendo por 3-2.
Look at him squeezing. Hoyler's fucked, and he's trying to get out here. But this is just death. And then Eddie finally grabs the head, and when he grabs the head with the squeeze, Hoyler's tapping, and that's it. And so Eddie walks up, and this is what he said. He said he couldn't believe it, but he walked around with his arms up in the air like he knew it was going to happen.
A luta por 6-2. Uma surpresa, hein? You won a unbeatable, man. He's a legend. I can't believe I won. Can't believe I won.
So that was the birth of 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu. And then he came back. Jean-Jacques Machado gave him his black belt. Jean-Jacques took his black belt off.
After this match?
After that match. And put it on Eddie.
So from the very beginning, it was like the mainstream opinion of 10th Planet was that it was a system that didn't really have a basis in fact, wasn't really effective, and wouldn't become mainstream and shouldn't be supported, quite frankly.
Some of you have been asking me what I think of this 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu nonsense. 10th Planet, of course, is a system from California. It's named after the 10th planet in our solar system, Uranus, which makes sense because this system stinks.
Why would I give a fuck about a fake fight when I could see real stuff?
Why am I gonna give a fuck about a fake jiu-jitsu guy? A fake jiu-jitsu black belt? You have an interview with this guy.
We're doing a TV show.
I know you do a TV show. And this guy, he's not a real black belt. They do a lot of things, but they don't do jiu-jitsu. They don't do real Brazilian jiu-jitsu. You want to interview a real guy. That's Renato Laranja.
Have a seat, man. It's all yours. Have a seat.
That led to a lot of gyms deciding that the way to handle 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu was to essentially ban it from the academy. So people like myself who remember training at gyms prior to there being 170 10th Planet gyms around the world like there are now, we were training in gyms and we were the 10th Planet guy at that gym. And so everyone else was a classical jiu-jitsu practitioner, and then there was the 1 or 2 10th Planet guys, and instructors would berate you, they would make fun of you. People have been kicked out of gyms literally for using the lockdown.
That guy who come to my seminar, hand some shirt, Eddie Bravo. Stand up. Tell me your name.
Oh, my name's Evan.
Come in, get in front of the class. If you're so smart, why don't you teach? Why don't you tell them something they need to know? If that's so smart, that shirt.
Anybody can do this. They just have to have an open mind, that's all. And for me, I thought, man, if we're going to bring jiu-jitsu back, we got to get rid of the gi, get rid of this old Japanese superhero outfit. A lot of people in the jiu-jitsu community thought that I was turning my back on jiu-jitsu, and it was nothing could be further than the truth. I was doing it for jiu-jitsu. I thought everyone would join me.
No gi, jiu-jitsu exclusively, and then the marijuana thing, which now it seems like not a big deal. Everyone smokes weed, and it turns out all of the Brazilians smoke weed too. But at the time, it was like 10th Planet was representing this counter-cultural movement inside of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and that was something that had to be fought, just like the way the hippies in the 60s were fought.
Todd is busy getting into the 10th Planet uniform, and he said he was going to do something again on the 10th Planet mindset. He must be burning some incense or something.
I'm Eddie Bravo, founder of 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu. I'm here helping out the High Rollers tournament, the grand prize. Used to get you put in jail. Now it's a grand prize, a pound of weed. That's pretty crazy.
There was a cultural resistance to 10th Planet, and then there was like a in the gym, like this is something that's banned that you shouldn't practice because it's not good and it's not going to work for you.
It was created by a guy named Eddie Bravo, who I believe has his own cartoon show. That's probably why the system is so ridiculous, because none of these moves would work anywhere except in a cartoon.
What about
We had a chip on our shoulder. Like, we had to go prove this every single weekend, and the odds were against us. You know, just based on the numbers, that's another thing that's always been a challenge. 10th Planet's a very small system compared to a lot of the other more traditional Brazilian systems. So we've always been small in numbers, but very enthusiastic.
But in order to defeat a 10th Planeter, you need to get them comfortable in their environment, okay? Party lighting here, okay? Get some music. Okay? Now it really feels like a 10th Planet dojo.
10th Planet was the black sheep of jiu-jitsu in that no one really wanted us there, but there we were, and we were going to show up, and we weren't going away. So when it came to the tournaments, 10th Planet started to really aim towards the submission-only tournaments or the submission-heavy tournaments. That was the way that 10th Planet wanted to go, away from the IBJJF points direction. That was not really our emphasis, because we were really interested in the submission-only jiu-jitsu game. And so now what I would say is that 10th Planet has actually completely taken over the submission-only jiu-jitsu game, to the point where when you go to a tournament, sometimes a majority of the no-gi competitors are either representing a 10th Planet gym directly or representing a 10th Planet style in their style of jiu-jitsu. So we kind of went from being the black sheep to being the mainstream in the no-gi jiu-jitsu world.
I wasn't planning on doing my own show. I didn't want to. I had this idea, I had this format in my head that I thought could take jiu-jitsu as a sport to the next level, to get it into TV, but no one really wanted to hear, especially the overtime rules that I came up with. They were just too far out. And so eventually, along with my partner Victor Davila, we just decided to do it on our own.
I think that when you feel looked down upon by the mainstream of jiu-jitsu, or you're not taken seriously, it makes you want to prove everyone wrong. It makes you want to really show the world that you belong there. Before 2013, 10th Planet was like 8 schools. It was like a handful of schools. And then after 2013, when Eddie had his second match with Hoyler, and the world saw another display of high-level 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu on display, then the association really started to blow up, like numbers-wise.
I'm training hard. I'm already at weight. I'm in the best shape of my life. My technique is way different, way better, way stronger. I'm stronger than I was back then.
Gracie Veterano, old family first, fam. Taught the world to swing that double-edged sword. It works, fam. BJJ from GJJ, like Cool Herc gave birth to what your DJ plays. But despite the lineage, I will never be closed-minded. Refuse to see beyond the lines, you go blind. Rocker travels the 10th Planet, I flow free. I'm welcome on mini mats, gi to no gi. Though my branch traces roots to the original tree. Roots sprouted from the original seed. Water with blood, sweat, and tears, spotlight with sunlight. That tree became a forest, ballet tudo done right. Then Hoist dominated them all in one night.
That changed everything. That gave us the ability to do bigger events, and so we had more access to more competitors, higher numbers. We got guys like, PJ Barch on the scene, guys that have a wrestling background that are able to compete, in bigger events. ADCC, we won the quintet, we won Subversive, we won a lot of we started to stack up some professional accolades as an association, because we were drawing on a bigger number of people, So in the beginning, we were kind of outgunned and outnumbered, but we were just in there fighting for our right to exist, And then as we grew in size, in technique, in strength, we started to go after real professional achievements that we're competing for now.
From this singular mind sprang a revolution. Techniques so distinct, they altered the very fabric of the grappling arts.
Well, Eddie figured out a brilliant thing with rubber guard. with a brilliant thing with mission control and how to control from the back of the neck.
He
utilizing
closes
your
the
leg.
distance.
Yes.
He closes the distance.
He changed a lot of people's games.
What some people don't want to recognize, but they have to, is the idea that he had. And I remember him coming up and trying some of the techniques, and people, oh, this is crazy. I said, no, man, keep going. You're going to get somewhere.
And what are you going to show me?
I'm going to show you something called the sorcerer. This is the step 1 in the main path. Step 2, we're in New York. Now we clear the neck, we're in chill dog, and then invisible collar here. At invisible collar, you can't posture up, you can't pull out, and you can't stack.
Yeah, no.
This is the ultimate control position. And you could throw some elbows.
And most times in the early days, when we're first doing IBJJF Worlds, people are trying to do rubber guard, people are just stacking through it, pressure passing, and we're still trying to figure out how to use it. And then people started coming along, Boogie, Richie Martinez, and Jill, and really started to use their angles and their body mechanics in more fluid ways that made it work. And then eventually you had the Jeremiah Vances and Ben Eddies and Nathan Orchards of recent times, where they're really taking rubber guard to the highest possible level you can.
I think the most important part of evolution is that it indicates that there's change over time. And if you get stuck into a rigid way of thinking, there's no room to change, and so no evolution can take place. And if you've got something great, that's not so bad. You know, we got something that's functional, we got something that works, we got something that's really good. Why change? But if you're not satisfied, or if you just want to see what else is possible, you have to be willing to question the things that you believe. You got to be willing to at least sit and ask questions about your basic assumptions.
I did this to focus on developing a jiu-jitsu style based on clinching your opponent rather than yanking and pulling on your opponent's gi, which I feel was taking the art into an unrealistic tug-of-war dimension.
And that's really the gift that Eddie gave to the jiu-jitsu community, is he was willing to sit down and say, okay, this is the way we've always done it. Why? And not accept the answer just because an authority figure was giving it to you. He would gather the answer on why, but then he would start to look at what else is possible around that. And that's changed everything about jiu-jitsu.
I'm very unorthodox. If you haven't seen in any of my fights, I'm very unpredictable, and I like to scramble, and I like to go for finishes left and right. I'm sure in his jiu-jitsu world, he's used to it, but we practice over at 10 Planet Jiu-Jitsu, no pajama game. This is the no-gi thing. On purposely, this is why I do it, because it preaches what we do inside that octagon.
What you got? I don't know jiu-jitsu. I know 10 Planet, bitches. No fucking gi is where it's at.
Tony is not being very elusive here. He's standing right in front of him, and there's another nice takedown. Tony's looking for the armbar.
And it presented itself.
Oh, he's got it.
Oh, no.
Look at
Nice
that!
job, Kevin.
Beautiful step over.
Wow. Watch triangle. Oh,
that's it. That's it.
Tony Ferguson, a new interim UFC lightweight champion of the world.
The UFC lightweight champion, Tony Ferguson. People ask me, does it feel good that Tony won off his back in the UFC? Does it feel extra special? Fuck yeah, guys. Since day one, the 10th Planet mission for me personally was to improve the bottom game in the UFC. That was my mission. And that was 2003. I just imagined, that was a dream to win a belt from the bottom, from the guard in the UFC. Fuck yeah, that felt extra special. People are constantly asking me, is Tony gonna get his black? When is he gonna get his black? You know, I got my black after Abu Dhabi, 2003. The day I got back, Jean-Jacques handed me the black belt off his waist. He gave it to me off his waist. Jock's belt. He gave me that belt. It's right here, and I'm gonna give it to Tony.
Behind every warrior stands an army, a brotherhood bound by more than just a logo.
I mean, it's a family, you know? It's like 10th Planet is a really, like, all things considered, it's a really tight-knit group of people who really care about each other, who are invested in each other's success. It's a place where, you know, if you walk into a 10th Planet gym, you know, you're gonna be welcomed like with both arms, you know? Like, people are not standoffish. They're generally upfront. Like, they just want to train with you and they want to have a good time. And, you know, like, the vibe I get when I go to a 10th Planet party is like unlike anything else. Like, I just feel like I'm with my people.
Amir Alam comes on, and this is all he says. It's like total mic drop. He goes, "The lockdown is not the 10th Planet gospel. An open mind is the 10th Planet gospel." And for me, that is the most important part about 10th Planet, and that has been the real gift that 10th Planet has given to me.
And so beyond just being open, like, Eddie's, you know, he's willing to hear your ideas. He's willing to see new things. You know, he's not just giving you a top-down approach. He's willing to listen to every single person's perspective on it. He's obviously open-minded when it comes to, you know, alternative facts or conspiracy theories or, you know, issues with the government. So I feel like there's like a lot of things that 10th Planet people are just generally skeptical about. Like, I feel like 10th Planet attracts a lot of skeptics, and they're met with a sort of like embrace in our system because we want to be skeptical. Like, that's what makes us good scientists, you know what I mean? We're skeptical of every technique until we tinkered with it enough to see if it's really something we should trust in, you know? And I think that Eddie, you know, he demonstrates that in his own practice, and he sets the culture, you know, from his gym, and it radiates out across the world.
If the technique works, we put it in the system. It's added to the warm-ups. Doesn't matter who developed it. If something's working at the highest level, Eddie grabs it, throws it in the warm-ups, and has the whole army drilling it.
In fact, the obvious thing that comes to mind is how good we do in team tournaments. Like, there's been a few team. In fact, I think 10th Planet is starting to become the #1 team when it comes to team tournaments, and that's shocking considering how small we are in relation to a lot of the other bigger jiu-jitsu organizations. We don't have as many schools to draw from worldwide, but what gives us our edge is that we actually feel like a team and we actually compete as a team. And when you see us, when I was cornering for the combat jiu-jitsu team, man, those guys were so tight and they were so there was such a brotherhood. And we learned later that some of the other teams had just kind of been put together with athletes drawn from different places, just kind of trying to round out a squad, but that's not a cohesive team.
Have you seen Quintet yet? The team jiu-jitsu? Quintet is Sakuraba's show. We're backstage watching this dude tear through that team. We end up going against Sakuraba's team in the finals, and Frida taps out Bookie. He got him with an armbar. And right there, Gio's next now. So I told Gio, I looked at him, I said, avenge your brother's loss.
Why did I create the PGF? Because I wanted to turn jiu-jitsu into a real sport.
And we're live with PGF Season 5, presented by Ghost.
So it's starting to get quiet. You can really sense that competition air is like really starting to build.
The PGF has everything that you would expect out of any sports league. Athletic combine, draft, regular season, postseason playoff, we have a fantasy league.
Man, there's a lot to be excited for this season. The PGF gets better every season.
And he gets stabbed! Oh, Gibbs is the winner with the Darce choke!
I'm feeling every different way that there is to feel. I think that we'll look back on this 20 years from now and be like, that's where professional jiu-jitsu started.
What else is there to say? 4 straight days of just nothing but badass grapplers.
The PGF is everything you love about sports, plus jiu-jitsu.
And we're live, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Becoming Church in beautiful Decatur, Alabama. Also known as the River City, Decatur is home to the Professional Grappling Federation, where for the next week, 20 athletes will compete for a spot in the playoffs. We're just about ready to get things started here with PGF Season 5. It's everything you love about sports, plus jiu-jitsu. Well, we are back inside Becoming Church. It is officially day 4 here of PGF, and I'm TJ DeSantis along with BMAC, Brandon Mccaghren, and the man they call Egghead. Appreciate you joining us as we have one more day of our regular season before we find ourselves in the playoffs coming up this Saturday. Brandon, it's everything you love about sports plus jiu-jitsu. It's everything I think about sports when I think about a playoff hunt, and today is a very important day for all of our grapplers to solidify their status in the playoffs by getting every point possible.
Yeah, and you know somebody who has total plans on getting every point? Elijah Carlton. Elijah has been nothing short of fantastic once again here in the PGF. Slow start on day 1, came roaring out of the gates on day 2, and just continued that into day 3. We started out with the young man Landon Tourville coming out of nowhere to have that first place position locked up on day 1, but you can see he's slid back now, number 5 in the standings. And look at that, creeping up, number 7. Matt Elkins. And another big storyline to me is the fall of Maximus Jolly yesterday. Fell way down the leaderboard, had a tough day, almost a self-imposed tough day.
Yeah, we had a chance to catch up with Max yesterday, and he said it was very much a mental sort of thing. It was strategic in the way that he approached yesterday. Obviously didn't work out the way that he wanted it to, Egghead, but your thoughts on what we can expect, I think, from Max Jolly?
Oh, the Rock Troll is back. He has his full complement of coaches. He usually travels with one. Now he has the whole team. He's put some nice things on social, or he was listening to some voices that were around him, kind of against him. He's refocused. I think he's going to be back to his grip it and rip it ways. I think we're going to get the old Rock Troll back.
Again, PGF Season 5 is powered by Ghost. You can visit them and show your support as they support us. Visit them at imghost.com. It's all about that bubble, BMAC. I love the idea of who's inside the bubble, who's outside the bubble. And, you know, for some of these grapplers here, that bubble's going to burst, and they're going to find themselves on the outside looking in.
And it could be one of a couple of guys right here that sneaks past Max, or if he can't, like, level up and make sure that he brings the Max that we're used to seeing tonight. Cam Hurd right there on the edge. Sam Schwarzenfeld right there on the edge. And both of those guys are Team Epic. So they could get some extra points tonight. And then I guess Max will get that extra point too. But Elkins right there, he's not going to have that luxury. So if Sam and Cam can even have a decent night, they can push past Matt Elkins if their team takes that team block point.
No, 100%. It's all about who's going to pull it out tonight. Points have never been more important than they are today. And, you know, as we get closer and closer to the wrap-up here, I mean, any predictions, BMAC, on who's going to, be able to stand out and make that big play today?
Well, I have a prediction that we're going to see the top 2 continue to push. I think it's going to be an Elijah Carlton big night, and it's going to be a Travis Thomas big night. Now, the question mark that's really on the table for me with Elijah is Fedor. He's got his toughest test of the season tonight. Fedor taking on Elijah in block 2. That's going to be insane. That really could determine, because even if Fedor can get to a draw with him, or if Fedor were to beat him, man, that's going to really open the door for Travis Thomas if he has a big night that we're expecting him to have.
Also, Fedor's currently at 6th place. So right now, if we stop right now, he'd be in the finale tournament. And if he could get a draw against Carlton or a win, give him a lot of confidence going into the playoffs.
He can get a win against Carlton. That is possible. Like, he's good enough to beat Elijah Carlton. He's good enough to beat, like, Fedor can beat anybody on this list right here. So to have him tapping Elijah, that's not that crazy of an idea.
Now, I didn't see on the graphic, but I like to circle one little match here coming up in this first block that I think has huge playoff implications. Talking about the bubble, Matt Elkins is tied with Maximus for that last person in with 20 points. The next person looking in, the first person out, is Sam Schwarzenfeld, 18 points. Guess who matches up in that first block? Matt Elkins versus Sam Schwarzenfeld. Huge implications. Fighting for their finale chances against each other.
Yeah, there's plenty of pay-per-view matches as far as what's on the line today in our last day of this regular season, and it's pretty exciting. So it's all up to the grapplers and players to see how this is going to shake out. They're going to have a great day to secure their spot. And speaking of great days, we're going to catch up with Stephen Aiken to chat with our latest recipient of the GOAT Award.
I'm here with Night 3 GOAT, Matt Elkins. You had 2 kills. You put yourself into the playoff spot now, going into the last day. What can we expect from you? You got some tough matchups.
Oh yeah, man, it's day 4. You already know everybody's gonna be bringing the heat. I think I got Sam Schwartz up first. I want to say that he's ahead of me in the standings. He's looking to go out with a bang. Sawyer Griffin, even despite missing the first day, he scored some points. He's right there on the bubble, so Saw Dog is going to be bringing that heat too. And then I think Landon Torville's the third match, and obviously he's done really, really well for himself. Going to be his last match to go out there and prove himself as the young blue belt at the top of the standings. So I'm expecting 3 bangers, boys. 3 bangers. You already know.
That's very interesting. Do you think either you or Landon, if you're secure by that third match, would pull back a little bit, or are you both going to send it no matter what?
Bobby, I feel a little disrespected by that question, son. I feel a little disrespected by that. You already know what your boys came in here to do.
Right on, right on. Well, tell me one more thing, man. What has it felt like being a part of Toehold and PGF Season 5 so far?
Man, Toehold Blue, love the guys I've been on the team with. Been awesome just getting to know those cats. Talking, where they're at, networking, going and seeing each other, doing some cross-training, stuff like that. And it feels good to be taken care of by Toehold, man. Shout out to Toehold for taking care of 2 teams. I think that's kind of been overlooked a little bit, the investment that they've had to make in both of the teams and getting these guys paid and investing in the sport of jiu-jitsu. And obviously, we're all big fans of their advertisements.
Hey, I feel that, man. We definitely appreciate you, Toehold, and we appreciate you, Mac. Good luck tonight.
Yes, sir.
You're never gonna break me!
Matt Elkins, the recipient of the Day 3 GOAT Award winner. He might be the winner for greatest promo to start Day 4.
Yeah, well. He's definitely the man on the mic. He's incredible. Yeah. He's incredible when you put a camera on him. He's the man.
Yeah, it is interesting to hear these athletes talk about the bubble. Some of them don't really know exactly which order the athletes are ahead of them or behind them. They know where they're fitting in, and I wonder if that's sort of smart. A mental your tactic there to not get too obsessed with that bubble and where everyone else is. Just know where you are and how you can stay there.
Well, a lot of athletes talk about that. You don't need to worry about, the grand scheme of things. You just need to be worrying about the next matchup, the next opponent. Focus on that person. One of the great things about jiu-jitsu, I think it's a good mental game for all of us, because so many of us that are hobbyists, it allows us to focus on our opponent. We can't worry about what's going on at work. We can't worry about what's going on with the family. It allows you to focus. And these competitors obviously take it to another level. I think it's very healthy, very smart.
Yeah. We've outlined some of the biggest matches of today. Final time before we get underway, Egg, what should we look forward to as we roll into day 4?
Just necessity and urgency. People know this is their last shot. You got 3 chances out there to make your mark and to make the finale. And again, we've talked about it so many times. A draw is a loss because everyone else is going for those points. And if you don't get points and other people do, you might be on the outside looking in.
The stage is set for day 4, B-Mac. Is this everything you wanted it to be?
Yeah, and in fact, let me tell you about something even more. I got a great announcement for you guys. So, Marshall, who we know has been a big part of the PGF this season, they're sponsoring the Fantasy League. Marshall has pledged up to $1,250 to the winner of a special tournament at the finale on Saturday.
Wow.
If you're a fan of the PGF, if you've been following us for a couple of seasons, you're going to be familiar with the Battle Rama that Josh Gibbs won in Season 3. Marshall is going to fund the Battle Rama this year, $1,250. But what they're going to do is they're going to match whatever the chat raises. So if the chat raises $500, they're going to match it to $500, and they're going to give it to the winner of the alternates tournament. So these 4 guys that have come in here and they've been kind of playing part-time,
right,
this is their chance to become full-time like Josh Gibbs did. We're looking at Noah Randolph, Sawyer Griffin, Luke Church, and who's my 4th one? Alex Rodriguez. Those are the 4 that we're putting in the tournament. The winner of that could win up to potentially $2,500, $1,250. If the chat can get up to $1,250, Marshall's going to match it up to $1,250, and we're going to hook these athletes up for being warriors for this week.
That's an amazing bit of information. I thought, a little anticlimactic for me, because I thought you were going to say I got up to $20 off on toe hold now. I thought the was coming through for your boy, but apparently not. We do need to shout out all our sponsors. You mentioned Marshall, New Hope Regeneration. They're in the building tonight here in Decatur. Obviously, our teams, Epic Roll, Level, both toe holds, and AG watching, I'm sure. But Decatur Coca-Cola Bottling Company, Ghost, the Daily Triangle, who we got, the GOAT over there, FaZe International. So all of these people putting their money and effort behind PGF, and we appreciate each and every one of them. We appreciate you for watching as well. All over the world on Caffeine and YouTube. PGF, it's taking over, B-Mac.
Yeah, we're already up to almost 30,000 views on this episode right now on Caffeine. Yeah. So over 250,000 views on day 1. Like, it's going well. And I got to tell you guys, we've got a major announcement coming for the finale. A major announcement, like a sport shifting announcement for the finale on Friday, but I can't tell you what it is right now.
Well, you've definitely got people curious. So they're going to have to tune in to the PGF pay-per-view coming up this Saturday, November 4th. More info at pgfhome.com. Of course, download the Fight Scout app or be a subscriber to the YouTube channel at the Jedi Rank, and you can get the pay-per-view and see everything come to its final fruition Saturday at the PGF Season 5 finale. But before we get there, we've got a lot more business to take care of here live inside Becoming Church. We go to break now, or are we going to go into our first matchup? We're going to go into our first matchup. No need to delay this any longer. It's Bobby, both of them, Stephen Aiken.
Welcome to night 4 of PGF Season 5, brought to you by Subversive. Up first, representing Toe Hold Red, he's handsome Kevin Sherrill.
Kevin Sherrill ready to go back to work here in this very important day 4. Didn't finish up day 3 quite the way he wanted to. Egghead, where's he at as far as points are concerned, and are his playoff hopes still alive?
Actually, we had a discussion about this before we started today. I had to break the news to him. He basically needs 3 kills to be in the picture. He has 7 points, 3 kills. You know, that brings him up to 25. He would be in the top 8, but then basically you need to make sure that nobody else gets any points at all. But he's game. I mean, he came here for a reason. He's gonna show off his jiu-jitsu, and he's a killer. So he should have a good night.
All right, let's welcome his opponent to the mat, back to Stephen Aiken.
And his team level opponent, Sawdog Sawyer Griffin.
Sawyer Griffin still very much in the battle here for a playoff spot. He's on the outside looking in right now, but again, you know, a lot here for both of these men to go out there and try to get these points.
Yeah, right now he has 14 points. That's double what Kevin does, and a much more manageable way, points-wise, to get in the finale.
There's a rematch. These guys have faced before.
And when was that?
The Wetumpka qualifier. It was a double elimination tournament, and so Handsome Kevin and Sawyer Griffin faced each other twice.
The what qualifier?
Wetumpka.
Okay, I'm going to need phonetic spelling of that.
It's Whiskey, Echo, Tango, Uniform, Mike, Papa,
Okay,
Kilo.
I don't speak military jargon, unfortunately.
Oh, look at this, Sawyer. Getting active. When Kevin comes in to try to pass, Sawyer bothering his head a lot. Look at that. Staying heavy on his head, trying to off-balance him. Yeah, Sawyer not really giving Kevin a chance to, like, rest right here. Even though Kevin is sort of trying to keep the pace low, Sawyer just pushing the pace. Just frenetic with, like, his gripping, his pushing, just constantly checking Kevin. Uh-oh. He's got Sawyer reacting to that hand on the head. Sawyer making a move in, tries to pull Kevin towards the closed guard for just a brief second. Sawyer grabbing the leg, thinking about a wrestle up. Oh, look at this. There's an entry by Sawyer. Is that same leg that had the injury on it?
No, we talked about that being the right leg.
Yeah.
This one, the left.
Kevin responding well. He doesn't seem too nervous about this. Kevin may be thinking about a counter Aoki lock there. He said he has Sawyer's toes trapped in his armpit. It's not exactly the right spot, but it might entice Sawyer to loosen his grip a little bit. Sawyer clamped down on the leg. Sawyer trying to move towards maybe a Mikey lock. He's just going to wrestle up with it. Oh, and hey, listen, Sawyer's very good on the back if he can find himself there, but Kevin sniffs that out. Now looking to pass. He's got Sawyer's head bent. Here he goes, turning the corner. Sawyer finds a way to weave the knee back to the inside. Nice work by Sawyer Griffin to recover there.
Run out of space, just past the halfway point of regulation. We will get a reset in the center of the mat.
Kevin steps in, lowers his base.
Trying to pass here is Cheryl. inside the final 2 minutes.
Ooh, Kevin jumping on the neck. As Sawyer tried to go underneath, Kevin countered by going over the top, and now Kevin finds himself in a pretty strong position, 3/4 mount. But he does have that right ankle hanging behind, and sometimes that can be, especially if your ankle's super sore, that can be a real pain, man. Like trying to take it out of position, you'll almost like allow people to have techniques that you wouldn't normally let them have just to keep your foot safe. He does pull it out here, though. He's punching into the neck, looking for an underhook. Yeah, Kevin may be thinking about a punch choke, honestly. The way that Sawyer's keeping his hands low.
I've called a lot of grappling, B-Mac. I've seen more punch choke attempts in this format. Maybe it's because of all the matches back to back to back, but I feel like the punch choke's got a real home here at the PGF.
That's one of my pet techniques, you know. So I think a lot of these guys have seen or understood the effectiveness of it in the right situation. You know, we haven't seen, I don't think, any punch choke finishes.
Right, but a lot of attempts at it.
And a lot of using it to get something that you did want. That it did open up a lot of opportunities for people.
Cam Hurd got one the other day.
30 seconds.
30 seconds here left in the match. Griffin working back to his feet. Kevin Sherrill shutting that down. Time looking to run out here in the match.
1, time.
And that's a wrap. Goes the distance and pretty much ends the hopes of Kevin Sherrill getting to the playoff. To make it official, we go back to Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
And I'll tell you, I'd really like to hear from Kevin right here. Since this, I don't want to say, does this mathematically eliminate him here, would you say?
Yes.
Yeah. I'd like to hear from Kevin because he's been officially eliminated. Like, he's not going to make the playoff. I'd like to hear some thoughts from him.
We'll see if Stephen Aiken can grab the handsome one here to get his thoughts on this run here in Season 5 of the PGF. If you remember, Sherrill was forced out of Day 2, rehabbing an injury, but you know, that season has a lot of twists and turns, ups and downs, and you never know what you're going to get. Obviously not the performance that he wanted, but that's how the things break sometimes.
It is, and it's got to be a tough spot for Kevin because, you know, he was in a position where he felt like he couldn't go on that second day, but really it's that decision. If he could have just come in and got 3, that could have changed the trajectory of his entire week.
Yeah.
Put a lot less pressure on him to score in the other matches, too.
Stephen Aiken has tracked down the handsome one. We go to him now.
Kevin, man, I know that's not how you really wanted that match to go, or the season's probably not been the way we both thought it would be for you. We know you work very hard, man, and how much this all means to you. You've officially been eliminated from the playoffs now. What do you want to say about that?
It sucks. It's rough, man. This hasn't been the week I wanted it to be. Sure, that's true for a lot of people. Part of the sport, though, right? Like, you take an injury, you can keep going, you can find a way. Showcasing resiliency is like every fighter's like last rung of dignity. It's like, man, I'm getting my ass whooped, but I'm tough, right? I got heart. Yeah, so it's not really a thing I want to take any pride in whatsoever. Frustrating, deeply frustrating, but it's been a great week. This showcased the sport in an incredible way. Thanks to all the teams, thanks to all the sponsors.
Listen, man, you have 2 more matches tonight, and so I know that you're going to bring that energy that we need from you going into the end of the night. I appreciate you. You are definitely one of my favorite guys in the PGF. We'll see you back soon, I'm sure.
Yeah, man. It's always a pleasure to be around, man.
Thank you.
Still a couple of narratives to think about moving forward with Kevin. You know, he has the opportunity to potentially play spoiler, depending on who he matches up with.
Yes. I think that's a huge point. So he's still got Sam Schwartz in round 2 and Matt DeWeese in round 3. So that last matchup probably not going to play a big factor, or not going to play a factor at all really into the playoff. But that Sam Schwartz match could really be it. I used to play Mario Kart with all my friends in college, and the first guy out becomes the bomb. You know what I mean?
Right,
The driver, and he gets the bomb. Well, if if that bomb runs into one of the other players, he kills him. And so we like to say when we're playing Mario Kart, the bomb makes a difference.
You went to college?
Kevin's going to be the bomb. I went to college twice, TJ.
Back-to-back years doesn't count as going to college
two
twice.
classes.
Okay, there you go. All right, and then last thing, too, coming out of that narrative, obviously no points for Sawyer Griffin, but he still has 2 more matches tonight. Where's he standing right now?
Right now, he's 11th place with 14 points. If he gets 2 kills, you're looking at 26. That's you get a decent shot at making it with 26. Again, that's assuming nobody that's still in the top 8 makes any points, which is not a good assumption, but he's got a chance.
All right, there is something to keep your eye on for with Sawyer Griffin, as we'll see him later tonight. Our second matchup of day 4 set to get underway. We go back to Stephen Aiken.
Next up on the stage, representing Toehold Red, it's Duval Paul Bari.
See, each day we learn more and more about the athletes here at PGF, and by day 4, we're all in agreement. It's Duval Paul.
It's definitely Duval Paul. It's definitely Duval Paul. How many times are they going to doubt me?
I mean, you're college educated.
Yeah, almost, All
right, we go back to Stephen Aiken.
And his team level opponent, Luke Church.
Luke Church making the walk, representing team level.
This is a very winnable match for either one of these guys. They probably had this circled as their chance to really make an impact, get on that board.
All right, here we go. We are set for our second match of this first team matchup in our first block. TJ DeSantis, Brandon Mccaghren, along with Egghead. Appreciate you joining us here for night 4 of PGF Season 5, powered by Ghost.
This should be a pretty good match, man. I've actually enjoyed watching both of these guys this season, and we will see Luke in the finale in that Battle Rama sponsored by X Marshall. He'll have a shot at becoming one of the best paid players in the PGF with the Battle Rama.
I think we already have $170 in the pot from the chat.
Awesome.
That's awesome.
So Paul right now at 17th place with 5 points. Church in 14th place with 8. Both of them not having a really good shot at making it in. Oh.
Nice takedown here for Church. Cleared the legs here.
First 60 seconds down.
Don't forget, you can scan those QR codes to make your donations. Just mention which athlete you want to make them for.
Just trying to stabilize that side control. Paul's got to get a strong frame in there.
.90 seconds have elapsed here in this one. Bit of a scramble here. Bari able to get back to his feet. Ooh, nice little butterfly flip there. Church in business and mount here. That was beautiful.
And as one of Brandon's students, he was going to try for that punch choke that you like.
Now Bari finds himself in top position. He goes north-south.
Getting some nice coaching from Handsome Kevin on the sidelines there.
Solidifying this north-south position here is Bari. That knee on the chest there of Church as well. Church able to clear it. Now it goes back to it.
Yeah, shin right on his face. Oof.
It's not very nice. Well, you'd think it's nice. You're one of those guys, Egghead.
Glutton for punishment. Nothing wrong with some dirtball moves.
There you go. Halfway down in this match, 3 down, 3 to go. Begin with that knee there. Church making some movement, causing some separation. Bari right back to it.
Coach from the sidelines wants him to try to pry an arm away. Maybe try for Kimura from there. I don't think we've seen enough north-south chokes. I love north-south chokes.
You can see Bari focusing on trying to isolate that arm here, trying to get this Kimura grip. 2 minutes left to work.
Got the knee on belly. Well, while Bari is our Jacksonville qualifier winner, he is just a blue belt. Been at it about three years.
Yeah, that's one thing to sort of think about. The blue belt kind of goes by the wayside here. We've seen blue belts competitive with black belts in this format.
Yeah, every season we have a blue belt standout. This year's is Landon Torville, Seth Meacham from season 1, Evan Stapler from season 2, Kevin Buring, season 3, every season. Church able to get back to half guard. Ooh, but Paul might turn into Japanese necktie. There he got it.
There it is, nicely done.
Got the Japanese necktie. We've seen a few of those this season.
Paul Bari getting the submission there and the points. We go back to Stephen Aiken to make it official.
And your winner representing toe hold, Duval Paul Bari.
Duval Paul getting it done with the Japanese necktie, racking up some points here in his match with Luke Church. Again, where does that put Paul Bari with his overall points?
That takes him from 5 to 11.
5 to 11. 6-point kill.
That puts him up to ranked 12th.
So still on the outside looking in, and a lot more work yet for Paul Bari, but keeping hope alive with that kill. And a couple more, he could make things real interesting.
That's very much right. I mean, and just the momentum. I mean,
Right.
what a vote of confidence to go out there, get the 6 points. That's a huge leap.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. All right, time for our next matchup. We go back to Stephen Aiken.
Coming to the stage next, representing toe hold red, Fyodor Nikolov.
Fyodor Nikolov making the walk, representing Team Toehold Red, one of the most dangerous guards here this season of the PGF. And he is currently in the playoff picture, and he hopes to further those hopes and chances with another submission here tonight. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his team level opponent, rated R, Kamoy Anderson.
Kamoy Anderson, rated R, team level. He's in the playoff hunt as well.
Both these players are. They're jockeying for position right now. Right now you have Kamoy Anderson in 4th place, or tied for 4th place with 23. But Fyodor, right there behind him, just 1 point behind, 22.
I love your dedication to that proper pronunciation.
Trying to do it right.
Here we go. We are underway. B-Mac, your thoughts on this Anderson and Nikolov matchup? What do you expect tactically from both of these men?
I think this is going to be a little bit more of a slow-paced match. Fedor, he drags you into that half-court game. He plays that way. And even if you're moving around quick, he just keeps the pace that he keeps. He does have explosive movements in the bag for sure. He's very strong, but he's much more of like an isometric kind of player. He looks to minimize the movement that's happening in the match, where Kamoy is a guy who's always trying to create movement, trying to look for an opening to make a big explosion. So could be very interesting. Listen, Kamoy is big and Kamoy is strong, but I've seen, if he gets into the closed guard, I've seen Fedor take down guys that are monsters from his closed guard. So,
what do you think
Kamoy's
Kamoy
gotta be
weighs
super
today?
careful.
I mean, obviously weighed in at that 88 limit.
Probably 200. Probably right at 200. Kamoy's crazy strong, man. I've trained with Kamoy quite a bit. I've rolled with Fedor a couple of times. Kamoy's crazy strong. And he's got a single. Fedor just shuts him out of there, though.
Interesting watching the hand fight in these grappling situations here on the feet.
Yeah, it's always interesting the approach different guys take with that. Fedor's like, I'm just going to get down here to the guard. Let's see if this guy's crazy enough to jump in my closed guard.
I want to remind you that Fedor actually lost a match yesterday due to disqualification. He cannot jump guard.
That's right. And it seemed like most everybody in the chat was in agreement with that. A couple of detractors, but that's to be expected.
Well, I think safety is paramount, and if you have something that is reckless, it kind of jeopardizes the entire sort of format of the PGF. You don't want anybody to go out because of a sort of wrestling or grappling sequence that isn't a submission, because just the volume of matches you have to have here in a short amount of time.
Yeah, it just doesn't. Jumping guard doesn't provide me with any actual martial value, is
Right.
what I would say. Is it a thing you can do? It is a thing you can do.
Right.
But why would I want to throw all my weight at somebody's knees for something that actually isn't martial?
Right.
Like, we're doing martial arts.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So, I don't know. It's just to me, it's an easy no-brainer. Like, we got to get these guys out here for a week. I don't want to throw a move like that. I don't want to throw my weight at somebody's knee. I want these guys to be safe.
Right, and it is different if you have a hold of their neck and you jump in for a guillotine. That's different than trying to just pull guard from.
Yeah, well, that has martial value
Right,
also, and you're throwing your weight at the upper body, not at the knees.
I like that term, martial value. That's one I don't hear thrown around a lot.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just what I say.
I mean, that's that collegiately educated brain of Brandon Mccaghren. Maybe you're the egghead of this booth.
I'm not.
No, he's not.
I'm not.
TJ, I have one thing.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to take it away from you. I just got a glare from Egghead that was. I'm a little bit alarmed now. B-Mac, you might have to sit in the middle here. I made him mad.
Kamoy just having a tough time trying to find a way to enter Fedor's game.
You said it was going to be a bit slower of a pace. Is this what you expected, B-Mac?
Yeah, this is about what I was thinking it would be like. I think it's going to be really hard for either of these guys to get something. And now check this out. Kamoy going to test his guard out. And we saw him do this against, was it Max that he did this to?
Yeah.
Where he just baited him in and he just sat guard and kind of let him pass so he could get into like, oh my God. That might be my favorite technique of the week is Fedor's slow knee cut. He's done that probably 5 times that we've seen. It's just some of the most beautiful jiu-jitsu. It's beautiful. It's not going to make the highlight reel, you know what I mean? But it's just like as a mark of quality to your grappling, it's just such a beautiful move.
It seems inevitable. Like no one can stop.
Watch. He's gonna drop his hip, point his knee to the back. Oh my God. It's like poetry.
And it seems effortless.
Look at this. He's trying to get into the truck. Fedor doesn't fall for it. Kamoy ends up with the reversal, though, and now they're going to have to push to get on the board. Fedor with the big frame. So each of these guys has ended up on the other side of the guard, on the good side of the guard, but no points accrued so far. No real. Then he hits that knee cut again.
Headed into the final 30 seconds of the match. Bit of a scramble here.
He almost flipped that truck attempt on Kamoy. Kamoy had to bail to his back.
I don't think it's safe to say anybody can leave points on the table, but both of these guys are in the playoff picture as it stands right now.
3, 2, 1, time!
And we go the distance. A draw turned in by both of these men. We go back to Stephen Aiken to make this one official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Ends in a draw. Two high-level players going the full 6 minutes, and as I mentioned, both of them in the playoffs at this point. So they could potentially run into each other again down the road before this thing's all said and done.
They definitely could. They're both highly touted coming into the PGF season. But as we noted before, with that draw, it is very much a loss in this scenario because they're sitting at 23 and 22 points.
Right.
They're easily within striking distance of a number of people there on the outside looking in.
And that's the thing, too. Even if you're in that 6 or 7 spot, you're 1 kill away from someone being out of the bubble jumping you. It's not out of the realm of possibility that you think you're okay at number 6, and then all of a sudden 2 people on the outside looking in get a couple of kills, and now you're wishing you were inside the bubble.
Well, you look right there, 9 and 10. Those are both Epic Roll members, and they've had 6 team block points awarded to them over this season. They have a chance for 3 more, so it's possible they might even get like a bonus break coming their way.
Right.
So everyone up there that's not Epic Roll definitely needs to be getting points.
Yeah, and those team points all more important as well as we continue here in day 4 of PGF Season 5. Time for our next matchup. We go back to Stephen Aiken.
Coming to the stage next, representing Toehold Red, Landon Tourville.
Landon Tourville, the day 1 GOAT, and really the standout. Egghead was talking about these blue belts that really make a name for themselves each season. Landon Tourville's that guy, Season 5.
Yeah, but he's facing another young man that's making a name for himself this season, and I believe that Travis Thomas and Landon Tourville are the 2 top money winners in the chat so far this season. So, interesting.
Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his team level opponent, the Mantis, Travis Thomas.
There he is, the Mantis, Travis Thomas, representing team level. Number 2 in overall points at this moment. This is going to be a fun match. See how this one shakes out. All right, we are ready for Tourville and Thomas. TJ DeSantis, Brandon Mccaghren, joined by Egghead here in the booth inside Becoming Church in Decatur, Alabama. It is the site of PGF Season 5. Thomas here in top position.
Oh, man. Travis already trying to sneak past the guard of Tourville. I don't think Travis is going to be in a big hurry here, but he's going to have to be careful. Landon is dangerous. Obviously, Travis is probably the favorite coming into this match just from what we've seen from the 2 of them so far this season. But Landon, make no mistake, Landon's dangerous, and we've seen that many times already.
Yeah, I put Travis on my team for fantasy today because I think he's going to get a break at least here. It's definitely exciting to see the 2 standouts. They both kind of came out of nowhere. Very little footage of Landon out there, and other than MMA, not much footage of Travis Thomas either coming into the PGF.
Looking at the bio here of Travis Thomas, a purple belt, 2.5 years of experience. That's a quick time to purple belt, I think, B-Mac, no?
It is. It's the fastest that we've ever promoted somebody at 10th Planet Decatur. And I think you've all had a chance to witness why we think he's so special. Uh-oh. Oh, man. He's starting to wrap up this crucifix guillotine situation.
I think we get a bounty on a crucifix.
Oh, man. I need to know what that submission was. I need to know what the submission was, though.
Seemed like a neck crank.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a neck crank or if it's an arm.
So who tells you that? Could it be Landon?
Neck crank. From a triangle position, though? Keelan, we're going to have to make a ruling. What was it? Was it a choke? Was it a choke? Referee said 6. Okay, it's 6.
There we go.
All right. We got a confirmation of the kill to make it official. Stephen Aiken.
And your winner by submission from team level, Travis Thomas.
See, that's what I love about PGF. We got the commish sitting in the booth, and he's not afraid to be 100% transparent about making that decision. Like in regular sports, those umpires, they huddle around each other. There's no cameras involved. You're having an open dialogue and making sure you get the right answer.
Yeah, I want it to be right, and I think that's super important. And I think that the minute that I stop doing that, you guys are going to stop trusting me that I'm doing things the right way. So I want to make it as open and transparent as possible. And if there's going to be criticism to be had, I'll take that criticism. I'm a big boy.
Well, we appreciate it.
Another important thing is with got right there with that kill, Travis Thomas back in first place. I think we're going to see that go back and forth today.
Yeah, we're going to see how that shakes out. Elijah Carlton, obviously, with some work to do today. 3 matches ahead of him, but now he is 1 point behind overall. All right, time for our next matchup here at PGF Season 5. We go back to the mat. Here's Stephen Aiken.
Coming to the stage next, representing Toe Hold Red, he's full-time Josh Gibbs.
Full-time Josh Gibbs making the walk, representing Team Toe Hold Red. Comes in today with just 1 point. Obviously, not in that playoff hunt, but he would love to go out and have a good showing, not only for himself, but his Toe Hold Red compatriots. Time for his opponent to make the walk. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his team level opponent, David Cooper.
David Cooper stands in front of him, representing team level.
So we have here a former replacement player from Season 3, Josh Gibbs. He actually won the original Battle-Rama, one of the best matches in PGF history against Matthew Boyles, against a current replacement player in the form of David Cooper.
Gibbs needs this one. You don't want to go in the history books as a guy who went the whole season without a dub. You don't want that.
Yeah, because both of these guys.
We have had it before, though.
Casey Wilbanks, Mike Johnson from Season 1 as well.
Yep.
Yeah, both these guys with 1 point apiece. Those coming from team points.
Oh, look at this, though. Gibbs has a pretty serious front headlock game, to be honest with you. He's got a pretty good darce. That's how he won the Battle-Rama against Matthew Boyles back in Season 3. That was one of my favorite moments in PGF history. Speaking of PGF history, if you're like new to the PGF and you want to become like the guy who knows everything about the PGF, Season 1 is behind the YouTube membership paywall. You can go back and watch Season 1, catch up on the history of how the PGF started. You just need to be a member at any level of this YouTube channel.
But if we could join the membership, then might as well go Jedi and get that pay-per-view on Saturday, too.
Might as well. And if you don't get it there, pgfhome.com, go to the pay-per-view link and catch us on the Fight Scout app on Saturday, where I'm going to make one of the biggest announcements that grappling has ever had.
Wow.
Yes, that's
You're
right.
really selling this big.
It's big. It's that big. I'm not exaggerating it either. I'm not overselling it.
I'm curious now.
Yeah, well, I can't give it away yet. You're just going to have to watch the finale on Saturday, TJ. I think you'll be
I'll
there.
be here.
Yeah.
I'll be here. Cooper coming up here. Oh, big takedown.
For the big mat return. Oh.
Trying to get to the back. Oh, rolls through. This is a nice roll through. if he gets a toe hold in the toe hold rash guard, he could end up having a pretty good season after all.
Bails on it, tries to come back on top here is Gibbs. You want more information about that pay-per-view, scan that QR code, lower part of the right screen. Half butterfly here for Cooper. I'm trying to attack that right shoulder.
Yeah, Gibbs snipped it out super early. Pulled his arm out.
Just past the halfway point.
Trying to baseball bat choke?
3 to go.
It looked like it with his hands.
I don't think we've ever had a baseball bat choke in the PGF. Hey, if I'm Gibbs, I'm selling out for a toe hold right here, to be honest with you. I know he wants to get this win any way he can, but with that toe hold rash guard on, you can at least walk away with some cash money tonight. I'm looking at toe holds. I'm spamming them all night if I'm Josh Gibbs.
Man, get some nice flip-flops for the wife.
Listen, I've been on team toe hold myself since, I don't know about day one of the company, but I had to prototype before he even went public with them, and I wear my toe holds everywhere.
I fell in love with toe hold on your podcast. Brandon and Lindsay have a podcast.
Oh, yeah.
I don't have a pair of toe holds.
Gibbs shooting a Darce, maybe.
2 minutes.
Cooper frees that arm. Guys, don't forget, X-Marshall will be matching whatever money can be raised in the chat, up to $1,250 for a mini 4-man tournament at the finale between the alternates for the season. So if you really want to pitch in and do something cool for these athletes, that's a great way to do it. That would be awesome. Just write it in the note, say Battle Rama.
Oh. I thought Cooper might have a shot at that Von Fu for a second, but Gibbs let his hands go.
Inside the final minute now of this match.
Cooper's had a good match, man. He's proven himself good against a tough brown belt here. Finishing the match with very good positioning. He's got Gibbs' elbow up above his shoulder line, has him exposed. Let's see if he'll be able to isolate this Kimura while he has this trap. Oh, this would be so awesome for Cooper if he can get this win. 39 seconds. Running out of time. Reverse triangle, though. Can he close the deal? He's got a pretty good look here, TJ. It's getting tight.
Something short time here, but a lot of time to try to lock it up still if you can get that good grip on it.
Gibbs is squeezing his head to try to stop him from popping his head out and getting the spot he wants, and now Cooper can make a much better adjustment here. This is way tighter.
Trying to extend the arm now is Cooper, but time is going to expire. Oh, that's a wrap. So close. A couple seconds longer. We might be talking about a break, but unfortunately for Cooper, time does run out. To make this one official, we go to Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Points elusive in this one for both of these gentlemen, but those are the breaks, or I guess lack of breaks sometimes.
Sometimes.
So our matches continue here as we are still inside our first block. Take a look at what you can expect not only in this first block, but through the rest of the way. Our final day here of Season 5 of PGF. And for our next bout, we go back to the mat. It's Stephen Aiken.
Coming to the stage next, representing Epic Roll, the jabroni grappler, Elijah Carlton.
Elijah Carlton The jabroni grappler making the walk. Last time he was out there on the mat, he found his way in first place. Now he is just 1 point behind Travis Thomas, and you know, Egghead, he would love to write that in his mind by getting some more points here.
I mean, basically, every time Elijah hits the mat, he expects a submission. He's only had 4 draws and only 1 loss in the regular season out of all the seasons he's been a part of. He's definitely going for the kill, but he's going to get some submission here, I think.
Tough assignment in front of anybody who's taken on Elijah Carlton. Now for that next assignment, we go back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent representing Toe Hold Blue, young Matt DeWeese.
Young Matt DeWeese making the walk. Comes in with 9 points to his PGF season. And here we go. We are underway. Carlton takes a seat.
Elijah looking to get to work right away. He didn't come out lazy in this one. He came out active. Takes a good grip. Off balance, he's looking to make a move to the inside. I wonder if he feels pressure to get 6 right here, because he knows he's going to have a tough mat. No, definitely not. He's going for the inside heel hook. Oh, DeWeese countering with the corkscrew lock, and he pushes Elijah out of position. That was a smart play by DeWeese. Threaten him back. Keep your foot safe as you can and threaten him back, and it forced Elijah out of what looked to be a pretty precarious spot for Matt. Now Matt holding on tight to this quarter guard. Elijah coming up, X pass. Oh my gosh, that was so good. And Elijah all the way in the mount. He is so deadly here.
First 60 seconds down.
And this puts him in much better position to come up with, to walk away from here with 6 points instead of 3. A lot more chokes available to him. He's right around the corner from his rear naked. He's got his arm triangle available. Can triangle from here. He tries to throw it over. Nice job by Matt. Keeping his elbows shelled up, shutting Elijah out. Elijah now sneaking around to the back, and the chances of it becoming 6 becoming higher and higher here. Now
Nicely
the body
done.
triangle. This is trouble.
And a ton of time to work, just under 4.5 remain. Trying to isolate that arm is Carlton. He's trying to get it back. He does.
And we've seen young Matthew be very resilient. Mccaghren was on him for a whole 6 minutes and just could not submit him.
Yeah, but it's the end is nigh. That arm is trapped. He's under the chin. See ya.
There we go.
There's the tap, the choke, the kill. The jabroni getting it done, submitting young Matthew DeWeese. And to make this one official, we go to Stephen Aiken.
And your winner by submission, the jabroni grappler, Elijah Carlton.
Elijah Carlton getting the points via the kill, separating himself a little bit from Travis Thomas, who was previously in first place, now back down to second, and we're going to catch up with Jabroni right now as Stephen Aiken has him on the map.
Elijah, 6 points for you there. I'm going to hover arm you until you stand up. Is that cool? Thank you. 6 more points for you there. You are already the leader. You know you're going to be the leader at the end of the day. What do you want to tell these other guys over there?
Travis still has a shot, but it's inevitable, right?
That's it?
Yep.
Okay. Travis Thomas, the only guy that's got a shot, but it's inevitable. Elijah Carlton, thank you.
All right, I made a few words after match 1 tonight. Elijah Carlton getting it done. I know what people are thinking at home. What does it matter? He's already firmly in the playoff picture. Why do these points matter? Well, BMAC, why don't you tell us? Because not only do you get first place with points, but you set yourself off in a much better position for those playoffs.
Okay, it matters because of the seeding. The number 1 seed is going to face the number 8 seed. Let's pull that graphic back up here. And let's just imagine if the playoffs happened right now. Elijah would have the number 8 seed, which is Maximus Jolly, the most undersized guy in the tournament. Instead of surging, he seems to be at least slowing down a little bit. Whereas Travis Thomas, the 2 seed, would face the 7 seed. That's Matt Elkins. Matt Elkins is surging. Matt Elkins is big. Matt Elkins is strong. Even though Travis did get a win over him, however, during the regular season, that may not always go that way in that matchup between those two.
But another thing that's important, with him getting those 6 points, Epic Roll has now tied Level and Toehold Red for team points in this block.
And they've got all of the rest of their matches still left.
That's right, and we talked about it before. If you get another Epic Roll submission, they get that point. It goes to everyone, including those 2 guys that are on the outside looking in, so that helps everyone on that team.
Yeah.
All right, time for our next matchup as we continue with the second team meeting here in Block 1. Back to the mat, it's Stephen Aiken.
Coming to the stage next, representing Epic Roll, the Minnesota Maniac, Nick Creighton.
The Minnesota Maniac, Nick Creighton. Obviously in the mix here in the playoff hunt. He is ranked 3 overall.
That's correct, with 29 points.
Yeah, I mean, he's not far out of the mix. It's
Right.
It's not outside the realm of possibility that Nick Creighton could potentially shoot up. Could he get into that top spot, theoretically? Yeah, I think he could.
He could. He could. Obviously, some other things would have to shake out, but we'll monitor it as day 4 continues. Back to the mat, Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent representing Toehold Blue, Noah Randolph.
Noah Randolph came in yesterday as a replacement here in our regular season.
No, and he lost the socks. He didn't like the sock criticism. He's sock free today.
Did they reveal anything? Is there like a bad looking tattoo or anything?
Oh man, Creighton coming out active right away. Hey, I'll be interested to see how Noah handles this. Oh gosh, Creighton got a good entry right off the rip. Oh, he's on the outside heel. This could be big trouble for Noah.
A lot of time
Switching
here
off to the straight ankle.
in that first minute to get
Oh,
that elbow genie point
nice
as well.
work by Noah. He's sort of locked in like a faux ham sandwich. X guard. Now getting into the X guard here a little bit, but Noah's foot is pushed through. You see, so it's Nick still with that inside position on the left side. That was a nice job by Noah navigating what was actually a really dangerous position. Creighton came out right off the rip, puts him into some hot water, and Noah navigates it and right back out to the guard passing positions.
A faux ham sandwich, is that like a spam sandwich? Or?
Yeah, that was more of a spam sandwich.
Okay.
First 60 seconds down.
Oh my God, what a beautiful entry. Creighton is so good at the leg locks. His entries are nice. Noah again keeps himself protected though. Oh my God, just entry after entry. Noah not stopping him. Oh, he saves it with that heel turn. Oh. Here's the inside spin. Looking for an exposure. Maybe a knee bar. If I'm Creighton, I may be thinking about switching off to a knee bar here. Man, Noah has done a phenomenal job navigating these very dangerous positions, but he's got to, if he wants to win, he has to stop letting himself get put in here. He's just allowing too much off balance and elevation. And this is going to be another entry. He's going to hit this reverse entry again. He's got Noah's weight tipping off to the other side. Man, Nick using this X guard beautifully. Another great reverse entry. Now he's selling out for this Aoki straight ankle lock situation. Oh, this is a horrible position to be in. Hurts so bad. Switches, trades, isolating. Oh my goodness. Noah could be in big trouble here. Oh my goodness, Noah again, and right back. See, he just jumps right back in the mix.
Noah became a fan favorite in season 1, just showing the type of resilience he's showing right now.
Yeah, you remember when he was a 16-year-old kid, he gave Elijah a tremendous match. Way back when.
A lot of people have him in way bad positions, but he found a way out, just like this.
Also the owner of probably the most beautiful Darce choke in PGF history. He hit it at the finale. Oh, no, it wasn't the finale that he hit it at. It was regular season.
Yeah.
Noah back on top here.
Oh, look at that. Noah switching his hips. Starting to get a little confidence going, and now Nick sort of retreating back towards his Z-guard. I think Noah will have a much higher success potential dealing with the Z-guard rather than the butterfly, but Nick does get his butterfly back in. And he's been elevating Noah and off-balancing him like crazy from this position.
Noah's a purple belt, right?
Noah is a purple belt, yes.
Inside the final 2 minutes of this match.
You know, the vast majority of Noah's competition experience has happened here in the PGF. Oh my God, another great entry. Oh, and look at that. Noah wants to threaten him with a Darce to counter. Slips his knee line. And a nice catch back on the knee line by Creighton. Noah follows him around, follows the pressure, and comes forward again. Noah proving very tough for Nick Creighton to put away. He's gotten a lot of great entries. But even in another tournament, as far as like scoring goes, he has not really been able to take a dominant position from Noah. Noah has stayed on top, navigated the legs, hasn't been swept. Noah leaning in on him, pushing against the Z-guard. And then Nick reaches the hand through, controlling the leg. Now he scoops underneath. This is going to give him an opportunity to spin a little bit if he can open his guard. Noah pressing in with his chest, sprawling the hip away.
30 seconds.
Noah stands, pommels to the inside. And he jumps on the head. Nothing going. Creighton's gonna fire this straight ankle lock.
Short time.
3, 2, 1, time.
And that's a wrap.
Ooh, that was the scariest submission of the match right there.
All right, we go the distance. Back to Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Two men battle to a draw. No points handed out.
Lot of potential right there for Creighton. I feel like he had 1,000 entries into the legs. And a couple of really good looks. Noah did a good job of just making sure that Creighton couldn't get into the actual finishing position. He never really got the grips that he wanted on anything. Maybe that grip on the straight ankle there at the end could have developed if he'd had a little more time. But a great survival showing against Nick Creighton by Noah Randolph.
Remind me a lot of his first match yesterday against Matthew DeWeese. Another time he was threatening him the whole time, but a young, newer grappler able to kind of just do enough not to get submitted. Maybe we're seeing Nick be kind of a slow starter.
Yeah, maybe. Hey, let me ask you guys a question, because I had to step off the mic for just a couple of minutes. Tell me about the Duval Paul versus Luke Church match. I actually didn't get to see that. What was the result of that one?
Japanese necktie, Paul got him.
Oh, you're right. Paul did get him. I did see the ending over there, Japanese necktie. Okay, I'm just making my notes. I got to know what's going on.
Were you solidifying details for your major announcement that you're going to make on Saturday?
No, I was actually talking to a reporter.
Okay.
On the sideline.
You were teasing him about the major announcement.
No, I haven't told him yet. Just telling you guys.
All right.
Just telling y'all.
Well, you know, it's a secret space here. It's just us here. You can tell us a secret now if you want. No one's out there. Just talk to me, V-Mac. Just you and me.
I think it'll be fine.
All right, fine.
Trust me, you're going to want to be there for the finale.
All right, the pay-per-view headed your way Saturday. More info at pgfhome.com. You can get it by subscribing to the YouTube channel or download that Fight Scout app. All right, ready for our next match? We are ready for our next match. Without further delay, here's Stephen Aiken.
Coming to the stage next, representing Epic Roll, the Rock Troll, Maximus Jolly!
Is that a Rock Troll t-shirt I see?
It is.
And a club.
And a club. Man, is that club heavy? He's making it look heavy.
That's smart. He's just dragging it behind him. He's staying
Right.
with the gimmick.
You got to embrace the gimmick. If
Yeah.
you're going to do it right.
I like it.
All right. Always a fan favorite. The Rock Troll ready to go to work here on day 4. For his opponent, we go back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Toehold Blue, Cody Moose Fritz.
Cody Moose Fritz making the walk. Two of the best gimmicks here. PGF.
Give a tip of the cap to Handsome Kevin, but yeah, I agree.
No, I feel like Moose has got the award this year for best gimmick.
Well,
he's got multiple built-in gimmicks. He's got his own emoji with the moose antlers. Dude,
let me make the argument for the Rock Troll. He carried a club to the mat, and yesterday we accused him of clubbing during his match, and he tried to tell us that it was legal.
You know, that's actually a good point. I wonder if he brought that club out. Because, you know, that clip of him clubbing Noah in the head has been one of the most viral clips we've had all week. It's been going nuts all day. Oh, man. Moose is in trouble early. Rock Troll in on him. He's got the leg exposed.
And the Rock Troll has his full complement of coaches here. He usually brings one, but he's got them all here today.
Man, look at that clinch that he's got on the legs. We saw him hit this Mikey lock a little, sort of like a Mikey lock. You know, he puts his head on the foot, reaches across, and then uses his whole body to torque. Moose getting deeper and deeper into the trap here. He's going to send it.
One minute down. Correct me if I'm wrong. Here, Egghead. Rock Troll in the number 8 position.
Correct.
There it is.
Oh,
There's
wow.
the tap. Now he's getting some more points.
Is that a knee bar?
Yep.
No, it's inside heel hook.
Okay.
Inside heel hook. A break, though, regardless. And to make it official, we go to Stephen Aiken.
And your winner, representing Epic Roll, Maximus Jolly.
Maximus Jolly starting his day 4 the right way by picking up points here on the mat. We're going to do some tabulating and see where that puts him, but we've, just like that, guy's on it here. Good job. Max Jolly now in that number 6 spot. A little bit of a logjam there from 4 to 6. Tourville Anderson sharing that position with the Rock Troll. Max Jolly. We talked about, you know, Max Jolly who had an odd day 3 compared to his, you know, previous 2 days, but
Compared to every time we've ever seen him in the PGF, honestly.
Safe to say that he's starting day 4 off the right way, and Max Jolly very much a factor here as we head down the stretch of this regular season.
He's definitely still a factor. He's right there in the mix. You know, it looks like he's going to get a team point after this block is over. 2 more matches, he's going to get another point. So he's actually going to move slightly ahead of that pack right there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and that's going to put him all the way up to
4th position.
4th position.
Yep.
By himself.
Indeed.
Not sharing it with anybody else. So, huge win there for Max Jolly, the Rock Troll, doing big things here on
Depends
day
on
4.
what happens in this next match, though, honestly, because this is Matt Elkins, Sam Schwartz. So this is a big, like, let's see what happens if can I see the board one more time, Keelan? Let me see the Matt Elkins. Okay, Matt Elkins with 20. So, yeah, if he scores 6 right here, like say either, like especially Matt, if he scores 6, he moves up to 26. Let me see the other one. That slides him right up into 4th place. So this, wow, okay.
See, every match has huge implications here on this 4th and final day of PGF, and This is must-see TV, I think they call it.
It's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's not delay it any further. Back to Stephen Aiken.
Coming to the stage next, representing Epic Roll, Sam the Terminator Schwartz.
Sam Schwartz coming in, 18 points. He started the day in 9th place. And of course, he wants to catapult his way up the playoff rankings with a win here tonight to start off his 4th day. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent representing Toe Hold Blue, Matt Elkins.
Matt Elkins, the day 3 GOAT. Definitely wants to pick up where he left off. I feel like we get a reveal every time he takes down the pants and shows us the shorts.
Listen, the man knows how to play with the camera.
All right, here we go. We are underway.
And Elkins sits right away. I'm not surprised by this strategy. He has a ton of confidence in his guard. Even though he wrestled his way through college, he has tremendous confidence in his guard. Sam tries to jump all the way around it, but look how Matt just inverts and follows him. Sam jumps over the head. Matt keeps his wits about him. Look at him smile.
Well, while Matt wrestled at Newberry College, Sam, multiple places as well, went to Hofstra on a scholarship, then community college, and then finished out his eligibility at NYU for wrestling.
And check it out, Sam, so good at finding the north-south during his passing. Gets through a very formidable guard in Matt Elkins, finds his way around. Listen, pretty easily within the first minute. I've been really impressed with Sam this week. He's had some of the coolest subs all week. Well, look at this. Matt wrestling up off this dogfight. Sam trying to whizzer him back down, though. And now we got a couple of wrestlers playing out for that underhook. Sam wins it, comes out onto the front headlock position. Matt coming to his turtle. Got to watch Sam maybe sitting through and getting super aggressive with an arm and guillotine, but Matt seems to be comfortable with the grip that he has. And, oh, Sam tries to pull in with the guillotine. He ends up in a darce. Nice. He ain't having it either. Matt has showed off a really versatile game this week. Just showing he has the skills of a very complete grappler.
We saw a little bit in season 2 after he popped his knee on that first match against Randy Roden, where he sat and against really big guys and showed off his jiu-jitsu.
And of course he had that epic highlight against Kamoy that season after he injured his knee, where he came up off the, that was incredible. It's one of my favorite single plays in the history of the PGF. Matt gets to the butterfly. Taking the 2-on-1. Yeah, he wants to get a grip. He's got to be thinking about either wrestle up or triangle. He's just so good with his triangle choke. Here's the overhook that he needs to start setting something like that up. Sam recognizes that, pushes out instantly. He could feel that once that arm started to wrap, that was a place where Matt felt very comfortable. And now Matt coming up to top position. Sam, ooh, I was going to say Sam not having it. There he is. He is not having it.
Halfway point of the match, 3 down, 3 to go. Matt Elkins in the playoff bubble. On the outside looking in is Sam Schwartz. If you want to donate to our athletes, you can do so. QR code's on the screen. Just enter the athlete's name in the note. And don't forget, if you want to be in the playoff picture, you can be. PGFhome.com, where you need to go for all the info. What else can we look forward to? Obviously, we're going to crown a winner. We get the Battle Rama going on, BMAC, on pay-per-view Saturday?
Oh my God, that's
wow.
the move. You remember me telling you guys about this awesome move that
That's
Sam
right.
showed me at Open Mat? That's exactly what it was right there. That is so awesome. We got a lot going on at the finale. We got a quintet tournament, a couple of local teams going to jump in there and battle it out. We also will crown a 125-pound ladies champion. I think we're going 135 actually for this one. Ladies champion. There'll be a 4-woman tournament. Nakia Jackson coming back to defend her belt at the finale on Saturday.
That's awesome.
You sounded like Batman when you did that.
I'm disappointed. I love it.
I'm Egghead.
Matt on his front headlock game is so good right here, but Sam is very strong. Matt staying with him this entire time. Sam finds a little bit of space. Oh, wow. Good attack by Elkins.
1 minute left.
Now we're seeing a wrestling match here on the feet. Elkins decides to take a seat.
Man, they got to sell out. They're both on the bubble.
I mean, they've been going after it. Just neither guy been able to find exactly what he needs to put the other one away. Oh, look at this. Passing around the guard. Matt now all the way into the mount. Running out of time. He's going to throw this triangle right here. Here it comes. Oh, my goodness.
5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, time.
Time expires with Elkins in top position on offense, but we go the distance, 6 minutes in the books, no points awarded. To make it official, Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Definitely feeling the urgency now as Sam Schwartz, Elkins able to get his offense going, but again, time not on his side. B-Mac, your thoughts on how that one unfolded?
I thought that was a really fun match to watch. I like that we got to see him wrestle a little bit. We got to see both of them trade back and forth from top position. We got to see a lot of Matt's guard. I loved that match. I thought that was really fun. Even though it ends in a draw, I don't mind a draw as long as it's
competitive.
As the athletes
right?
are getting after it. Yeah.
Exciting. Any thoughts, Aiken?
Well, we talked about how important it was to keep putting up points on the board because right now we have a matchup with number 10, just a little bit outside the bubble there. On Cam Hurt with 17 points. If he gets a kill here, he shoots himself up to looking about sixth position.
Wow. All right, a lot on the line. Without further ado, we go back to Stephen Aiken.
Coming to the stage next, representing Epic Roll, Cam Hurt.
Cam Hurt has been a player to watch here in Season 5. Very aggressive wrestling game. Not one to sort of sit back and let things unfold. He takes the initiative, and Egghead just mentioned he's going to try to take the initiative now by racking up some points and potentially catapulting himself into the playoff picture. To welcome his opponent to the mat, Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent representing Toho Blue, Buddha McClure.
Buddha McClure making the walk.
Yeah, Buddha McClure is your Huntsville qualifier winner. Cam Hurd got an invitation from the commissioner after he saw him at one of the ADCC Opens.
All right, here we go. We are underway. Buddha McClure in the black toe hold rash guard, representing Epic Roll is Cam Hurt. TJ DeSantis, B-Mac, Brandon Mccaghren, along with Egghead. Appreciate you joining us tonight. It's day 4 of PGF Season 5, brought to you by Submersive in conjunction with Ghost. Visit them at IamGhost.com.
Both of these guys have been fun for me to watch all week. Cam has been just a blast to watch. His matches look great on the camera. He's a super explosive athlete. He's having to fight off a takedown from Buddha right here, though, and he does so very well. The problem, though, with Cam, he hasn't put a ton of points on the board, and this is a credit to Egghead's made some great analysis with a lot of these guys. He said, I think they're going to struggle to put points on the board because of the rule sets that they're used to, and the PGF is just – the PGF gauntlet is just a different animal altogether. Not better or worse necessarily, I'm not saying that, but you have to know how to play this game, and you have to be able – your body has to – you have to play in a way that keeps your body safe to play the game all week.
Right, yeah. You know, that was one thing that was interesting chatting with some of the competitors saying, you know, oh, look, I get more rolls, you know, than one night of grappling than I do, you know, in the gym at home, but it's a different mindset. It's a mental sort of competition in many ways, and right now, Buddha McClure dealing with that mental stress and physical stress of Cam Hurd being in top position.
Cam has shown off. I really feel like Cam is not, you know, we call him a wrestler. He's a wrestler, but I feel like his grappling is pretty complete. We've seen him play guard a couple of times. He's looked pretty good. We've seen his passing looks pretty good. Seen his front headlock being utilized a lot, but we haven't, I don't think, seen him get a kill from that front headlock just yet.
Yeah, his one kill was that punch choke against Moose Fritz earlier on. Then he had a break. So to your point, I mean, obviously, Cam Hurd was a wrestler in college at Virginia Tech. Buddha also wrestled a pretty serious program in high school. But Cam has done really, really well in those ADCC Opens, which, again, their rule set rewards the wrestling points.
Right.
You know, takedowns, passing, stuff like that. And that's he's had most of his success that way as opposed to getting the submission.
When you have a new student come through the gym, BMAC, do you like working with D1 athletes, D1 wrestlers?
The guys that I like working with in the gym the most are just the people who want to be there.
Right.
You know, that's the real secret to getting good at jiu-jitsu. You got to be there for a long time. And so to me, the most important thing is setting a culture in the gym that makes the athletes happy to be at practice. And if you can do that, you're going to make them keep returning over and over again, and that's how they're eventually going to get good. Cam Hurd in a pretty serious position here.
Looked like he was baiting the takedown just to get the front headlock.
Yeah, Buddha went for it and was sprawled out upon, and we saw Cam Hurd again try to take over in that front headlock position. But these guys now back at space on the feet in the center of the mat.
Buddha pulls guard. Ooh, got to watch himself there. Buddha jumping on that underhook that got left behind a little bit from Cam. Cam takes a shot, and Buddha sprawls and gets on the front head. And he's going to sit in on this guillotine choke. This is pretty serious. He's got to trade to that, and he's got to have that anaconda in his game for that moment. But he is strong, boy. He is not giving the head back. Oy, nice play by Cam.
Wow, beautiful sequence there of grappling. Hurd able to get free back in the center of the mat with 2 minutes remaining here in this match, our final matchup of our first block.
Oh my goodness, that was so nice. Man, Cam is just as an athlete is just so much fun to watch for me.
Hurd here in top position with 90 seconds remaining.
Cam trying to expose a Kimura perhaps. Cam going for the Hail Mary, sits back on the straight ankle. Buddha shakes his head, no, it's not there. Oh,
able to get free as
right.
McClure, now back to the feet.
Buddha's tough, man.
Oh, absolutely.
He's a serious boy.
And Buddha here, he is kind of in that role of spoiler. 3 points coming into today, but points very much needed for Cam Hurd. And Buddha making it tough on him.
Yeah, Buddha's pushed him the whole time, and you can see Buddha sucking wind out there, but he won't stop coming forward. He's just exactly the kind of athlete that we love to have here in the PGF. Look at Cam.
Goes for him and Ari.
Look at Cam.
Didn't learn that at Virginia Tech.
Short time as this one goes the distance.
Time.
The points eluding Cam Hurd. Buddha, a tough man to say the least. To make this one official, Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
There you go, a draw, no points awarded. One thing that you mentioned here, Buddha's out there playing the spoiler, but really showing the PGF mindset of an athlete that you'd like to see in this format. Obviously, this is a sport that is growing, but a lot of the fan base at home are practitioners themselves. That's
right.
How do they get involved? How do they go from being someone watching the stream to potentially competing on the mat moving forward in a future season?
Well, traditionally we've always had qualifiers, PGF qualifiers around the country. This past year, I think we did. How many did we do? 6.
I thought it was 5.
We might have done 5. I think we ended up doing 6 qualifiers. We did one in Los Angeles, which is how Sam and Fedor and Moose ended up here. We invited them from the LA qualifier. We did a couple here regionally in the South. We spread them out. We tried to do one in Colorado that got canceled, unfortunately, because of my schedule. But qualifiers has always been the answer. And then I hand select some of the athletes that I want to see. But I do have to say, there's probably going to be a shakeup in the selection process for season 6.
Ooh, does that have anything to do with your announcement?
It does.
All right. I'm going to try to get to it before the end of the broadcast. I'm trying to be that investigative reporter for you at home, but we'll finally get to it. Let's take a look at the standings as we wrap up our first block of the evening here on day 4. Egghead, walk us through some of this.
Here's an important thing we were talking about, and now we're seeing it come to fruition. Epic Roll, with 9 points during that block, got the extra point for their team. So now we have Elijah Carlton that popped up to 45. So he's a whole kill ahead of Travis Thomas at 39. Nick Creighton, also Epic Roll, goes to 30. Maxis Jolly, also Epic Roll, gets to 24. Hopping above, Kamoy Anderson and Landon Torville, who he was tied with, now he's ahead of them.
Right.
But they're also looking at this. Matt Elkins didn't get any points, 20 points. But Sam Schwartz also didn't get any points himself because of his team, is now only 1 point behind Matt Elkins. He's looking outside looking in, but man, only 1 point behind.
And that's what I love about this. This is obviously an individual sport by the time we get to the playoffs, but very much a team sport when you talk about solidifying those places in the playoffs. And that's what it's all about. This is a very good dynamic with the importance of both teams doing well as individuals. And as we take a look towards our second block, Egghead, anything stick out to you as far as matches to look out for?
Yeah, definitely. The one I'm really, really excited about is that Fyodor Nikolov versus Elijah Carlton. I mean, that's going to be fire. That's going to be high-level jiu-jitsu. Everyone you're going to hear a really quiet place as we're all just intensely watching what they do.
Yeah, and polar opposites when it comes to the talking spectrum. The personalities couldn't be much different. Although I loved BMAC yesterday, getting to see that fire and passion of Fedor come out a little bit in this post-fight interview.
Yeah, I thought that was one of the most awesome moments that we've had all week, to be honest with you. Just an opportunity to hear from Fedor, that he had something that he wanted to say.
Yeah.
And I thought that was a great moment for him.
This is what I love. This is my first PGF experience. And Brandon, you told me this was going to happen. I didn't necessarily not believe you, but I didn't necessarily think at the same time you'd be correct in saying that I'm going to find myself falling in love with these athletes just because of the repetition. I've done combat jiu-jitsus with you. I've done EBIs. The thing that I like about those formats is seeing those grapplers 4 times in one night. But now I'm seeing these gentlemen, just match after match after match. And it's just like, I feel like I know them in a way that I really haven't felt in a lot of other grappling competitions. And
yeah,
man,
the
I'm
PGF the PGF offers you an opportunity to fall in love with a guy who didn't necessarily win.
Right.
Because you're going to get to see him over and over, and you can fall in love with his style, you can fall in love with his personality, you can just fall in love with the fact that he hadn't won yet. And you can pull for a guy like that. Seeing a guy like Landon Tourville,
yeah,
that's a guy you fall in love with.
I love underdogs.
Over the course of the week. Maximus Jolly, that's a guy you fall in love with over the course of a week.
I love personalities. We got them all. We got favorites, we got underdogs, we got personalities. We've got lack of personalities that make me love them even more when they show us their personality.
That's right.
So, all right. PGF Season 5, it is brought to you by Ghost. Visit them at iamghost.com. All right, Block 2 is on deck. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. You're watching PGF Season 5 live from Decatur.
Smoke.
Did you know that the human foot has its own intelligence? Does it surprise you that your foot has thousands of neurons that can sense shape, texture, temperature, and even density? Did you know that most, if not all, your knee, hip, back, and even neck problems originate in the feet? Those questions may seem a strange thing to obsess over when making something as simple as flip-flops. But those questions are not strange when your goal is to make the most durable, high-quality flip-flops on planet Earth. Because at Toehold, we believe your foot can also feel quality. And that's why at Toehold, we make our flip-flops the old-fashioned way. By hand, from scratch, with a master craftsman using the best ingredients we can find. Durability is our guarantee, and style is our passion. Come try a pair of our luxury flip-flops on, and let us know what you think. Because at Toehold, we're positive you're gonna love it.
People are using psilocybin in what they call microdosing. And kickboxers are using it, and a good buddy of mine is using it, who says that he can see things happen before they happen. Like, it was almost like he's reading people's minds.
These things let you step out of your box a little bit. They let you step out of your usual reference frame. They let the background come forward, and you notice things about the environment that normally you would suppress.
I have done it many times, but I enjoy it a lot. It gives you a silly, carefree consciousness that is unperturbed, meaning that it doesn't affect my judgment, it doesn't affect my ability to have a conversation with someone. It just puts me in this very appreciative, thankful, low anxiety state.
PGF Season 5 finale is going down November the 4th, live on pay-per-view, or get your tickets to attend in person at pgfhome.com. Hey Jiu-Jitsu fans, don't just watch PGF Season 5, play the Fantasy League, only on Fantasizer. If you win first place, you could win $1,000. Download the Fantasizer app and get started today. Huge news. I've partnered with the Vulcan Fight League, or the VFL. It's a crypto-based strategy MMA fighting game. These guys are tied in with some pretty big events and even with some pretty big names in the fight world. Mighty Mouse, Brian Hall, Brandon Mccaghren. Right now I'm working really closely with the development team. We're building my character. So you're gonna be able to take your custom character, bring him over to Brandon, teach him jiu-jitsu, and then go beat everybody up. Now listen, the coolest part about this game is that it's play to earn. You can win actual money and crypto rewards for playing the game. There's a lot of progress to follow as we get close to releasing this thing. You need to go on Twitter, follow Vulcan Forged. You need to go over and check out their gaming platform, and you need to make sure that you join their Discord group. I gotta be honest with you guys. I'm really excited about this. Not just because I get to be in a video game, which is cool, but I get to be in a fighting video game, and I get to be involved in this new coming world of crypto gaming, which I think is gonna end up being a pretty big deal. So I'm interested to hear what you guys think.
Why we believe the cells coming from the umbilical cord are the optimal to use, and why for 8 years it's what we stick with, it's what we stay with. And the first thing is, when you're using embryonic cells, you're killing a life to get those cells, right? And so you're ending something that is going to be a human being. It's not something we could ever be part of. The science world, it doesn't, many people just stay stuck. In the medical world, it's like hairstyles, right? People keep the same hairstyle that they had when they met their spouse, and 30 years later, they still got that 80s hairstyle or the 90s hairstyle. And not realizing that there's maybe better out there. And so in the medical world, people don't understand that that is where a lot of docs get stuck, where scientists get stuck. We now know today that the most effective cell that produces the most amount of change, that makes the most of themselves the fastest, is the cell that come from the umbilical cord after the baby's been born.
In nature, there is one primary way to satiate hunger, one way to survive, one way to grow, one way to thrive. There is one way to live. This is through the cleansing power of competition.
Did you know that the human foot has its own intelligence? Does it surprise you that your foot has thousands of neurons that can sense shape, texture, texture, temperature, and even density? Did you know that most, if not all, your knee, hip, back, and even neck problems originate in the feet? Those questions may seem a strange thing to obsess over when making something as simple as flip-flops. But those questions are not strange when your goal is to make the most durable, high-quality flip-flops on planet Earth. Because at Toehold, we believe your foot can also feel quality. And that's why at Toehold, we make our flip-flops the old-fashioned way. By hand, from scratch, with a master craftsman using the best ingredients we can find. Durability is our guarantee, and style is our passion. Come try a pair of our luxury flip-flops on, and let us know what you think. Because at Toehold, we're positive you're gonna love it.
People are using psilocybin in what they call microdosing. And kickboxers are using it, and a good buddy of mine is using it, who says that he can see things happen before they happen. Like, it was almost like he's reading people's minds.
These things let you step out of your box a little bit. They let you step out of your usual reference frame. They let the background come forward. And you notice things about the environment that normally you would suppress.
I have done it many times, but I enjoy it a lot. It gives you a silly, carefree consciousness that is unperturbed, meaning that it doesn't affect my judgment, it doesn't affect my ability to have a conversation with someone. It just puts me in this very appreciative, thankful, low anxiety state.
PGF Season 5 is presented by Submersive in conjunction with Ghost. Visit them at iamghost.com. TJ DeSantis along with Egghead, the commish, BMAC, Brandon Mccaghren, out doing commish things, but it is time for Block 2 of this fourth and final day here inside Becoming Church in Decatur. Egghead, let's talk about this second block and what to expect, because all of these matches, the importance of them and their points that come along with them are magnified more and more. What are you looking for here in the second block?
To be very honest, the first match between Team Toehold and Epic Roll, about every match should be fire.
Right.
Honestly. But specifically, we're looking at Paul Bari versus Cam Hurd. One of the reasons there is that Paul Bari, a semi-pro soccer player for the Jacksonville Armada, versus Cam Hurd, who is a wrestler for Virginia Tech. I mean, that just screams athleticism, action,
right?
Bodies flying everywhere. It should be a lot of fun. But then, of course, we talked about it before we took the break. The match I think everyone has circled for tonight: Fyodor Nikolov versus Elijah Carlton. Elijah, the Hoist Gracie of the PGF, an awesome competitor. 43 wins before coming into the season with the PGF. Against a highly touted Fyodor. And we've seen some beautiful jiu-jitsu from him. It should be really interesting to see.
Yeah, polar opposites of the personality spectrum when you look at Fedor and Elijah Carlton, the jabroni grappler. But, Fedor said actions speak louder than words. Normally, I would say maybe the jabroni is about to get his comeuppance. But if actions speak louder than words, you can look at Elijah Carlton, who speaks very loudly, but his actions also speak doubly as loud. Very skilled on the mat.
Yeah, those things are not mutually exclusive for Elijah. He's going to show you, but then he's going to talk about it. Heck, he's probably going to talk about it, show you, then talk about it some more.
Let's be honest, he's talking while he's doing it too.
That's probably going to happen, to be fair. Yeah,
absolutely. All right, without further ado, time for match 1 of our second block. We go back to the mat. It's Stephen Aiken.
Coming to the stage next, representing Toehold Red, handsome Kevin Sherrill.
Handsome Kevin Sherrill making the walk. Again, his playoff hopes are behind him. Suffered a bit of an injury on day 1, was forced to miss action in day 2, and it might have been just too much of a hole, in the point gathering process to make up for it.
Yeah, he seems to be in good spirits. He gave us the wink.
That's all you can ask for on the walkout, right?
Oh, his patented hair flip and wink.
That's true.
That you can see kind of right there. Yeah. He's got all kinds of personality, but he also has all kinds of skill.
Let's see that skill on display. We welcome his opponent to the mat, Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Epic Roll, Sam the Terminator Schwartz.
Sam Schwartzapel in the hunt for the playoff picture on the bubble, outside looking in, so he's got to get to work here, and we'll see what he can do against handsome Kevin.
A very important match for him. He is only 1 point behind Matt Elkins, so he's the first person out, but with a submission, he's right in there.
All right. Kevin Sherrill takes a seat. We are underway in this first match of Block 2. Trying to clear those legs and pass the guard is Sam Schwartzapel, unable to do so. TJ DeSantis along with Egghead, BMAC Brandon Mccaghren, the commish. He's around as well. He'll join us here in a few moments inside the booth, but we are mat side inside Becoming Church, Decatur, Alabama. It is the site of PGF Season 5, powered by Ghost.
And Cheryl gets the pass. Kind of interesting. Usually when you have wrestlers meet each other, they like to wrestle a little bit. Obviously, Handsome Kevin went to the University of Northern Iowa on a scholarship for wrestling, and Sam had a scholarship to Hofstra, ended up going back to community college, being an All-American there, and then finishing out his eligibility at NYU.
1 minute down. Again, it is day 4 of our regular season, the final regular season day here at PGF. Again, you said it's your favorite week of the year. Is it delivered this season?
Oh, yes, completely. Like you said, you fall in love with these guys.
Right.
You see them every day. Obviously, maybe a little bit more for me because I've watched every qualifier, cyberstalked them a little bit so I can write articles about them.
There you go.
So, yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah. For the process starting with the combine, moving to the draft, and then you have this entire season play out in 4 days. It really does feel like an entire sports season, sort of ramped up. And man, we're in day 4, and the playoffs looming large on Saturday. If you are a sports fan, not even if you're just a grappling fan, if you're a sports fan, there's a lot of things to fall in love with the PGF.
And I'll tell you, first year we did an auction draft. That was so much fun.
Yeah. I mean, Kevin Sherrill found himself making some history as he was one half of the first trade in PGF history. That happened during the draft.
Yeah, kind of bold. A trade happening when there were still other people, other managers that could have messed with it.
Yeah. Don't forget, all the information for that pay-per-view headed your way on Saturday can be found at pgfhome.com, or just scan that QR code in the lower right-hand part of your screen right now. Sam back to his feet. Kevin electing to stay with one knee on the mat.
And we're halfway through the match. Handsome Kevin flashes a smile at Sam when he pushes him.
Sam working this front headlock position. Speaking of QR codes, you got the QR code there. If you want to donate to our athletes, just put their name in the note. Now Sherrill here in top position. Sam back to his feet, but now off the mat, running out of real estate. It's going to be a hard reset. Referee going to do his best to try to get them in that same sort of position.
talk about real competitors always try to win the reset.
And here's the arguing, trying to jockey for position in that reset. Sam not happy with the initial setup there, but trying to get the submission. Sam able to work his way out of it. Onlookers here inside Becoming Church give the athletes a bit of a round of applause. Now just 90 seconds remain.
You know, Sam's showing some great grappling today, but he needs to put points on the board.
Right. As we mentioned, he is on the bubble outside looking in. And how far is he points-wise outside of the bubble?
He's only 1 point behind Matt Elkins, who's the last person in.
So that team point also could be very important for Sam in this block.
Completely.
Inside the final minute.
I mean, right now, Epic Roll, their whole team has received 17 points towards their totals. More than a kill.
Yeah, that is huge. Think about a kill's worth of points coming from your teammates' efforts. Is Sam the only Epic Roll guy on the outside looking into the playoff?
No, right behind him, 1 point behind him is Cam Hurd.
Oh, got it.
And we talked about this before as we were looking at the beginning of this season. We thought it was a real possibility. The whole team can make the playoffs.
Right. Now Cheryl in top position here. Trying to wrap something up here, short time. Goes knee on belly.
3, 2, 1, time.
And that's a wrap. We go the distance. You got to feel that Sam Schwarzenegger not happy with not picking up any points there, but those are the breaks. We go the distance to make this one official. Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
For Sam Schwarzenegger, he can sit back for the rest of this second block and cheer on his teammates and still potentially get a point here in our second block, but there he is, number 9 on the outside looking in with 19 points. Matt Elkins just 1 spot ahead of him.
And now we're going to see Cam Hurd up to the plate going against Paul Bari. And look again, one break, even a break,
right,
takes him in to the finale.
Yeah, and if he's able to get a kill, that would do a lot for his cause as well. So that is coming up here in our second block. And don't forget, we got Fedor and Elijah as well. Fedor and Elijah. If we're gonna do it right, I got to do it right as well. So let's do it right. Let's continue on. No need to waste time. Stephen Aiken.
Coming to the stage next, representing Toehold Red, it's Duval Paul Bari.
Duval Paul Bari making the walk. Getting multiple Duval calls here.
There's a lot of Jacksonville people here.
Yeah, and that's a team that is always entertaining, and we've seen that on the PGF mat time and time again. It is Paul Bari looking to go to work here in the PGF. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his Epic Roll opponent, Cam Hurd.
Cam Hurd, ready to go back to work. Definitely some motivation for him to try to secure some points and insert himself into that playoff picture. See what he can do against Duval Paul Bari. Here we go. Our second block continues here on day 4 of the PGF. This clock brought to you by Ghost, TJ DeSantis, along with Egghead. Again, live from Becoming Church in Decatur, Alabama. It is the site of PGF Season 5. You know, Hurd has been aggressive throughout this season. In his last match, we saw him have a few different looks, was content to not only play that front headlock game, was able to get a few different looks. How do you see him approaching Paul Bari here stylistically in this match?
Well, we've seen Paul stand a little too tall a few times in his matches, and if he does that, he's going to be taken down pretty quickly by Cam, but he's actually changing levels. Oh, nice duck under.
And he secures the takedown with it inside control. Now knee on belly for Cam Hurd.
Probably going to settle, try to stabilize, try to get a little, cooking on that other young athlete.
First 60 seconds down.
1 minute has elapsed. Hurd now stands.
Seems like Paul's thinking about trying to get on a leg.
A bit of a headbutt there.
I remember Matt Elkins was not too happy with Paul for taking a chunk out of his head the other day.
Two minutes down, 4 to go.
Got a little cartwheel pass attempt.
A lot of movement here as Hurd tries to clear these legs of Bari. Duval Paul not letting it happen. Able to pass now inside, knee on belly, and into mount goes Hurd.
Ooh, he's got a lot of time to work.
3.5 minutes remain.
Just can't get greedy.
Back in the
guys.
booth, B-Mac, Brandon Mccaghren.
Hey, tell me what happened in the Handsome Kev versus Sam Schwartz match.
We went the distance.
Draw. Got it. How's this one looking so far?
It's been a lot of Cam Hurd trying to clear the legs of Paul Bari, and at the halfway point, he has. But a lot of action, a lot of movement.
That's a typical Cam Hurd match, I would say.
Absolutely.
Looks like he's pushing the pace for sure. Now he's looking to get towards a Darce choke, but Paul.
He's done a great job recovering.
Working a lot of real estate here. The edge of the mat. Referee ordering them to stop. Bring it back center of the mat.
Yeah, early on we had Cam just constantly get right past Paul's legs, but then Paul would just bring it right back in.
Yeah, you see Cam got a bloody lip there too. Somewhere in one of these exchanges he got hit. Just tried to sit back on a leg.
Hurd, one of the gentlemen that are on the outside looking in, but not by much when it comes to the playoff picture. So he's going to have to, really look for any sort of submission. And sometimes that means, not necessarily sticking to your entire game. Try to take whatever is available. And I think that's interesting too, B-Mac, because when you look at these points being so important, sometimes you see these grapplers who have had, one mindset in their approach, sort of be forced to open up their arsenal to try to secure any submission they can.
Yeah, 100% TJ. And look at this, Cam starting to get very active. Got this mount now. Oh man, great job, Paul. Just rejects him.
I said before, Paul coming from 10th Planet Jacksonville, he's had to face Manning Leverett, PGF veteran and standout, and Sam Barbosa, PGF veteran standout. So he's up against tough guys every time he's in the gym.
Cam just never stops. And Paul doesn't stop either, man. He's super active the whole time. Cam throws those legs by, and he's going to mount again. And I like this play here for Cam.
He's been in this position a couple times in this match, but credit to Paul Bari. He's been very resilient and durable. And, for a guy who's, not going to make the playoffs, Duval Paul, he's not giving away points to anybody easily. He's here to really shake things up here on the mat. And
tried to get to the arm lock.
inside the final minute of this match. Now back to the feet.
And Cam bleeding from the head.
30 seconds.
Passes the guard again.
Yeah, this is the first bit of blood I think we've seen spilled here in this season of PGF.
Yeah, it looks like he busted his lip and busted his head somewhere during this match.
10 seconds.
Trying to put the squeeze on here, dying moments of the match.
A little mother's milk, maybe?
3, 2, 1, time.
Paul Bari proves to be a difficult task to get some points away from. Blood spilled. Cam Hurd always aggressive but unable to secure points. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
There you go. Cam Hurd on the outside looking in still. And he's definitely got a tough task ahead of him if he wants to try to secure a spot in the playoffs. And, you know, it's not for lack of effort, BMAC. Definitely going out there and doing his best that he can. And let's check in with Cam Hurd as he's on the mat with Bobby, both of them.
Bobby.
Stephen Aiken.
Okay, I'm here with Cam Hurd. Tough scrap, man. You have been bringing intense pace to every single match. You've been all over several of the guys that you've competed with. You've just not been able to put them away, man. I know that's got to be very frustrating. How do you feel?
Very frustrated. You know, I feel like pushing the pace, I'm getting to good positions, but I'm letting people out of jail and, you know, missing out on the points. And it sucks that I feel like, you know, I'm going to miss the final tournament. And it's just very frustrating putting in all the effort like that and just coming up short. So just fuel for the fire, though. First time doing any kind of sub only. And gotta make some adjustments. Get back to work, and you know, look forward to getting back out here anytime you guys have the PGF. So shout out to Brandon, shout out to you guys up there, shout out to PGF, Epic Roll, Ghost, Level, Toe Hold, Hex Marshall, you guys over there. You know, big thank you to all the sponsors out there. If I miss GOAT, you know, so thank you to everybody for making this possible, giving us a stage to come out here and perform on. You know, it's a lot of fun. This whole week's been great. It's not over yet, so looking forward to a lot more of it.
Definitely, Cam. You're one of the best grapplers here, man. I'd love to see you back.
I'm hoping we can send somebody to get a look at that cut and see if it's going to be a problem moving forward. Only one match for Cam Hurd. I can think about Cam Hurd's personality. He's not going to, you know, stop grappling willingly. Mm-hmm. You know, hard-headed wrestler still trying to get into this playoff picture. But, man, you know, I like that bit of appreciation, BMAC, real quick before we move on. Cam Hurd, you know, shouting out the sponsors and everybody here. I haven't seen a crop of athletes as appreciative of yourself and everyone that makes this format possible as much as I have with these PGF players.
That's one of the most special parts about the PGF is like we're all here like-minded. We all have the same goal. Like even though these guys are our opponents and even though they're split into separate teams, really we're all on the same team. We're all on the same mission, and that's to turn this thing into a real sport. And on Saturday at the finale, I'm going to announce how that's possible or how that's happening.
You're teasing us again. The only thing I think that they are in unanimous decision about, more than being appreciative of everyone that makes this event possible, is they all agree that Egghead was so wrong on some of his analysis all week.
They love it. They love it. I hear it from all the competitors, all the managers, but somebody's going to be out there helping people pick their fantasy teams, you know, motivating players perhaps.
Right.
You know, somebody's got to do it.
I mean, it's hard to predict sports.
That's why they play the game, right?
Right, exactly. All right. We've got more action to get to, but a look at the bubble list, if you will, here. Cam Hurd, again, still on the outside looking in. Sawyer Griffin, we're going to see him still some more tonight. Sam Schwartz still as well. He's got another match ahead of him. Matt Elkins and Fyodor definitely in the mix. We'll see them as well. Top to bottom, though, Elijah Carlton, the jabroni, still leads the way. It goes 1-8. Matt Elkins, you know, who do you think is anyone comfortable? I mean, obviously Travis Thomas and Elijah Carlton comfortable in 1 and 2, but I mean the rest of the list. If we can see it again, I'm curious. Do you feel anybody there can be super comfortable or complacent with where they're standing right now, B-Mac?
Nobody from spots 4 through 8.
Yep.
I think number 3, I think Nick is going to score some tonight, and I think he's going to hold on to that 3 spot. I don't think that Elijah and Travis are probably going to trade. They could trade places. There's a potential because Travis may have 2 kills still in front of him, and Elijah still got a Fedor match in front of him. He could go scoreless that match potentially. And then let's say he gets a dunk in that next match. But Max, Kamoy, Landon, Fedor, Matt, all should feel like they're fighting for the seed that they want in the tournament. And Matt Elkins and Fedor particularly should be fighting for their lives to stay in the stay in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot to unfold here as our second block continues. What a night it is shaping up to be as we will finalize our playoff picture for the PGF season finale coming up on Saturday. All right, without further ado, back to the mat. Here's Stephen Aiken.
Up next, representing Toehold, Fyodor Nikolov.
The Russian Nightmare. Fyodor Nikolov has proven to be a nightmare on the mat, and his nightmare might be not securing enough points to make the playoff picture. Still up in the air, things could happen, so the importance of points definitely magnified. Fyodor ready to go back to work, though, as he hopes to solidify his status in the overall playoff picture here at PGF Season 5. For his opponent, back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Epic Roll, the jabroni grappler, Elijah Carlton.
Elijah Carlton firmly in the playoffs, but don't expect him to take it easy on the Russian by any means. Despite holding that #1 spot, still, in battle for that #1 seed with Travis. But, everything that he does 100% in pursuit of that submission. And I'm sure he's going to go for it here with one of the most dangerous guys in the mat in Fyodor Nikolov.
And this may be my personal most anticipated match of the week. Elijah getting busy right away. He's got a little trap going, but Fedor clearing the knee. This is a good one, guys. This is a killer match right here.
This is a pay-per-view match right here.
Elijah aggressive right off the bat. And now Fedor thinking about sitting. Both almost in their guard.
And for Fedor, obviously, he still needs to, lock down that spot in the playoffs. But this could very much be a playoff preview.
Oh, absolutely. This is, these have to be probably 2 of the top 3 guys coming in, projected coming into the season.
But you have a guy sitting in the #1 spot and a guy that potentially might not be there if things don't break his way.
Elijah he just looks unbothered completely by having Fedor in front of him. Fedor sits back. These guys are keeping a slow pace. That could bite them.
We're having a pose off?
It's like passive-aggressive jiu-jitsu.
Well, it just shows you the discipline of Fedor. Elijah trying to draw him in, trying to antagonize him. And Fedor just look, I'm not going to just jump onto some trap. He's too mature of a grappler for that.
And that's the thing, too. We talk about Fedor, needing points and, trying to solidify his playoff position. He can do himself a disservice by getting too aggressive and giving something away because he feels like he's got to make something happen out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's exactly right, TJ. Patience, really one of the principles that's often overlooked, particularly amongst younger players. But Fedor, so experienced and so just really showing his maturity as a grappler, not falling into that silliness.
There could be some extra strategy here because we've already had 2 draws. If Fyodor can draw out Elijah, there's a very real chance that one of the other teams in the next match could get some submissions and get that team point.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think that's on Fedor's mind at all, if I'm being honest with you. I think he's single focus on Elijah right now.
Halfway point of the match, 3 down, 3 to go. Again, this one a highly anticipated matchup. Elijah Carlton, the jabroni grappler, taking on the Russian Nightmare, Fedor Nikolov.
Elijah twisting and turning, weaving the legs, but Fedor absolutely not allowing him to gain any ground with it.
Just a lot of respect on both sides. We'd anticipated Elijah might be talking a little bit more.
I think Elijah has a lot of respect for Fedor in his game.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, Elijah's the kind of guy who cuts up, but he also is the guy who he expects you to cut up back with him. And Fedor doesn't really do that, so there hasn't really been any reason for them to feel chippy with one another. They're both actually nice guys, you know.
Well, also, too, if there's the mind games to play here, you're not going to really get a lot of success in playing mind games with Fedor.
Elijah just can't seem to secure that knee line where he wants it. He's getting a bite on the heel, though. He may go try to secure this knee line after the fact. Just nothing doing.
Under 2 minutes.
The silence here in this room broken by a round of applause for these two men. You can tell everyone watching here, Matt's side, knows how talented these two gentlemen are, and just sitting back appreciating this one.
There's a lot of tension in the room because there's just so much. Even if there weren't points and playoffs and all of that riding on the match, this match is good enough on its own to make you want to watch it. Like
This is a short-listed one when the schedule came out. People were excited about this one immediately.
Yeah, there's cloud on the line. There's I beat Fedor on the line. There's I beat Elijah on the line. That matters.
We talk about this, you know, potentially being a preview of a playoff matchup. That playoff format is different. The way that this is unfolding here might look a lot different when you have an overtime period looming in the balance in a match with regulation.
That's true. It's another cool thing about the PGF, and Elijah invites Fedor to sit down, and he does. Elijah wants to pass. One of the cool things about the PGF, you got to be good in a couple of different rule sets. You need to be good at this EBI rule set. You need to be able to score points during the regular season to even get there to show us that you're good at the EBI rules.
And that's what I like, too, about this format. Every day keeps getting more and more intense, more and more exciting, and evolving to the point where even if we see, you know, some of these athletes grapple maybe once or potentially even twice with alternates, you know, in the regular season, you get to the playoffs and you get a new wrinkle introduced into the fold with that overtime.
Looks like this one's going to go to a draw.
10 seconds.
Be only the 5th draw of Elijah's whole career.
And correct me, this is the 3rd draw this season.
Correct.
1 time.
He had 2 the first day, and now he has a 3rd. You're talking about a gentleman that's had more than 50 matches in the PGF, only 5 draws.
Is that a record?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
absolutely. All right, to make this one official, Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Nice sign of respect between the Jabroni Grappler and the Russian Nightmare. We'll see if they potentially meet again on the PGF playoff mat. B-Mac, did that one unfold the way you thought it would?
A little slower than I thought it would, a little less. I thought somebody would get something going, but, you know, if you look at that match one off by itself, you're going to be like, well, that wasn't that exciting.
Right.
But if you look at it in the context of the season, it was very exciting, you know, because it's the whole storyline of both of those guys led to that moment. So,
help me out, Egghead. Where are we at on points for this block alone? We have yet to see a
No points.
submission, right? So that could play large for Fedor as well. So obviously he's going to try to cheer on his teammates as we continue the last 2 matches in this meeting between Toehold Red and Epic Roll. Again, this is the first team matchup of our second block here at day 4. All right, for our next match in the block, we go back to Stephen Aiken.
Coming up next, representing Toehold Red, Landon Tourville.
The day one GOAT, Landon Tourville, a standout here at Season 5 of PGF. Win, lose, or draw moving forward for Landon Tourville. He has made a name for himself and has become a fan favorite here in this 5th season. And while that's a great moral victory, B-Mac, you know Tourville wants to be competing on playoff Saturday.
And this is a good opportunity for him to show that he does have what it takes to tick with the top guys in this roster. If he can come out here and get even just a break on Creighton, that's a massive statement.
Huge.
All right, time to welcome his opponent to the mat, Stephen Aiken.
And his epic roll opponent, the Minnesota Maniac, Nick Creighton.
Nick Creighton, the Minnesota Maniac, representing Team Epic Roll. He is in the playoff mix, and he would love to do his part to not only pick up some points here via submission, but also try to get his team on the board in this block to potentially earn another team point. Again, every point so important at this moment of the PGF season. We are underway. Tourville takes a seat.
Oh, Creighton coming out hot.
So we're looking at number 3 in Creighton and tied for 5th, Tourville.
Important match for both guys. Especially for Tourville, just to stay in the mix. Creighton going to enter the top position. Oh, he does choose to sit back.
One minute has elapsed into this match.
Tourville tried to hit Nick's own move on him there. Reverse entry. Nick saw what was happening right away. It's like, I'm not letting you hit me with my own play, man. Landon has the inside position with his left leg, but Nick's doing a good job. You see he has his left leg behind the hamstring of Tourville. That stops Landon from using his right leg to really get into the position that he wants. See Landon hanging his tongue out like Michael Jordan just then.
He's been doing it the whole match, and he goes from side to side. Kind of interesting.
Creighton comes up on top, tries to backstep to make an entry, and Landon shuts him out.
Kind of has that 1-2 punch.
Hey, we've seen that guillotine pay dividends for him.
Absolutely.
But now Creighton moving into one of his best positions, and he threatens back to the legs off the front headlock again. Just so good at running that dilemma back and forth. Landon he's in a bad spot. He might get tapped right here. He's gonna have to hide his heel, but the movement is getting slower and slower. Less and less time to react. Here's the bite. Oh my gosh, he slipped it.
Running out of real estate here as they edge towards.
Oh, is that a stop or a tap?
I think he tapped. He tapped. Was that a straight ankle thing?
It was an inside heel hook.
Okay.
Can only survive for so long, but ultimately the break happens. To make it official, Stephen Aiken.
And your winner from Team Epic Roll, Nick Creighton.
Huge win for Nick Creighton, wrapping up 3 points with the break in regulation, furthering his status as a playoff player here at PGF Season 5. Again, credit to Tourville, who lasted a good while, but ultimately the Minnesota Maniac able to grab a hold of the submission and grab a hold of the points.
Yeah. Another thing that's interesting is that earlier tonight, Epic actually eclipsed triple digits.
Oh, wow.
Team points wise. Overall, they're now at 106. That's really impressive.
Wow. And what's the second place team? Is it
Level, who've been trying to come after him, they're down at 82. Toehold Red with 55 and Toehold Blue with 49.
Now we take a look at our playoff standings. The Minnesota Maniac in third position all by himself. 30 points. Leonard Tourville just behind in fourth position. And man, I mean, with every heartbeat right now, BMAC, things get more and more intense when it comes to these points, and I'm loving it.
Well, this is going to be a big match for Maximus Jolly right here. He's got Josh Gibbs coming out. By any estimation, this should be this should be points on the board for him. You know, you hate to, you know, Josh is my boy. I was telling him all week, I was like, it's so nice to have an adult in the room, you know. But listen, you got an adult in the room, but you got a kid that's on fire, and a kid that I think has a chip on his shoulder over his own performance yesterday. I'm sure he didn't. I'm sure he went back and listened to some of the criticisms that we offered, and I think he's going to come out and put some points on the board right here against Gibbs. I think he's going to come out aggressively, looking to finish him quick. He needs 4 right here. That would be huge.
And I'll have everyone know at home, the Rock Troll sat down unsolicited with us yesterday. He didn't give us a choice.
Yeah, I was trying to get somebody else over here.
Yeah.
He came and stole their spot.
Yeah, but I really enjoyed the conversation we had because it was really sort of insight to how he was looking at a lackluster day for many reasons and was breaking it down how he's going to spin it forward the proper way. And, well, we'll see what he can do in his next matchup here in our second block. We'll go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Coming to the stage next, representing Toehold Red, he's full-time, Josh Gibbs.
Josh Gibbs, full-time, and tonight, in a full-time mindset of being a spoiler. He can definitely throw the playoff hopes of Max Jolly into some concern if he's able to turn him away and deny him some points. We'll see what he can do. But now it is time for the arrival of the Rock Troll, Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Team Epic Roll, the Rock Troll, Maximus Jolly!
Max Jolly, club in hand, as he makes his Rock Troll stroll to the mat.
The Rock Troll stroll, I love it.
I mean, there's just so many opportunities to market this kid. He's got the personality, he's got the game, he's got the nickname, he's got a t-shirt.
There's the stomp.
Yeah, let's move that spiked club out of the way. Just shout out to Trent for spotting that early. Let's get that out of here.
All right, here we go. It is full-time Josh Gibbs taking on the Rock Troll, Maximus Jolly. TJ DeSantis, Brandon Mccaghren, hanging out with Egghead inside Becoming Church, Decatur, Alabama, the site of PGF Season 5, presented by Submersive and powered by Ghost.
Rock Troll wants a triangle. You notice he went to his closed guard instead of going to his butterfly guard. And look at this. He's taking security on the wrist. He wants to punch one through and look for a triangle. He's going for 6. I like it. I like that he's coming out at least starting the game with some strategy to try to put as many points on the board as possible.
And that was one thing yesterday, having Max Jolly sit down with us. He didn't know that he was as close to being on the bubble of the playoffs as was the fact until we kind of showed it to him. And I like seeing him come out. He knows that he has to be on a mission. He knows he needs as many points as possible to solidify that status.
He tried to make a turn for an arm lock, uses that to set up the K-guard, and look at this entry by the kid. That was just really nice work. Oh, not there yet. There it is.
First 60 seconds down.
No chance for the elbow genie point, though.
I'd like to see a different angle right there so we can see what's going on with the legs. There we go. This is a little better.
Don't forget the pay-per-view headed your way Saturday. Scan that QR code for more information.
Gibbs kind of looked at Max and gave him a nod. Max has got this Texas clover leaf ready to go. Oh, he's going to try to.
Oh, wow.
That's the second time he's hit that.
Gets the break. Breaking off some points for his effort into the playoffs. Nicely done for the rock troll Maximus Jolly. Let's make it official, Stephen Aiken.
And your winner from Team Epic Roll, Maximus Jolly.
The rock troll trying to stroll into the playoffs. He does his part, getting the break of full-time Josh Gibbs, and man, solid stuff for one of the most fun people to watch here at the PGF. Just doing big things and looking good as he continues his journey through the season. And we're going to have a chance to chat with the rock troll. You got to. Stephen Aiken, take it away.
Here with the rock troll, Maximus Jolly. Good rebound so far today from a tough outing yesterday. One of the best walkouts in PGF history now also under your belt. Just tell me something.
Well, you know, compared to yesterday and today, I'm breaking less of a sweat today. And I made like 4 mistakes. One of them was, you know, I let other matches get to my head. I watched others and maybe change my game. That's one mistake. And 2, I didn't stick with my game plan. And 3, I was expelling too much energy when I didn't need to. And the 4th one was, you know, I wasn't, you know, doing enough off balancing.
I agree with that, man. So I think we saw that you came back out. You really like went for the hunt on both these matches. Are you going to go for the kill in the 3rd match of the night?
I'm going to think about that.
You let me know when you come back out, brother. Good job.
As long as I'm in the season.
You're in the finale, brother, for sure.
All right, the rock troll doing what he needs to do to solidify his status. And take a look at the updated standings here. Maximus Jolly alone in the 4th position with 27 points. Egghead, is that enough to say that for sure he's got a position locked up, or is that's still up for grabs here?
It's still up. I mean, as Brandon said earlier,
close, though.
It is very close. So, you know, your first 3, they're in. No question.
Right.
But 4 through 8 and even 4 through 10 really could all change. We've seen so many changes in the standings so far throughout the PGF this season. No one's safe. And that's what makes every one of these matches exciting, because they're all playing for the postseason.
Well, Kamoy and Matt Elkins both still to come in this block, so they both still have 2 matches ahead of them to put some points on the board. And we're about to see Kamoy right now in a match that's very much a 6-point potential for him and Matt DeWeese.
And another thing to keep in mind is that team point that you can get for winning the block. What does Epic Roll finish with team?
So they got 2 breaks, giving them 6 points. But all that means is one of the other 2 teams coming up, all they need is 1 kill and they tie. But they get a kill and a break, and they take the point.
Right. And that's what I like. It's weighted properly. The choke submission, the kill, compared to the joint lock submission, the break. It's a good point format you got going here, B-Mac.
You know, I put a lot of thought into it for a long time before we unleashed it on the world.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's showing off here with a very successful season, to say the least. All right, let's get it going again. More action to unfold here. Stephen Aiken.
Our next grappler coming to the stage represents team level. Rated R, Kamoy Anderson.
Kamoy Anderson was the day 2 GOAT. He is inside the playoffs. Again, no one really safe, though, from position 3 on down. And Kamoy Anderson would love to grab some more points here in his 2nd match of the day as he represents team level. We'll go back to Bobby, both of them.
And his toe hold blue opponent, young Matt DeWeese.
Young Matt DeWeese making the walk, representing team toe hold blue. Again, this is the first match of our 2nd team matchup here in our 2nd block of the day. Again, day 4. Inside Becoming Church, TJ DeSantis, BMAC, Brandon Mccaghren, along with Egghead. Appreciate you joining us for PGF Season 5, powered by Ghost.
And look at this, Kamoy already getting very offensive. Pulling Matt, rather, down into the bottom. Kamoy past the guard early. He wants to go to the truck. We all know it. We all know what Kamoy wants.
I think that's what's most impressive when you know what a guy wants to do, and the question is, can you stop it? When you can't, that says something about the ability of the person implementing their game.
Kamoy coming in with a nice position, cross face now. Wants to slide knee to the belly, but look at this jailbreak by Deweese. Kamoy shuts him down. Oh, Kamoy definitely setting up his triangle trap. That same trap that we've seen him hit twice already this year. Sugar hold to triangle to rear triangle. That combination, the threat of all three of those, depending on how you react. But that's a good job by Matt. He gets his elbow back on the inside, which kills that particular trap.
Anderson, again, one half of our first ever trade here at the PGF. It was really interesting to see him come up to you, BMAC, and say, after the live auction draft, like, look, I've already gotten paid. I haven't even done anything. I've already gotten paid.
Yeah, he was like, the PGF is the best. Like, where else what other grappling promotion do you do where you get paid, like, before the first day even starts?
I mean, normally they're looking for you to make sure you paid your entry fee.
Or they're hiding your money from you at the end.
What money?
Yeah, good point.
But there it was, cash in hand.
And look here, we know he's got a serious Japanese necktie as well. And we know Matt Deweese is familiar with the Japanese necktie. I believe he hit one earlier in the season too, didn't he?
I believe so.
Kamoy definitely way out in front as far as position goes in this match. But Landon getting back to his butterfly guard. We'll see Kamoy get into his body lock pass. Oh, look at that. Just manhandling the guard of Matt Deweese.
Well, Deweese is the second smallest person in the PGF this season. And we talked about Kamoy. He's probably up at 205 right now.
And every one of those pounds being felt now by Deweese as Anderson steps over to mount.
Ooh, this is where Kamoy could lace up his truck. Deweese got to be super careful. Nice job. Comes back in, finds the overhook.
Halfway point of the match, 3 down, 3 to go.
We might see Matt go into his rubber guard here. Let's see if he tries to clear the head early. Kamoy shuts it down. Deweese going to the meat hook. And look at that.
Wow.
Rear side knee cut to shut off the rubber guard. I love that play by Kamoy. Matt's done a nice job with his left butterfly hook. Using that to get back into the game a couple of times. Oh, Matt got to be careful here. He can't fall asleep. This is exactly the spot Kamoy wants. He wants to try to make Deweese turn into him, face him, make his knees turn towards him. And if the knees turn away, then he runs this trap, looking for that sugar hold. So we talked about the dilemma of Nick Creighton, how he goes front headlock back to that reverse entry on the legs. Kamoy's favorite entries once he passes the guard, which direction do your knees turn? If your knees turn to face him, he locks up the truck. If your knees turn away from him, he moves into his sugar hold triangle series. And we've seen him hit those sequences all week. And there you see how his hip starts to isolate the elbow now. As Deweese' arm, oh, here we go, he's trapped. Gotta watch it, here comes that triangle.
On demand, Kamoy Anderson trying to wrap up the kill here of Matt Deweese.
Oh, his head may be slipping just a little bit.
An arm extended.
Yeah, but he doesn't want that, he wants 6.
Yep. Makes the adjustment.
Got
There's
it.
a tap. Nicely done. Kamoy Anderson racking up 6 points. So that's not what he wanted, but he had to settle for it. I think anybody will settle for 6 points. And to award them, we go to Stephen Aiken.
And your winner from team level, Kamoy Anderson.
Kamoy Anderson with 6 big points, getting the submission of young Matthew DeWeese. B-Mac, if that's called settling, like I don't, what he was going for is probably pretty spectacular.
He wanted a particular highlight.
Take a look at the points updated there. Kamoy Anderson, he holds 4th position all by himself with 29 points. And he's holding position with Stephen Aiken here on the mat. Let's speak with Rated R.
I'm here with Rated R. Kamoy Anderson just moved into 4th place. How do you feel after that win?
I feel good. I knew I was gonna be up there regardless, but I feel good.
Yeah, did you expect Matt to be so tough?
Yeah, I guess. He just wasn't giving me the things I wanted.
Well, that's like your patented triangle, though, from there, right? We see that a lot from you.
Yeah, and I don't want to do that again. We've already seen 2 of those. I want to do something different.
You're an artist, right?
I'm an artist.
Hey, we appreciate you, Kamoy. We'll see you back later, man.
Well, they say variety is a spice of life, but points, they're necessary. Go back to Old Faithful and get it done, and that's what Rated R, Kamoy Anderson, does as, again, we see him hold 4th position all by himself here in the season standings. Egghead, your thoughts on where Kamoy Anderson's at right now?
Well, right now, obviously, he's did everything he needs. There's very good claim that he's already in, that he's guaranteed to be in. Also, more importantly, he just himself tied Team Epic roll for points.
That's a big deal right there.
Yeah, so anyone on his team gets a submission, they level will get the team point as opposed to Epic roll. That helps the standings.
And somebody who's been getting submissions all week is about to hit the mat. Here comes Travis Thomas, number 2 on the leaderboard right now. And how big would this team point be for him as he tries to catch Elijah?
A lot on the line in the second matchup of our second team matchup in the second block. Let's go back to Bobby, both of them. Stephen A.
Up next, representing team level, it's the Mantis, Travis Thomas.
Now, Travis actually pulled me aside and said, hey, by the way, Egghead, without the team points, I'm only 1 point behind Elijah.
Oh, that is an interesting little nugget.
So he's taking a little bit of pride with that. Like, you know, obviously his team hasn't got as many team points, and he's just right there with 1 point behind. That's huge.
All right, time for his opponent to take the mat. Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Toehold Blue, Noah Randolph.
Noah Randolph making the walk, representing Team Toehold Blue. Again, an alternate in this Season 5. B-Mac, walk us through what sort of matchup we can expect here between Thomas and Randolph.
I get to watch these two go and try to kill each other every day. And, I mean, Travis is a lot bigger than Noah. He's a lot bigger. But Noah is he's fiery, man. He's not gonna just give it up because Travis is big. He's gonna come out here and try to get on him. And I tell you something, if Noah jumps on Travis's head, that's real. That's a real thing. He could tap him.
I mean, is anyone sort of calling Noah to Socks? Because it's the nickname I think he earned yesterday.
No.
You could also call him Relentless.
Oh, Noah, oh my.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I thought Travis might try to go to the twister there for just a second.
He had a look at it.
Comes all the way up on the mount. He's going for the mother's milk here. He's going to try to smother young Noah. Going for the punch choke. It's going to be hard to make Noah quit from a punch choke, trust me.
Egghead, off the top of your head, do you know what the point difference is between Carlton and Thomas?
It is 6, 1 kill.
So he needs the kill to tie.
tie.
And then if he gets the team point,
right,
to take the lead again. Nice, look at that. Now Travis going to show off his rubber guard. You know what's cool about Travis? I think he's got 7 subs, 7 different subs.
showing like a full arsenal of grappling.
He actually mentioned that as well. He says, well, Elijah, he just does 2 things. I've done all kinds of things.
There's more than just that that's cool about Travis Thomas. He's got pretty cool tattoos.
He's got some terrible tattoos, too. Though.
Oh, okay.
We'll
leave it at that?
Yeah, we'll just let it go.
Gotcha.
He does have some cool ones, though. Keelan's laughing. I just like to make Keelan laugh. That's one of my only goals during every broadcast. I just want to look over there and see he's chuckling.
Yeah, shout out to Keelan and his crew for doing an amazing job on the production. You know, there's that old saying, it takes a village, and it takes a village here to make PGF come off as well as it does.
Yeah, I couldn't do it, that's for sure.
Well, that's why you find other people to do it for you.
Yeah, they're great people to be around, too. Travis kind of drawing Noah in a little bit, maybe. That's dangerous, man. Oh, nice. Noah refuses him. Look at this, Noah's game. He's not backing off Travis at all. He makes a good entry on Travis's legs.
Just past the halfway point, 3 down, 3 to go.
That was a great back step by Noah. Snuck it in on him. It showed really no indication that he was going to jump back on the legs. And so when he did, he made it a hard, aggressive move. But look at that. Travis gets to his knee, puts his weight on the attacked leg, sprawls out of there, and now Noah's on the bottom.
Only 2.5 minutes left.
Travis trying to make a move towards the head, but again, Noah giving him a hard time. There's a much better spot here for Travis. Hard cross face. Wants to slide in that punch choke, but he's got to use his head to pin Noah's head down in order to do that.
Another 2 minutes.
Travis selling out for that punch choke, gets bumped off the top. That's one of the risks you run when you try the punch choke is, you know, you got to be willing to let it go and stay on top position. If a guy wants to get crazy and bump you off the top, we don't want to leave the top position. What in the world?
Wow.
Travis just getting active with those hips. Comes up now, looking to pass. Noah, again, weaving his guard back in, protecting himself against the much larger opponent. Trying to make a move on the backside, going jabroni spin. And he does a good job, Travis, of clearing that. But you heard Elijah get excited on the sideline.
60 seconds.
Inside the final minute of this match.
Oh my gosh, look at this.
Oh, he gets him.
Goes to the triangle out of nowhere.
Huge kill for Travis Thomas. 6 points going his way and more points going to team level. And look at Thomas showing off all the ink in its glory. All right, to make this one official, Stephen Aiken.
And your winner, representing team level, Travis Thomas.
Is that an owl on his chest?
It is.
See, that's awesome. All right, Travis Thomas victorious via kill. He'll speak with Bobby, both of them.
All right, Travis, you came and got me. What's up?
Hey, Elijah. I am Iron Man.
Back to you guys.
I think
Thank you.
Missing an infinity gauntlet for that to work.
Well, I don't know. He might have one in the back. You never know.
I don't think he does.
No, because we're still alive, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, see.
Maybe we were some of the chosen ones.
But there we go.
My level of the Marvel Universe is not that good, so I'm going to lay out on that. But here we go. A tie in top spot. Elijah Carlton and Travis Thomas both have 45 points.
But very important, though.
Team
that
point.
now puts team level in the lead for team points. But You got Fritz coming up for toe hold blue against Cooper. I'm thinking that Fritz is going to come out of that with some points. Then you got Matt Elkins versus Sawyer. That's probably a war right there. That's definitely a winnable match for both guys, but that I think almost certainly a draw, to be honest with you. And then you got Church versus Buddha. That may be Church definitely. We've seen him beat a black belt this week. We've seen him beat a brown belt. We haven't seen him beat one of these big explosive guys, though.
Yeah, it's a rematch from the Huntsville qualifier.
It is.
That actually went to a commissioner's decision.
Yeah.
There was no submission in that match.
And Buddha dominated that match positionally. So when it came to a decision, it was an easy one. But we won't go to a decision with this one. They'll both just leave with 0. So this could get interesting. I do expect Team Level to come out with the team point this bracket, and that'll put Travis Thomas in the lead heading into the final block.
All right, something to keep your eye on as the action continues to unfold. Back to the mat, here's Stephen Aiken.
Coming to the stage next, representing Team Level, Dave Cooper.
Dave Cooper on his way to the mat, representing Team Level. See what he can do here in his second matchup of the day. And to welcome his opponent, we go back to Stephen Aiken.
And his toe hold blue opponent, Cody Moose Fritz.
Moose, Cody Fritz. Making the walk. No Moose from Egghead?
Moose!
There we go, on demand. It wouldn't have felt right without it.
I am to please, TJ.
Thank you. All right, here we go. Cooper in the white level rash guard. Cody Moose Fritz in the black toe hold gear. TJ DeSantis, BMAC, Brandon Mccaghren, along with Egghead, live here in Decatur, Alabama, the site of PGF Season 5, presented to you by Subversive.
Oh, this is going down. He's going to get into one of his rubber guard submissions here. He's very good here.
Really likes the Dead Orchard.
He likes all the rubber guard. I've seen him make a ton of plays off of his rubber guard. Now he's cleared going to this go-go clinch. And we saw Fedor play with this earlier. Maybe he wants to go to a triangle.
It was like a kneel knot.
There's the triangle. Reverse triangle now. The hand's going to come out, and he'll use this. Oh, he's going to go for the gag reflex from inside the triangle. David's tough, though, man. He doesn't give it up for free.
Now switches to that more traditional triangle approach.
Yeah, just way too much back involved, though, for this to be a real choke so far. Right now, it's just a threat.
Trying to come up on top here, maybe. Putting the squeeze down here is Fritz.
Yeah, he's pulling down on the head, but that's not really doing anything extra in this particular situation to put pressure on the arteries and close them. He's going to want to switch back to his reverse triangle here and try to expose this arm, and there he goes. That's the opportunity that he needed right there when that elbow opens.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Nicely done. Cody Moose Fritz with a win and a submission over Cooper. To make it official, Stephen Aiken.
And your winner from toe hold blue, Cody Moose Fritz.
That's 3 triangles in a row. This whole block has all been finishes, and they've all been by triangle.
Nicely done.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Cody Moose Fritz getting the points. Bringing him back to his toe hold compatriots. Where are we at now with team points?
Right now in this block, we have 12 points for level, 6 points for epic roll, and Total Blue also has 6.
All right. Fair enough. Ready for the next one?
I'm ready.
Let's do it. Stephen Aiken, take it away.
Coming to the stage next, representing team level, Sawdog Sawyer Griffin.
Sawyer Griffin making the walk, representing team level. He's on the outside looking in. Where's Sawdog at, Egghead, when it comes to points for our playoffs?
Sawyer is currently with 14 points in the 11th position. So if he gets a couple kills, he'll be in the picture. But it's going to take a couple kills, and that's going to be really hard to do, starting here with Matt Elkins as his opponent.
Absolutely. All right, back to the mat, Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Toehold Blue, Matt Elkins.
Matt Elkins, he is in that playoff hunt. What's his points again, Egghead?
He's got 20 points. He's the last person in.
Okay, so he's sitting on the bubble, but still in. So important points for Elkins to try to pick up here in this one.
He needs to score right here. That's not easy to do against Sawyer. Has Sawyer been submitted this week?
I will look it up.
Okay, thanks. You're the man.
You got a tough question, you leave it to the Egghead. Trying to work the single leg here is Griffin.
Oh, Elijah got him with the outside heel hook.
You okay? Tough to put away, though, is my point.
Oh, yeah. He's had a lot of draws. Oh, he forced Fyodor into a draw.
Exploding with that shot is Elkins, but wise to it and sprawling is Griffin. Trying to take the back here, falls off
nice
though.
Nice play by Matt. Uses that to move past the guard. Sawyer trying to kick that foot in to get back, dig out of the north-south, but Matt just staying past him here. And great job by Sawyer finding his guard again. Sawyer got risky, ended up on the bottom position, but finds his guard again. Matt now getting almost recovered. Matt now into the knee on belly.
2 minutes have elapsed, 4 left to go here in this matchup. Don't forget our pay-per-view headed your way this Saturday. Find out more information by scanning that QR code right now or by visiting pgfhome.com.
And Sawyer unlikely to make the postseason tournament. However, he will be in another tournament, the Battle Rama.
Elkins stepping over from Mount. We're going to get a reset here in the center of the mat.
And remember that X-Marshall is willing to put up to $1,250 to match what the chat puts up to have this Battle Rama.
You can put up some money as well. Scan the QR codes. You can select an athlete to donate to, or, as you mentioned, Egghead, just put some money in the Battle Rama pool, which again is going to be matched by X-Marshall up to $1,250.
Matt giving that heavy knee on belly pressure, pulling Sawyer up into it.
I think Sawyer told Matt he was number one there.
Ooh, Sawyer exposing the back. Matt make a nice, technical, clean movement towards the back. That was very good work by Matt Elkins.
And And a reset here in the center of the mat. Touch over 2 minutes remaining.
This would be a big 6 for Elkins if he can find a way. He's got the back locked up. Body triangle is in.
He was doing the old Dane Leak smother there for a second.
Sawyer's going to be hard to finish right here, just to be honest with you. You know, with only 1:40 to go in the match, that's not as much time as you might think. The back, especially against a tough guy, sometimes requires a lot of time to put something together that's meaningful. Matt cranking on that head. Oh.
Think about him.
Yeah, he got him with the D-Sev.
Nicely
6-pointer.
done. Matt Elkins picking up 6 points for his playoff push as he submits Sawdog Sawyer Griffin. To make it official, we go to Stephen Aiken.
And your winner, representing Toho Blue, Matt Elkins.
Big win, big points picked up by Matt Elkins. Nicely done, getting the kill in regulation. And we can see where that puts Elkins in the playoff picture. 26 points, good for 6th position.
I see we've got it updated at the top of the chart there. Is this correct? Is it 45 and 45 right now?
It is tied.
Right. Okay. Oh, yeah, we're waiting to see how the team point shakes out. That's what it is. Well, this is it. We're going to find out in this match how the team point shakes out. Right now, team level, Team Toehold Blue, both tied at 12 for this block. If there is no submission, then they're both going to end up with a team point. Everybody on both squads is getting a team point.
That and the only ones that really hurts there is all those guys at Epic Roll at the top.
That's right.
All right, you ready for it?
I'm ready.
Let's get to it. Back to business with Bobby, both of them. Stephen Aiken.
Coming to the stage next, representing team level, Luke Church.
Luke Church making the walk, representing team level.
And as we mentioned, this is a rematch from the Huntsville qualifier where essentially it had to go to decision. So a draw here is very possible. So we might see both teams get that point.
All right, time for his opponent to make the walk. Here's Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Toho Blue, Buddha McClure.
Buddha McClure also making the walk. Both of these guys out of the playoff picture, but a very important match when it comes down to that team point dynamic.
And this is a winnable match here for Buddha. Like, he needs some points on the board too, you know, just to walk out of here feeling good about himself. He can win this. Luke could win this match. This really could go either way, but based on what we saw from him at the qualifier, you got to think the advantage lies with Buddha. We know just based on that qualifier match too that Luke won't back down. He will come forward and he will not quit. Buddha had him in some terrible spots, crushing him, sucking his energy out. But Luke found a way to stay alive.
So TJ, there's a question in the chat about how you find doing multiple days of this competition as opposed to kind of a one-off day at a CJJ Worlds or something like that.
That's great. I mean, it's like 4 times longer that I get to hang out with BMAC.
That's the worst part.
Trying to be nice. Sucking up to the commission over here.
Thanks, I'll take it. Get it where I can.
No, but honestly, I will say that the storyline and the dynamic that unfolds from day 1 all the way to day 4, it's fun. It's exciting, as is this match. Running out of room here.
That was a little wild. Buddha tries to pull guard almost, and then...
Yeah, look, you try to fly an arm lock, but just didn't play out.
Then he kind of spun around, exposing his back was really dangerous.
Luke tries to pull guard. And he's going to try to make a play on the leg. And Luke's got a pretty dangerous lock right here.
Oh,
Luke Church with the big win.
For Team Level. Getting the break. Securing some points. Nicely done. Let's make this one official. Stephen Aiken.
And your winner from Team Level, Luke Church.
What a huge win for Luke Church. Able to get the submission, and for his efforts, he'll speak to Bobby, both of them. Stephen Aiken.
Luke, you jumped into this season as an alternate. We had someone that was out. You had to come in as a replacement. You have been super solid through the whole thing, man. How do you feel making it this far and getting that big win against Buddha?
You know, they tell you, be a real... Mic check. You got to start juicing to make it easier. That shit's soft. I take antibiotics to make it harder.
Thank you, Luke.
All right.
Sure. Why not?
Hey, I like it.
Hey, but more importantly, with that break, he has helped Level get that team point. And that means we have a new leader.
Yes, Travis Thomas going to be in that top spot with that team point. He can thank Luke Church for it. So now it is the Jabroni Grappler down to position number 2, the Mantis up to position number 1. And again, that was a quote-unquote matchup that didn't matter for either of those guys' playoff hopes, but very much, I mean, the result of that match, put the number 1 seed in the number 1 position.
Yeah, it made a difference to the season.
Right.
It might not have made a difference in the standings for those 2 athletes, but look at that. With the team point win, with the win of Luke Church over Buddha McClure, every match, by the way, in that block, in that team matchup, ended in submission. All 5 right there. That's 7 submissions in a row, back to back to back.
That's huge. That's absolutely huge. Now, on the bubble here, go ahead, again.
I'm sorry, also from that first screen, it also helps Kamoy out. Because Kamoy was only 2 points ahead of the Rock Troll, but now the Rock Troll, to try to catch up, has to get a full break.
And it puts Kamoy within striking range of Nick Creighton there. If he gets another one of those now world-famous triangles and Creighton doesn't score, he's going to jump ahead into the 3rd place.
And it's interesting, Kamoy Anderson beat Max Jolly yesterday. Right now, if it were to end this way, they would have a rematch in the playoffs according to seeds. And Max Jolly, I mean, you could tell, Egghead, he wanted to have that rematch in a big way.
He wasn't happy.
He would have done it again that night.
Yeah.
He'd do it again right now.
Man, I just, my mind is racing with all of these narratives.
Let's, speaking of narratives, let's try to craft a little bit what's going to happen in this next block. I want to take a look at some of the matchups from Block 3 and how they're going to pertain to the playoff picture. Handsome Kevin Sherrill versus Matt DeWeese, not really, unless the team points come into play, that one's not really in the mix.
Right.
Same thing, Paul Barry, Noah Randolph. Fedor versus Moose, where's Fedor in the standings right now?
I believe he is at
number 8.
Oh, man. So that's big. Fedor, he's got to score right there. Fedor needs to score right here against Moose. Landon Torville versus Matt Elkins. Matt Elkins has moved forward. If we can go back to the previous screen here. Let's go to the top 8. Yeah, Matt Elkins did get a big win in his last match to shoot himself forward into 6th place. He's got 26 points. He could stand to score on Torville here. Torville needs the points too, though, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, then you got Gibbs versus Buddha. That's not going to have too much playoff implication. The next team matchup, Kamoy versus Sam, that one has big playoff implications because if Kamoy, he's a lock for the playoff at this point, basically.
Right.
But Sam is right on the outside looking in. If he can find a way to score on Kamoy, that could be huge, and that might end up pushing his own teammate out of the playoff.
Right now, if Sam somehow got a break, and then they got the team point, that would actually keep Fyodor out. and Sam would be in. So all these matches matter. I mean, Fyodor has a very winnable match against Moose. He beat him twice at the LA qualifier, so he's got to think about doing it again. But I think we see it in the NFL all the time. You know, a team beating another team 3 times. That's tough.
You know what I think? This is very interesting, too, and just in this level epic roll matchup, just the way the matchups work out, there's not a huge advantage here for epic roll, even though they got the stacked lineup, just the way the matchups work out. Kamoy versus Sam. Who knows, right? Travis versus Cam. You got to lean towards Travis right there. Cooper versus Elijah. You got to lean towards epic. Sawyer versus Nick. You lean towards Nick, but Sawyer's proven hard to put away. Luke versus Maximus. Luke has shown that he's dangerous. If he can grab a leg, he's dangerous. He's put out a black belt. He's put out a brown belt. He just put Buddha out of there. You know, you got to lean on Maximus, but these matchups this is not a runaway for epic roll in block 3.
Every match will be contested, and everyone's going to be going for it like crazy because it's all still up in the air.
No, 100%. We are just about to get to our final block of the season. Of course, PGF Season 5 is brought to you by Submersive in conjunction with Ghost. Visit them at iamghost.com. All right, I think we've adequately set the stage for everything that is set to unfold here inside Becoming Church as we enter the final block of Season 5. We will take a quick break. We will come back for more action live from Decatur, Alabama. This is PGF Season 5.
PGF Season 5 finale is going down November the 4th. Live on pay-per-view, or get your tickets to attend in person at pgfhome.com.
Did you know that the human foot has its own intelligence? Does it surprise you that your foot has thousands of neurons that can sense shape, texture, temperature, and even density? Did you know that most, if not all, your knee, hip, back, and even neck problems originate in the feet? Those questions may seem a strange thing to obsess over when making something as simple as flip-flops. But those questions are not strange when your goal is to make the most durable, high-quality flip-flops on planet Earth. Because at Toehold, we believe your foot can also feel quality. And that's why at Toehold, we make our flip-flops the old-fashioned way. By hand, from scratch, with a master craftsman using the best ingredients we can find. Durability is our guarantee, and style is our passion. Come try a pair of our luxury flip-flops on, and let us know what you think. Because at Toehold, we're positive you're going to love it.
People are using psilocybin in what they call microdosing. And kickboxers are using it, and a good buddy of mine is using it, who says that he can see things happen before they happen. Like, it was almost like he's reading people's minds.
These things let you step out of your box a little bit. They let you step out of your usual reference frame. They let the background come forward. And you notice things about the environment that normally you would suppress.
I have done it many times, but I enjoy it a lot. It gives you a silly, carefree consciousness that is unperturbed. meaning that it doesn't affect my judgment, it doesn't affect my ability to have a conversation with someone. It just puts me in this very appreciative, thankful, low anxiety state.
In nature, there is one primary way to satiate hunger, one way to survive, one way to grow, one way to thrive. There is one way to live. This is through the cleansing power of competition.
Huge news. I've partnered with the Vulcan Fight League, or the VFL. It's a crypto-based strategy MMA fighting game. These guys are tied in with some pretty big events and even with some pretty big names in the fight world. Mighty Mouse, Brian Hall, Brandon Mccaghren. Right now I'm working really closely with the development team. We're building my character. So you're gonna be able to take your custom character, bring him over to Brandon, teach him jiu-jitsu, and then go beat everybody up. Now listen, the coolest part about this game is that it's play to earn. You can win actual money and crypto rewards for playing the game. There's a lot of progress to follow as we get close to releasing this thing. You need to go on Twitter, follow Vulcan Forged. You need to go over and check out their gaming platform, and you need to make sure that you join their Discord group. I gotta be honest with you guys. I'm really excited about this. Not just because I get to be in a video game, which is cool, but I get to be in a fighting video game, and I get to be involved in this new coming world of crypto gaming, which I think is gonna end up being a pretty big deal. So I'm interested to hear what you guys think.
By the GOAT strip, the #1 sublingual male enhancement strip in the world and the only true flash dissolve strip on the market.
It's a GOAT.
Well, here we are, back Matt's side inside Becoming Church, Decatur, Alabama. It is the site of PGF Season 5, presented by Submersive in conjunction with Ghost. Visit them at iamghost.com. I'm TJ DeSantis. He's B-Mac, Brandon Mccaghren, the man they call Egghead. He's hanging out, and we are just about ready for Block 3. B-Mac, the points couldn't be any more important than they are in this moment right now.
Yeah, it's all come down to this, and we've got a tight race at the top. Travis Thomas and Elijah Carlton battling it out for that #1 seed. But you know what? As I'm looking at the way it's shaking out right now, I might want the #2 seed. I think I'd rather face Landon in an EBI rule set than Fedor.
That's a good point. Interesting thing to think about. Real quick, Egghead, your thoughts. How much of the points looming in the balance for these grapplers is it going to impact the match? Do you think we'll see some urgency on display here?
Well, we already have urgency in the PGF because we have a 6-minute match.
Right.
And they know that the only way to get any points, I mean, a draw is a loss. But right now, this is the last block. This is their last chance as competitors. Whether you're trying to make the finale or not, this is your last chance to make a name for yourself in the PGF and with all the fans out there. But especially for those people on the bubble, oh, you better believe it. They're going to come out with fire. They're going to come out with I bet everyone's going to be trying to get that elbow genie point with submissions in the first minute because it's just so close after that third position.
Yeah, it's like in baseball. It's your last bat of the season. Do you want to get a hit, or do you want to make sure it's a home run? What do you want to do? How are you going to do it? We're going to find out in just a moment as we are about to kick off our third and final block of the day and final block of the season here for Season 5 of the PGF. Let's go back to the mat. Here's Stephen Aiken.
Coming to the stage next, representing Toe Hold Red, it's handsome Kevin Sherrill.
Handsome Kevin Sherrill started the week by making history. He was one of the athletes involved in our first ever trade in PGF history, and had to take off day 2 due to an injury. But he wants to finish this season in a big way by getting a victory. So, handsome Kevin going to be out here in a moment.
Yeah, in just a second. I think we're on a holding pattern.
Do you think he's
Kevin.
doing his hair?
A little primping.
He's probably just looking at himself in the mirror. Oh, there he goes.
Handsome Kevin making the walk to the PGF mat for the final time here in Season 5. All right, we are just about ready to welcome his opponent to the mat. We go back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent from Toe Hold Blue, young Matt DeWeese.
Young Matt DeWeese making the walk for his final appearance in Season 5. Any thoughts on this matchup and how it will unfold, B-Mac?
I think it's going to be tough. I mean, Kevin has showed that it's been tough for him to score this season, and Matt is tough to score on. Only the top guys have been able to put him away for the most part. So it's not going to be easy. Kevin's a tough week for Kev, especially with the expectations that were placed on him coming in.
Yeah, he was in the top 5, top 6 at least from all the fans.
And here we are underway. Sherrill takes a seat.
Kevin going to try to get on a leg lock early.
Oh,
wow.
There we go.
He goes for the 4.
Lightning fast, getting the break and the elbow genie point, finishing a bit of a down week in a very big way. Kevin Sherrill getting the win. We'll make it official. Here's Stephen Aiken.
And your winner from Toe Hold, Kevin Sherrill.
Kevin Sherrill, handsome as always and victorious in his final appearance here at PGF Season 5. You're going to speak with Stephen Aiken.
My man, good win, closing out the season there, got 4 points. I know that makes it feel a little bit better, but what do you want to say about that?
Is that enough? You said 4. I'm not great at math.
Did I say 4?
4, right?
4 what?
Am I in the playoffs?
Not this year.
Am I close?
You were closest than you were in the league.
Hell yeah.
Closer than a lot of other people.
I knew it, man. I knew I had it in me this whole time. After I hurt my foot, the thing that ran through my head is you really value what's important to you, right? Like the fact that I'm going to Rio in a week, and I'm not going to be limping around the beaches.
That's fair. That's fair. A handsome guy like yourself probably is going to do well down in Rio. Let's close it out. Anything else for the people at home?
Yeah, man. Thanks for watching. This is a blast. This is how we grow jiu-jitsu. All the sponsors, the Yankees, You guys did great, man. Fantastic.
Hey, we love you, Kevin, man. Thank you so much.
Handsome as always, Kevin Sherrill getting it done. Gets a break with the elbow GD point on his way out of here in season 5. And
Good season, man.
There we go.
Tough week for you, probably. I think you showed a lot of skill, a lot of heart, and a lot of toughness. And I think you'll definitely be back on the PGF stage one day. What do you want to say to the folks at home?
I mean, I just wanted to come out here, play my game. Next time I'm here, I'm going to put a lot more out, though.
Hey, we appreciate you, Matt. Thank you so much.
Young Matthew Deweese on the mic there with Stephen Aiken. And, you know, again, it's that saying, B-Mac, you either win or you learn. And for all the athletes that don't make the playoffs, I think that PGF Season 5 was still very much a learning experience, and they're going to be better for having it.
Yeah, they're going to be better for having had the experience. But I got to tell you something. I don't believe in that saying. I don't believe in you either win or you learn. I don't think that's true. If you can't lose, you can't win either. Like, you have to put something on the line.
Sure.
Like if you set losing up in your mind so that it doesn't hurt, then the glory of winning doesn't come in the same way either.
Right.
You either win or lose, but you learn either way.
That's true.
That's what it should be.
Absolutely. Could you imagine if you never learned by winning? What would a win be good for?
The glory, baby. We're here for the glory.
Yes, but if you're not better for it, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a loser trying to
trying to figure it out.
All my losing. All right, back to Stephen Aiken for our next set of grapple.
Coming to the stage next, representing Toehold Red, it's Duval Paul-Bari.
Speaking of winners and losers, Duval County, big winners this week with Paul Bari accepting that nickname in Duval Paul. And, yeah, he's going to go home a big celebrity in that county down there in Jacksonville, Florida. All right, time for his opponent to make the walk back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent from Toehold Blue, Noah Randolph.
Noah Randolph making the walk. Came in as an alternate. We'll see him at the playoff in the Battle-Rama. But now set to see him take on Duval Paul-Bari. TJ DeSantis, Brandon Mccaghren, along with Egghead, inside Becoming Church, inside our final block here of the regular season of PGF Season 5, presented by Subversive in conjunction with Ghost. Visit them at iamghost.com.
Paul and Noah getting chummy out there. Oh, Noah tried to pull down on Paul's head, maybe snap him into a chin strap, perhaps.
And if you're watching out there, there's a whole bunch of QR codes available. You got Venmo, Cash App, etc. Maybe think about, giving some money to these competitors, especially Noah Randolph. He came in day 3. In day 1, he was in the stands. Day 3, he got the call from the commissioner. Hey, we got some people hurt. We need help. And he stepped up. I mean, obviously, you see he's much smaller than a lot of these other competitors, but he's out there giving it his all. So either him with the QR code, just say, hey, I want to give a little bit of money to Noah, or if you want him on that super chat, feel free.
And he's looked pretty good, too, I have to be honest.
Oh, yeah. I mean, PGF fans have always been a fan of Noah since Season 1.
Oh, try that slide by. I think if I were Noah, I would just pull guard and try to get the party started. Noah tried to bull rush him with a double.
Matt Elkins telling Noah exactly what you just said, Brandon.
Matt's a smart boy. It's always such a weird position when I'm doing commentary over my own students' matches. Because it's, you know, obviously, I would think it's obvious at least, it's hard not to be biased. It's hard not to coach them, you know. But I have to do it with Nakaya all the time as well, with all of her Medusa and combat jiu-jitsu matches. Oh, look at this. Hey, if you're Paul, you got to be careful. Yeah, that was a good choice by Paul. Don't stay down there and let Noah grab your head, that's for sure.
Well, as a fan, I'll tell you, I'm really pumped to hear that Nakaya is going to be defending her belt at the finale.
Yeah, she's hoping to become the two-time PGF champion.
This match finally hits the floor, but now back at the feet.
There's 2.5 minutes left.
Tempo getting a little bit quicker here as we head down the stretch.
So we've had now more than 106,000 views on Caffeine of this broadcast.
Of this one?
Yeah, 115,000 actually.
Okay.
Current count. Over 300K on the day one broadcast.
Oh, wow.
Pretty crazy. Noah finally pulls into the guard after a long back and forth on the feet.
Just under 2 minutes to work here.
Oh, Noah looking to get in on a leg lock. Paul able to shut it down. Trying to drive into the inside space with his knee right up through the middle. Noah just bothering his head though, making it just being a pain. Good butterfly hooks by Noah.
For those of you new to the PGF, Noah Randolph began his PGF career in season 1. Oh, my.
Trying to attack that leg was Bari.
But Noah's only 16 in PGF season 1.
45 seconds.
Now in this mount goes Duval Paul.
Looking for a punch choke. It's more of an old school Ezekiel right there.
Spinning in a top position. Is he safer here, B-Mac?
I mean, you can definitely get finished from this position, but I think he's probably okay. Yeah.
Noah able to get free. Onlookers appreciative of the action on the mat, and time expires. All right, we go the distance to make this one official. Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
And it's a draw. Wrapping up the season for Duval Paul Bari. And it looks like Stephen Aiken is going to grab Noah for a post-fight introduction.
My man, I didn't expect to get to see you here this week, and it was a pleasant surprise when you showed up yesterday. How do you feel after coming out here and battling these big 185ers and, you know, holding your own?
Ready to go home.
I heard that. Time to get some dinner.
We'll see.
We'll see. All right, man. Well, we appreciate you coming out here. Is there anything else you want to say to the folks at home?
Nope.
All right. Duval Paul. Beautiful Bari. Depends on what state you're in, I think is what I heard. Man, how you feeling?
Man, I feel good, honestly. I've only been doing this for like 3 years. There's guys in here, they got the same amount of experience in grappling as how old I am. And I held my own.
Wait, who's that old?
I know one of these fuckers are old. I don't know.
Jesus.
I'm just happy, bro. Like, it's really about the mental battles. Like, I'm proud of myself. I'm proud of all these guys. We came out here. It's hard. 3 hard matches a day. We're going balls to the wall. We're trying to get the subs or survive. You know how it is. And we're just working. It's my first experience with something like this, and I just want to say, Brandon, thank you. PGF, everybody. I mean, this has probably been one of the best experiences of my life. So I'm really happy. Thank you so much.
Hey, Paul, thank you so much, man. We appreciate your hard work. One more thing, for sure.
And one more thing. Thank you, everybody in Jacksonville who supported me, young Matthew, everybody playing in Jacksonville, my family. We really appreciate it. We came out here. We just wanted to do some good work for y'all. So thank you for the support. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Paul.
A huge testament to the PGF experience by Duval, Paul, Bari, BMAC. That's going to make you feel good, you know, having one of the competitors say this is one of the greatest experiences of their life.
Yeah, it makes me feel great, man. And it's exactly the kind of culture that I'm trying to put together so that you walk away feeling that way. I want everybody to walk away feeling that way. And again, win, lose, draw, whatever it is, he's able to come here and have a great experience. That really means the world to me, man. So I'm going to keep that. Thank you, Paul.
There we go. All right, more action set to unfold here inside Becoming Church in Decatur, Alabama. It all leads up to our playoffs. You can see the point standings right now. Travis Thomas alone in that top spot. The Jabroni Grappler, Elijah Carlton, trailing by 1 in spot number 2. Minnesota Maniac Nick Creighton in 3rd position. And on the outside looking in, Sam Schwartz in that number 9 spot. Cam Hurd right behind him. Man, it's a fun trip down the stretch here, Egghead.
All it takes is one submission, and those guys are outside looking in. They're right in the thick of things. They're on to Saturday and the pay-per-view. How awesome is it? There's like half a dozen people. Their postseason lives are on the line looking into these matches. You know they're going to come out there. A sense of urgency. It's win or go home for these guys.
Yeah, and you can't go anywhere but stay right in front of your screen here to see how this one plays out as we are into our 3rd block of action here on the 4th and final day of PGF Season 5. All right, we go back to the mat and Stephen Aiken.
Coming to the stage next, representing Toehold Red, it's the Russian Nightmare, Fyodor Nikolov.
Fyodor Nikolov making the walk to the mat for his final PGF Season 5 regular season appearance.
He's been awesome. I've really enjoyed having Fedor here this week, not just as a competitor, but just as a person. Just a great guy.
See what he can do on the mat in his final regular season appearance. To welcome his opponent, we go back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Toehold Blue, Cody Moose Fritz.
Don't want to leave you hanging, TJ.
Thank you, I appreciate it. You know, I think that everyone looks forward to shouting out Moose.
It's fun. It's a blast. I mean, when he throws up the horns, oh yeah. But again, this is now going to be the 3rd time they've seen each other. 2 times in the LA qualifier. Both times Fyodor came out on top, but Moose has to be thinking about those other matches and how he can change it.
Moose on bottom here to start the match.
He knows his best chance is to pull Fedor into his closed guard, try to trap him up, slow his, well, I almost said slow his movement down, but Fedor slows his own movement down. He likes to move slow. It's when he does his best work, and look at this, dominating so far. Oh, man. There's the back exposure.
First 60 seconds down.
Body triangle here for the Russian Nightmare.
And he wants this kill. He wants to make sure he makes the playoffs. Last person in. Every point matters.
Oh, it might be in business here.
He's got it. Oh, I thought
Nice
that
adjustment.
was it for sure.
Now trying to get a good look at it again is Fyodor.
This one's the one.
There's the squeeze. Moose in a world of hurt. Fritz hanging tough for the time being,
There
but
you go.
forced to tap. It is done. Fyodor Nikolov getting the kill in regulation, more than likely solidifying his status as a playoff player here in Season 5 of the PGF. To make this one official, Stephen Aiken.
Your winner, representing toe hold, Fyodor Nikolov.
Fyodor Nikolov getting the all-important kill and the points that come with it. On his way to the playoffs, he will speak with Stephen Aiken.
Fyodor, I'm here with you again today, man. You were a little bit fired up when you got on the mic the other night. You've had a couple good performances now heading into the playoffs. How do you feel?
To be honest, I don't count these fighting points, but wherever, I hope you guys enjoyed my matches at this tournament. Once again, PGF is a super professional tournament, and I would like to see it on UFC Fight Pass.
Hey, we appreciate that, Fedor, man. See you back tomorrow. Moose.
All right, we need to give Fedor the mic more often.
I mean, bring this man to the bargaining table.
Man.
All right, Moose Fritz back on the
One of my
mat.
favorite walkouts of the whole week. Thank you for letting me do that. A lot of hard rounds for you. Tons of heart, man. What do you want to say to the people at home?
Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. I feel like I didn't have a great performance this week, but it's been a great time. I got pieced up by Jabroni. Got to take a class by him the next day. Learned a ton. Everyone here has been fucking awesome. A shout out to 10th Planet Santa Barbara, 10th Planet Ventura. All the homies watching at home, man. All the support means a lot. Thank you.
Hey, we appreciate you, Cody.
Hard not to be a fan of the Moose. There we go.
Dude, I saw that pressure that TJ put on you. That was peer pressure.
He's holding the mic and
You
everything.
weren't, you weren't
Yeah,
doing
on
it,
one side.
and then me and TJ gave you this one.
Yeah. You want to be part of our Moose crew or not? There we go.
What about
Let's do it.
Keelan? Keelan, you want to do? Hey, Isaac.
Everybody's
Nick.
doing it.
Everybody's doing the Moose. It's the newest dance craze sweeping the nation.
Yeah, solid stuff. Not the week that the Moose wanted necessarily, but again, I got to believe that he's got fans all over the world watching that, anytime he takes part in a tournament and you hear that Cody Moose Fritz is involved, you're going to be tuning in. There you go. And if the Russian Nightmare, Fedor, has his say, you might be tuning in to the PGF on UFC Fight Pass. You might have to bring this man to the bargaining table, B-Mac.
I think I will. I would like to take him a lot of places with me just so I have protection.
Well, I mean, if I'm sitting across from the bargaining table and Fedor is saying, you will put this on your platform, like, yeah, whatever, here, just we'll sign the contract.
Yeah, don't hurt
Just don't
me,
hurt
dude.
me, please. All right. Next matchup, we go back to Stephen Aiken.
Coming to the stage next, representing toe hold red, Landon Tourville.
What a start it was this week here in Decatur for Landon Tourville, a standout star of day one. He has set himself up to be a factor in this playoff hunt, but still not done. He has one more opportunity to solidify that status with his final regular season appearance. See what the 19-year-old can do. Landon Tourville, a name you're going to remember for a long time moving forward, especially in this PGF format. For his opponent's walk to the mat, back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing toe hold blue, Matt Elkins.
Matt Elkins, no stranger to the PGF format, no stranger to the playoffs, and another opportunity for him to secure that status with a final regular appearance where he wants to pick up some points.
Right now, you're looking at the number 7 in Matt Elkins and number 8, Landon Torville, the last two people in.
So a lot on the line here in this regular season matchup. Tourville takes a seat.
Torville has 23 points. Sam Schwarzenfeld is only 4 points behind him. He cannot feel comfortable making the finale unless he gets some points.
Oh, look at this entry here by Tourville. Oh my gosh, he's really giving it that belly down pressure on that ankle lock. Did not come up with it. Tourville really on the attack. Tourville came out attacking him, man. He's been a star this week. I've loved watching Landon.
He's got the Michael Jordan tongue thing going on again.
One minute down here into this matchup.
Matt approaching cautiously, trying to pass from standing. Landon proving that very difficult to pass for Elkins here.
Landon, the standout blue belt for the PGF this season. Every season, a blue belt just impresses, and Landon's definitely done it this season.
We talk about belt ranks. I've seen belt ranks seem to matter less and less as this no-gi grappling sport continues to evolve. Do you feel, BMAC, like the idea of what is a blue belt and what isn't a blue belt in 2023 is different than, say, it was 10, 15 years ago?
Oh, I think it's totally different. I think the fact that these guys that train almost all no-gi, they don't walk into the gym and see a belt tied around their opponent's or their training partner's waist every night, that they never get that kind of artificial hierarchy put in their head. And so as they start doing well, the results matter. And they start to believe in themselves more and more. Oh my goodness, wanted that buggy choke. Matt finally getting past the guard. And now all the way into the mount. I believe we'll see him get restarted right here. Yeah.
So it was a little wild. During the combine, we had the robot challenge, and competitors had to show off different chokes, and Landon chose the buggy choke for his choke of choice.
2 minutes.
He did. Crazy. Matt working for the underhook over here on that left side. He wants to jack that arm up. Landon tries to make an explosion to pull Matt off of his offense. Listen, Matt's got a very serious arm triangle. Landon's got to be very careful here. He's also got a good punch choke. Saw him finish his first match at the ADCC trials with it. And look at that. He pairs the punch choke back and forth with that arm triangle to get that much easier exposure for the arm triangle than just trying to dig the elbow out.
Again, looking at the last two people in the finale right now, with 26 and 23 points. Neither can feel safe unless he can get a submission here.
Matt getting closer. Triangle coming. Punch choke again. Just back and forth between those threads. It's almost too late for the arm triangle. He's going to have to get something a little more dynamic going.
Heading down the stretch inside the final minute, approaching the final 30 seconds of this matchup here in our third and final block of day 4.
30 seconds.
Oh, Matt reaches back for the leg.
10 seconds.
Just a little too late.
Oh, it's just a can opener.
That's a wrap.
Wow.
No points for either of these gentlemen. Both definitely wanted them. But no points as we go the distance to make this one official. Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
All right, there you go. Tourville and Elkins go the distance in their final regular season pairing. And we're going to go back to Bobby, both of them, to speak with Matt Elkins.
Matt, that was a tough scrap, and just like you told me earlier when we had you up there for the GOAT of the night, you were going to throw down with Landon. He had you in a deep spot there at the end, man. Is he somebody you're looking forward to rematching with at the playoffs?
You know your boy's always down for a good scrap. You don't got to worry about that every single rep. But, yeah, he tried to flex my ankle and all that kind of stuff. I've been doing Pilates and stretches at the house, though.
Okay.
He didn't know.
That's the secret.
Yeah, every rep.
Every rep counts, guys. Thank you, Matt.
Kev ought to know the same thing, dog. Stretch that motherfucker out before Rio, dog.
Got to stretch your calves before Rio, Kev.
Yeah, man, honestly, I do want to say thank you to Brandon, everybody at the PGF, Toehold for taking care of us, all the guys from all the other teams, fucking Epic Roll, Ghost, the GOAT, all those guys, super awesome, everything you are doing for the jiu-jitsu community, and letting people know that anybody and everybody that's out here ready to risk it, come out here and get you some money, boys. It's out there.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Matt. Landon, my man, every season of the PGF, there's one guy that comes out and kind of steals the show and makes a name for himself. You're that guy for the season. Let's make a case for you getting that GOAT sponsorship you were talking about last night.
I mean, I would love to have the GOAT sponsorship, going out there, trying to submit people every single match. I didn't mean to get pinned down, power bottom the entirety of that match, but happens to the best of us sometimes. I still think I should make a point as the GOAT sponsorship. I was bucking from bottom, trying to escape at all times, never stop moving, and I'm always trying to have an entertaining match.
Maybe your bridges could have been a little bit harder, more explosive if you had the GOAT.
Yes, most definitely. I'd also like to point out that they did not send me it. Couldn't take it before the match. Perhaps if I had a little bit more endurance and power, I maybe would have finished that ankle lock on him.
Maybe by Saturday. Thank you, Landon.
Landon Tourville doing his best to market himself in that post-fight interview. Now, the question is, will we see him Saturday? Some things have to unfold for him to be in that playoff picture, currently occupying that number 8 spot on the bubble. Obviously, if Sam Schwartz has his way, Egghead, it'll be Tourville out and Sam in.
So I think the big thing was Matt Elkins getting that kill in that first block. That took him from 20 points to 26 points. That made him fairly safe. Sam Schwarzenfeld has a very tough match in Kamoy Anderson coming up. And Cam Hurd doesn't have a slouch going. He's going after either with Travis Thomas. So even though they got a draw in this last match, they might be okay.
Might.
Oh, yeah, they can't feel safe at all.
Right, absolutely. I mean, might being the key word as we are taking a look. One more matchup here in our first team matchup of the third and final block here on day 4. Any thoughts going into this last match of the first team meeting here, B-Mac?
I'm looking at this Gibbs-Buddha matchup. Doesn't have playoff implications, but, you know, if Gibbs could find a way to get a win right here, he would feel a lot better about the way his season has gone. But Buddha has shown that he can be submitted, but it's not easy. It's not even easy to hold on to him, much less submit him.
Right. All right, let's get back to the action. We go to Stephen Aiken.
Coming to the stage next, representing Toe Hold Red, he's full-time, Josh Gibbs.
As you mentioned earlier, currently has no submissions in this season. Season 2, big boy season, 225 pounds, had some wins. Season 3, Battle Rama champion, took home $1,000, as well as had some wins. So, again, it'd be huge for him if he could just get one submission here.
All right, time for his opponent to make the walk, Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Toe Hold Blue, Buddha McClure.
Buddha McClure making his final walk of the PGF season. He, of course, representing Team Toe Hold Blue. And we are set for our final match of the first half of this third and final block. Here we go. We are underway. TJ DeSantis, Brandon Mccaghren, along with Egghead inside Becoming Church, Decatur, Alabama. Appreciate you joining us. It is the site of PGF Season 5, brought to you by Ghost. Visit them at iamghost.com.
I like this. Josh Gibbs just pulls guard, and he wants to get right to the action. Gibbs getting over into his dogfight. Buddha pulling on his head, though. Buddha's strong, man. I would not want that guy around my neck, no matter what.
And look at those arms.
Gibbs navigates it very well, though.
You said earlier, I'd be spamming toe holds right now.
Oh, look at this. Nice entry by Buddha. He's got both legs trapped inside heel.
Oh,
wow.
Got it.
Nice break there for Buddha McClure, getting a submission to end his Season 5 run.
And he got the elbow genie point.
Nice.
All right, nice final showing for Buddha McClure. To make this official, we go to Stephen Aiken.
And your winner, representing Toe Hold, securing the elbow genie point, Buddha McClure.
Fast and furious as Buddha McClure gets the sub of full-time Josh Gibbs, and Stephen Aiken will chat with Buddha.
Buddha, good season, man. It's great to have you out here. I know coming in, you were thinking it was going to be, pretty tough for you. You're going to have to bang it out. After having 15 matches in 4 days, what do you think about the PGF?
It's a blast. It's a blast. It's a blessing to be here. I got so much experience I get to take home back to my gym. So much that I've learned just being here. It's awesome being around all these guys. Everyone was super cool. No matter how scary they looked, they were super cool. Even
Don't tell everybody the truth. Come on.
Okay. They are. But yeah, I had a blast. Thank you, Brandon, for just doing all of this. Thank you, all the guys commentating, taking pictures. Wallow, all you guys, cameraman, all of you guys. This shit is awesome, dude.
Hey, man, we appreciate you. We could not do it without guys like you. Thank you, Buddha.
Buddha McClure, chat with Stephen Aiken now, full-time Josh Gibbs.
With you, jabroni. Okay, full-time. It's your time. All right, you've been a part of the PGF for, this is the third season now, all the way up to 225, down to 170. This is at 185. Tell everybody what the PGF means to you.
Oh, man, I think it's just great what Brandon, Keelan, everyone's done. Bringing people in here, having these matches, trying to make jiu-jitsu as entertaining as possible, giving things back to the fans, getting the fans to interact. It's great. Man, I'm so blessed. Thank you for inviting me. I mean, let's be honest, I know I'm bottom of the barrel. I know I'm kind of brought in here, but I love it. I'm not sore as far as, I'm not upset about anything. Said very blessed that I keep getting brought back. I hope I was able to, whether I'm getting dunked on or doing whatever, give some entertaining matches to people. 2 messages. One that I've been saying since the beginning. Man, don't be afraid to get out of your comfort zone.
Like, go try some things. Like, it pisses me off when people just stay in their little gyms thinking there's something and they're afraid to go test themselves. So what? You lose, you get better. Like, I'm gonna get better. I'll never be, you know, like some of these guys, and that's okay, man. I still love jiu-jitsu. You don't have to be a world champion to enjoy it. Second thing I wanna say, you know, I'm done with this. I'm not doing this again. I'm very thankful that I've been able to do 3 seasons, but man, it's tiresome on my body. No plans on doing anything near the professional level, just some local stuff. I'm moving into more of a teaching role, and real soon, I'm gonna be working actually with the Fellowship of Christian Athletes. I'm very passionate about working and reaching out to people who the church rejects. And I hate it that the church and Christians sometimes tell people that God doesn't love you because of the way you look. Maybe your hair's the wrong color, maybe you're gay, maybe you're trans. Man, God loves you regardless. And I'm sorry if someone ever told you God didn't love you. That is wrong. I love you. I'm gonna be working, teaching people jiu-jitsu, teaching people that God loves them. If you got any questions, come talk to me about it. Give me the Grapplers, my Instagram. And man, here soon, I'm just blessed. I've been doing Masters of Divinity ever since I've been part of the PGF. So in the spring, I'll get to graduate, finally be done with school, because I've been doing that actually full time as well as jobs in jiu-jitsu. So yeah, said God loves you. Brandon, I love you. Keelan, I love you. All the PGF insiders, everyone, thank you for allowing me to be part of this. All the people that dunked on me, I don't care. Thank you for doing it. And I love jiu-jitsu, love God, love others. Take time to listen, people. Thank you.
Full-time, you are a special human, man. We love you too. Thank you.
Full-time Josh Gibbs. I mean, how can you not love that guy? You know, spreading a nice message, and yeah, he ends his run here at the PGF. B-Mac, your thoughts on his statements?
The reason I bring Josh in, because it's nice to have an adult in the room. I'm serious, man. Like, I know when I put him in the house with those guys, at least somebody's going to be an adult in there, even if we got all these crazy guys. Josh, just a big shout out to you for all you've sacrificed to be a part of the PGF. We're never going to forget that, and we love you a lot.
Yeah, B-Mac needs more adults in the room at all times. I've traveled the world with you, sir, and trust me, I'm not a good adult, and you're definitely not.
I like traveling the world with you, DJ.
Me too. Especially when we go to Mexico, and your Spanish is much better than mine.
Hey, you know we're going to Arizona for combat jiu-jitsu.
It's true.
December 22nd, I believe.
They changed the date, but yeah, that's right.
I think it's right.
Yeah,
December 22nd. We're doing Medusa in December as well, right?
That's right, yeah. And
man, busy month.
Something called the FPI as well.
Oh, yeah. We're also doing the UFC Fight Pass together.
Yeah. Hanging out with George St. Pierre.
Oh, yeah. We're calling it with George St. Pierre. It just gets better. I'm going to Kazakhstan in December, too, for AIGA. A lot of crazy stuff coming up.
I'm going to send you bon voyage on that one. I'm not going to make that trip.
As soon as the PGF is over, me, Lindsay, and Keelan are doing a 3-week tour through Europe as well.
Really?
We're hitting England, Ireland, Spain, Serbia. I'm going to be teaching seminars all over Europe.
Is Lindsay an adult?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure somebody was keeping you guys out of trouble over there.
Yeah. It's not going to be me and Keelan, I'll tell you that.
All right. PGF Season 5 is presented by Ghost. Appreciate you tuning in. One half of our third and final block is done. We are headed into the final team matchup of tonight's proceedings and our final team matchup of the regular season. Without further ado, back to the mat. Here's Stephen Aiken.
Coming to the stage next, representing team level, rated R, Kamoy Anderson.
Rated R, Kamoy Anderson, able to lock himself up a spot in our playoff. Again, that playoff headed your way Saturday. More info at pgfhome.com. Kamoy Anderson still in position to close out the evening in his regular season in a big way for team level. For his opponent, back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Epic Roll, Sam the Terminator Schwartz.
So right now, Kamoy Anderson with 30 points in the 4th position. If he gets a submission here, he could tie Nick Creighton with a break. With an elbow genie break, he could be up in that 3rd position. Or with the kill, he could take over 3rd. But we're also going to see Nick Creighton in this team match as well.
All right, here we go. First matchup in this final meeting between Team Epic Roll and Team Level. TJ DeSantis, Brandon Mccaghren, Egghead hanging out inside Becoming Church, Decatur, Alabama. It is the final day of Season 5 of the PGF, brought to you by Ghost. Visit them at iamghost.com.
This match is really important for Sam Schwarzenfeld. He is the first person out looking in. He has 19 points. If he gets a submission, he could push out Landon Torville.
So obviously Torville probably locked into paying attention to this one right now. And correct me if I'm wrong, Torville has a couple of threats, not only Sam Schwartz, but Cam Hurd.
Yes, Cam Hurd is only 1 point behind Sam Schwarzenfeld. If Cam gets a kill, he's over Torville. Again, but Sam has a lot on his hands here with Kamoy Anderson, and Cam Hurd will be trying to take down Thomas.
Kamoy chooses to pull guard, wants to get the action started. Got to watch out for Sam's fly over back take that he's been doing.
90 seconds of elapsed time. Change of position. Now Anderson comes out on top.
Sam has a good lockdown. Kamoy's got to be careful here. We've seen Sam use that electric chair a couple of times this week and wants to even to get the submission. Here he is. He's laced up the lockdown now. Kamoy fighting off the underhooks, though. There's Sam pressing away. Kamoy trying to kick his leg free of that lockdown. It's free for now. Sam works his way back into it. Sam is up on his side as well, reaching to go underneath the far side of the leg, and Kamoy sprawling that leg out of there. He does not want to give Sam that electric chair, and Sam has to bail. Now he's going to lock down the other side. Kamoy gets his shoelaces on the inside of the thigh. Could help him pry this lockdown open, but Sam has a very, very good squeeze on his lockdown, very tight position. Kamoy's got to be careful trying to rip his knee out of there. Injuries can occur in that spot. Kamoy, though, does free his foot. Sam, though, right back to the lockdown again. And you see Kamoy trying to pry himself out of that spot. But Sam's just got a death lock on it. I hear him working hard out there.
Two minutes.
Kamoy now getting into the double underhooks. This is a much tougher spot for Sam. This would be much easier for Kamoy to pass than if he just had the head and arm control. Sam does a good job, frames Kamoy out of there. Kamoy right back into the double unders though. Oh, lost the underhook on the right side.
Just under 90 seconds remaining in the match.
And a draw doesn't really do much to hurt Kamoy. I mean, he could improve his position, but not really hurt him. But a draw here ends Sam's season.
60 seconds.
Kamoy finally kicks his knee free. Got to be careful here. Sam doesn't go to his back. And Kamoy pretty good right here.
Okay,
this could be a problem for Sam. He gets his elbow free, moves towards Kamoy's back.
Sam's got to go and got to hustle back to the center of the mat here if he wants a quick restart. Not much time remaining, and the clock runs here on all of our restarts.
35 seconds.
Here we go, final 30 seconds for Sam to pull off something and secure himself a spot in the playoffs.
Kamoy wants to flip the truck on him right here.
20 seconds.
It's going to be hard to do to Sam. Sam, very adept at the truck.
10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, time.
That's a wrap. Not only in this match, but for the season of Sam Schwartzefeld. No points. To make it official, Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Kamoy Anderson, we'll see him in the playoff coming up on Saturday. Tough way to go out for Sam Schwartz. But now we will go to Stephen Aiken to chat with Rated R, Kamoy Anderson.
Kamoy, great match against a really tough opponent out there. He had you stuck in the lockdown a little bit, man, made you battle out of it. Great match. How are you feeling going into the playoffs on Saturday?
Let me catch my breath a little.
You did work very hard. I'm gonna let you take a breath. I'm just gonna talk good about you, man. You've been very active out here in the PGF too. One of the best athletes that we've seen. You battle all these tough guys. And your triangle was really your signature move that I've seen a lot. I know you don't like it that much, but I do like it. What else can we say? Good passing. What else? You got that? You almost hit the Americana on him from the what do you call that? From the scarf.
Like the Kaiser position. Yeah. Going into the playoffs, I felt good. I knew I was gonna make it. Everybody knew I was gonna make it. Yeah, man. I think that final tournament gonna be way different. It's not gonna be 6 minutes. There won't be no draws. Somebody's gonna win each match. And there's a lot of guys in here, not saying any names, that's not really too comfortable with the EBI rule set. A lot of guys might not even show up since it's EBI. But I'm going out there. Doesn't matter who the first match is, but none of these guys can sub me. They can't sub me.
All right, cool. We appreciate you. Anything else you want to say to the folks at home?
Thank you guys for watching. B-Mac, you already know you're the man. I don't got to say nothing. You already know. PGF is the shit. We all got paid before we even started sweating. Ain't nothing better than that. That's all I got to say.
Hey, we appreciate you. Come on. Thank you, man. Sam? Sam, tough week, man. You scrapped hard with everybody. You were really trying your best to get on their necks a lot, man. You showed some great lockdown. You flipped the truck on some people. Man, what do you want to say to the folks at home?
Firstly, I'm here with Stephen Aikens, the man. No, I mean, look, I came here to win. I came here to get into the playoffs. I came here to score points. The rule set, honestly, the more I think about it, I think it's the most fair rule set you can kind of have, especially in a tournament setting. You know, if you own, I guess it'd be like an open tournament, like almost round robin type of thing, but you know, you accumulate points and you advance. I like that, you know, because you're not going to get any points if you don't get a sub. And jiu-jitsu's for getting subs, and obviously you have bias in EBI if people are just playing for overtime. So I think that this rule set's really cool, and I'm excited to be a part of its growth. Everybody that's here, of course, all the sponsors. My sponsor is not addicted. It's Epic Rolls, and all these guys are great. I couldn't be more appreciative. All the other sponsors, Ghost, The Goat, Subversive, and I'm just reading them off over here. New Hope, Level, Toehold. You guys are all here to help us. We help you because you help us, but we're not here to help you. You're here to help us, and I appreciate it. I take that as I am here to help you guys grow, but I know that you guys are doing way more for us than we could ever repay you, so I'm super thankful for that. Brandon putting together a great show, inviting me. Plaster. I've been friends with Plaster for years, and his growth is
unbelievable. I see him grow every time. I see him working how he can get better, and I think that's what we all do here. And what's cool to be a part of that is that, you know, win, lose, getting what you want or not, you're surrounded by people that want to kind of see you grow. Whether you see beef or, you know, some playing around on camera, behind the scenes, all of these people want to see each other do well. And I want to see everybody do well. Definitely not proud of my performance. Didn't come here to not make the top 8. Didn't even come here to be in the top 8. I came here to be number 1, so no excuses, right? You can play that game where somebody stalled me. Every match you had 6 minutes to get a sub. If you didn't get a sub in the 6 minutes, I don't care what the person did, you did not do enough. I did not do enough. And
so it looks like you're saying, though, that you're going to be back for another season of PGF, it sounds like?
If they'll have me.
We'll definitely have you back, Sam. Thank you so much, man.
Nice few words turned in by Sam Schwarzenfeld, unable to make the playoffs, but a solid testament on his behalf of PGF. BMAC, your thoughts?
Yeah, I really appreciate Sam. I know that he was kind of, you know, a lot of people don't, maybe nobody knows this, but he had a little bit of an injury a couple of weeks out, and he was kind of on the fence. And he's like, you know what? I'm gonna push through it, and I'm gonna come in. And we really appreciate that, Sam. Made a difference in the season for sure. And you had some of the best subs of the week.
A look at our bubble list there. Sam Schwarzenfeld gonna remain in that number 9 spot. Cam Hurd still has the ability to try to jump in as we roll on here with our final day of action. Egghead, any thoughts as we continue?
This next match is the most important match of the night remaining because the only person that can strike and still make that top 8 is Cam Hurd. He's going to need to kill, but he can still make it.
All right. Well, without further ado, we go back to the mat for our next all-important matchup. Here's Stephen Aiken.
Going to the stage next, representing team level, the Mantis, Travis Thomas.
Travis Thomas, one of the top seeds in this tournament as we enter the playoffs. Still, though, a lot for him at stake as he would love to turn away someone who's trying to get into that. I mean, eventually you're going to have to face everybody, and, you know, for Travis Thomas, why not try to take care of Cam Hurd before you even get to the playoffs? All right, time for Cam Hurd to make the walk. Stephen Aiken.
And his epic roll opponent, Cam Hurd.
Well, Cam Hurd is an aggressive jiu-jitsu player when there's not a playoff spot on the line. So, BMAC, how aggressive do you think the wrestler will be in his final regular season matchup here inside PGF Season 5?
I think he's going to be the same Cam Hurd that we've seen all week long. He's going to come out, he's going to push the pace, he's going to be strong, aggressive, and fun to watch. But he's got, I mean, the number 1 player in the PGF right now, Travis Thomas, to get through. And Travis is definitely looking to finish him.
Last time we saw Cam Hurd on the mat, he had a cut on the hairline.
And really, Cam Hurd's way into the playoffs, he'd either have to have a break in the first minute to get that extra elbow genie point and then get a team point as well for epic roll, or really he needs a kill.
I'm interested to watch how Travis approaches this match as it continues on. How long is he going to stay here in this position? Travis trying to work a foot sweep on Cam. That was a nice job.
First 60 seconds down.
Just about 90 seconds of elapsed time here.
I like that decision by Travis. Pull guard, See if he can get something cooking.
All right, so Cam, to make the playoffs, has to have a kill. Even with epic roll, extra point if they get the team points, and he gets a break, it's not going to be enough.
So with a loss here or a draw, if he's not able to get that kill, that's going to lock up the final spot for Landon Tourville. No one else can catch it.
Yes, you're right. Sawyer's coming up, but he's too far away. He is at 15 points.
Travis just inviting Cam Hurd into the top position. Uses that to make a move towards the leg. And, man, he is so dangerous. He attacked Cam with just some eloquent movement from the bottom of side control. Travis looking for the trip from bottom position.
Halfway point of the match, 3 down, 3 to go.
Travis is going to have to find a way to put some grips on Cam.
So a win matters for Travis, too. He's in the number 1 position, but Elijah Carlton is coming up against a replacement player.
That's right.
You have to imagine he's going to put points on the board. And right now, the 8th place person is Landon Tourville. The 7th is Matt Elkins. We said before, you'd much rather go against Landon Tourville, although very cagey, very dangerous, but you still would rather want to go against him than Matt Elkins.
Yeah, especially over the course of 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
All right, going to get a reset here in the center of the mat as we push into the final 2 minutes of this bout. Thomas takes a seat.
And Thomas is running out of time. Knee on belly for Cam. Travis sort of let him pass just so he could maybe get some grips on him. Travis chasing him aggressively. Travis pushing the pace on the D1 wrestler.
60 seconds.
Stepping forward.
Heading down the stretch, final minute for both of these men in the regular season.
You know, Travis has a very calm approach to the game as well. Almost, I would say 3 guys, him, Elijah, Fedor, all very calm in the way they approach jiu-jitsu. Something to learn for those of you that are out there just watching the PGF and you train at home.
30 seconds.
It's not looking good for Cam's postseason chances, but he's just been such a great competitor to have here.
And he's been a joy to have around as well.
Definitely.
10 seconds.
But even when he's had draws, he's had just exciting matches.
1, time.
Here we go. We go the distance, no points earned. Stephen Aiken with the official result.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
And you know Elijah Carlton licking his chops in the back as he knows that the number 1 seed is firmly on the table for him to grab and take. Now Travis Thomas will speak with Stephen Aiken.
Travis, that was a tough match for you there. I know you're pretty high up into the standings going into the playoffs. Were you holding anything back in that one, trying to just kind of get to the playoffs, or was he just kind of hard to get a hold of?
I feel like he wanted to play his game. He didn't want to come to mine. Elijah's scared that these guys are going to face me in the finals, so he's wanting these people to draw, and that's cool. Everybody has a game plan. But he'll see me in the finals, and that'll be that.
So that's just your overall goal now, is just to get Elijah out of the way?
That was it from the game plan. I knew that coming in here. I knew I was picked 11th in the draft, but I knew for a fact that I'd be number 1, number 2. $1,000 would be cool to win the season, but yeah, whatever. I showed that I can sub anybody from anywhere. So I think we're all good. And you're here. That's always awesome.
Hey, we appreciate you, Travis, man. Anything else you want to say to the folks at home?
Man, I want to give a huge shout out to all my sponsors. I suck at names, but Tyrell Gray, he helps me out a lot. He got 2 companies. My parents, super, super, super supportive. I have a great gym at 10 Planet Decatur. Ghost, Subversive, Level, The Go, Epic Roll, X Marshall. All of these guys are super, super dope. Toehold, Brandon, the PGF, super awesome. And a thank you to Matt Scaff. He's my dog, and me and him are going to be world champs one day.
Heck yeah, man. We appreciate you. See you Saturday. Cam, dude, it's been a pleasure to watch you grapple this week, man. I know the scoreboard may not show all the hard work you put in and how much pressure you had some of these guys under. What do you want to say to the folks at home?
I just want to say thank you, mostly to my family. I know I talked about them a little bit on Halloween, but my wife, my 2 daughters, big supporters. The reason that I do it, I want to make them proud and give them a dad and husband to be proud of. So they're the number 1 motivation behind being here. My team back home, Silverback Academy. I want to thank all my teammates and coaches for helping me get ready. All the sponsors, again, I know I thanked them earlier, but I can't thank them enough. So, PGF, Brandon, Epic Roll, Level, Toehold, X Marshall. If I missed anybody, I'm sorry, but I appreciate it all. Again, all these guys have been showing so much appreciation, but it's really genuine. This is something special. It's an opportunity for the sport to grow, and I think it's on the trajectory to really grow really fast. So I'm just glad to be a part of it, and I hope to be back here soon.
Man, I appreciate you so much, Cam. Thank you for your work.
Well, the playoffs elude Cam Hurd, but you got to believe another appearance in the PGF could be on the horizon for the D1 wrestler. Solid stuff for him, despite not being able to make the playoffs. And, well, still some moving parts here as the seeding could change, but Egghead, correct me if I'm wrong, we're looking essentially at all the main players. Everyone that you see here is going to be grappling on Saturday.
There are your finalists. They will be in the finale tournament. As you said, the changes we could see is possibly Maximus Jolly jumping up there a little bit. Of course, Nick Craden can't go past 3rd place, but he could create some more distance between himself and Maximus to make sure that Maximus doesn't jump into 3rd.
And here's what I think. Right now, Travis still sitting at the top with 46. Elijah right behind him with 45. We're about to see Elijah next, and we're going to see him against David Cooper. Now, no disrespect intended to David Cooper, of course, but you've got to assume that Elijah's going to come out here and get maybe not a kill, maybe a break, but either way, that's going to push him into 1st place. So we're probably looking at an Elijah Carlton 1 seed and a Landon Torville 8, and we're going to see Travis versus Matt Elkins at the 2-7 matchup to open the tournament. And that's a rematch of a match Travis won by armbar in under 90 seconds here in the regular season.
Yeah, that crazy shotgun armbar,
Yeah.
just out of nowhere. It was wild.
All right, the stage is set. You know what to look out for and the impact results could have for our next matchup. Stephen Aiken.
Coming to the stage next, representing Team Level, Dave Cooper.
Dave Cooper will not be in the playoff. I know we were talking about all week a draw is a loss, but if Dave Cooper is able to get a draw and sort of upset the Jabroni Grapplers' ability to secure that number 1 spot, it's going to be a big win, not only for Dave Cooper, but a huge win for Landon Torville.
Yeah, to give Elijah his 6th draw in his history, that'd be insane. Yes.
But to keep him out of the top spot, Landon Torville wouldn't be going against Elijah if that were the case. So something to think about. All right, back to Stephen Aiken.
Up next, representing Epic Roll, the jabroni grappler, Elijah Carlton!
What can you say about Elijah Carlton? The man thought he would be in the top spot come the end of the regular season, and he's just points away from doing so. He's got to go out there and get some, either a break or a kill, but
Elijah's going right for it. He's got it already. That's the fastest sub I think we've ever had for
oh my goodness.
Holy cow.
Is that 5 seconds?
I think it was 5 seconds.
I think it was 5 seconds. I think they let it go one more second.
They're
Five.
calling it from the booth over
5
there.
seconds.
5.
5
Holy
seconds.
Cow.
Well, things just changed at top of the leaderboard to make it official. Stephen Aiken.
And your winner, representing Epic Roll, Elijah Carlton.
The jabroni grappler doing what he said he would do, finishing in the top spot. He'll speak with Bobby, both of them.
Man, Elijah, quick work in the last match of the season for you. If that's any indication of what these guys have in store on Saturday, I'm really worried for them. What do you want to say?
Number one, baby. Got that $1,000. Man, it's just a fucking honor being here. It's definitely pressure coming in being number one. Not to let it get to me throughout the week. Super proud of Travis. He's done fucking awesome this week. He looked really good. I'm really looking forward to seeing him in the finale. Thanks to Brandon. Thanks to all the sponsors. Thanks to my sponsor, the Daily Triangle. This shit is just fucking awesome, dude. There's literally no better experience than coming out here and just people like wanting to grapple, you know, like we're out here to showcase, and this is the future of jiu-jitsu right here. And I'm just fucking ecstatic to be the face of it right now. So let's fucking go.
Hey, man, we love you, dude. Thank you so much.
I love you too, Steven.
You're the best. Dave. Dave, man, we appreciate you coming in here. You jumped out here as an alternate and fell in as a full-time player this season. Man, is this anything like what you expected?
Oh, it was much more difficult than I expected. Well, I didn't know what to expect, to be honest with you, but these guys are killers. This is not for, you know, the faint of heart, I should say that. And the production here is ridiculous. You guys, I mean, you look fantastic, and like, there's an army of 20 or 30 people here. All, I mean, as far as I can tell, they operate at 10th Planet Decatur there under BMAC. What an interesting collection of people in one room. I was thinking, like, I drive up, and it struck me on the drive up here the other day about how, I mean, there's like, the spectrum of humanity is in here, it seems like. So thanks for having me. Thanks for funding this. Thanks for the sponsors, you know, Ghost and Toehold. And I met the guys at Epic Roll here, and ex-Marshall guys are over there. And Level, clearly. But thanks for having me. It's been a blast. I'm going to go home, sleep for about 3 weeks or something, and yeah, I might retire from this kind of thing. But it's been a blast.
Thank you so much, Dave. We appreciate you.
You gotta give credit to him. He's 45 years old.
Yeah. I mean, I maybe we'll give him credit because I don't know if he just gave us a compliment or an insult saying this is the full spectrum of humanity. I don't know where I'm at on that spectrum, but I think it was meant as a compliment. And Dave Cooper, you know, it's hard to run this gauntlet, especially as an alternate, and get your mind right and come out there and do it.
Yeah, props to Dave, man. He's been a trooper all week. The Cooper Trooper. he's been great all week. It's been a blast having him around.
All right, more action set to unfold here as we're in the final team match of our third and final block of this regular season. We go back to the mat. Here's Stephen Aiken.
Coming to the stage next, representing Team Level, Sawdog Sawyer Griffin.
Sawyer Griffin has had a heck of a showing this season at PGF. Unfortunately for him, the playoffs are not on the table, but it's a journey that he should be very proud of. He gets one more opportunity to rack up some points and get a big win on his way out as he represents team level. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his epic roll opponent, the Minnesota Maniac, Nick Creighton.
The Minnesota Maniac, Nick Creighton. He's been an entertaining gentleman on and off the mat. It started with the draft where he said, hey, draft me, you'll get some inside information. And ever since then, I've been curious in what he has to offer, and he's been one of the standouts, to say the least. He takes a seat here to start this final season match with Sawyer Griffin.
Well, he's coming after Sawyer hard. Sawyer, though, going after the neck. He's leaving his foot behind. Got to be super careful with that if you're Sawyer Griffin.
There's a tap to break for the Minnesota Maniac, Nick Creighton. Making some extra points, style points as well. Getting rid of the Sawdog, Sawyer Griffin, very early. To make it official, Stephen Aiken.
And your winner from Epic Roll, Nick Creighton.
Minnesota Maniac getting it done in a big way as he gets the break and the points. He'll speak with Stephen Aiken.
Nick, good, quick way to finish out the season there. Man, you've been really impressive, having some really tough scraps with guys. How do you feel now knowing that the season's over and you're in the playoffs?
I'm really excited for the playoffs. I mean, this is my first time doing PGF. And, you know, I just got to say, I mean, it's been really, really fun. I mean, God, I mean, you know, this is really living the dream. I mean, what more can you ask for? I mean, I'm just a guy who stepped into a jiu-jitsu gym one day. And now I'm here, getting paid and having fun with all these great people. And, I mean, this is what jiu-jitsu is all about.
Yeah, man, Nick, we've seen you. You travel down from Minnesota. You're all over the place competing a ton, man. You're really dangerous, and I look forward to seeing you on Saturday. Anything you want to say to the folks at home?
Yes, I have two things I want to say. First of all, I want to, well, actually three things. I'm sorry. First of all, thank you.
Matt's not my strong suit.
Thank you, Epic Roll. This is my first time ever being sponsored by a jiu-jitsu gear company, and it's a huge honor, and I look forward to, you know, continuing represent Epic Roll. I mean, they've been really an awesome group of guys, and I couldn't ask for a better team. You know, obviously it feels good to be on the winning team, but I mean, these guys have been great. It's been, like I said, an honor and a real dream come true for me. So,
excellent. Thank you so much, Nick. We'll see you Saturday. Oh, well, you got two more things, probably.
Two more things.
I told you, Matt's not good.
No worries. Second thing, I train at Adamus in Toledo, Ohio. Adamus is a place where the strong become stronger and the great become the greatest. If you want to train there, let me know. I'm the Minnesota Maniac on Instagram. We love having people. We love having people that want to come and train hard and work hard. And we always love having it. So just let me know, and we'll invite you down. And the third thing I wanted to say, this is for the people back home in Minnesota. We recently had somebody that we lost, a great training partner. I ended the season with 37 points, 37 years of life. Rest in peace, Skylar Fassbender. Thank you so much for all the great rounds.
Thank you, Nick. Sawdog, come holler at me, man. Tough week, dude. Listen, we've seen you grow so much over this, like, qualifier season and being around the PGF for so many seasons yourself, wanting to be a part of it, man. Listen, you're a hustler, dude. You're such a gangster. What do you got to say to everybody at home?
Just want to say sorry. Love you, Mom. Love you, everybody. Also, thank you to our sponsors. Everything's been awesome. Brandon's like a third dad to me. And just thanks for dealing with the Sawdog, with his craziness, his weirdness. And man, X-Marshall, I love your shorts. I absolutely love them. I have no idea how you made them, but I'd love to make them myself. Anyway, that guy that just heel hooked me. That was great. He's awesome too, even though I have some feelings. And we all have feelings.
That's correct.
Somewhere else, yeah, awesome. I'm just gonna put them in, put them in 10P Decatur. That's where I'm gonna put them. And if you wanna come see me there, come run it. You know, be my guest. Be Brandon's guest.
We appreciate you, Saw Dog. Thank you, man.
What an interesting post-match interview.
Sawyer's one of my favorite people on the planet, bro. I love Sawyer. I love having him around the gym all the time. He's the best, man.
Yeah, awesome stuff there. And I just like these outgoing interviews, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
It's
you
fun.
like that?
I care about what everyone has to say.
Yeah, we do it every year. Like on the last day, I want to just give everybody just a little shot on the mic. You know, it's good practice for when they're real big dogs. You know, maybe at PGF season 6.
Is that another hint?
When it really begins.
Okay, I don't know what that means, but I'm not going to pry anymore.
I'm really excited. But if we could talk about the stats for 1 second, really excited with this next match with Maximus. He has the opportunity to jump from that 6th position. If he gets a break, that would mean that Epic Roll would get the team point, and he would not just match Kamoy. He'd actually jump above him because he'd get the 3 points, take him up to 30, and then the team point, make him 31, so he'd be in the 4th position.
All right.
That 4 or 5, though, it's going to be the same 2 guys,
Right,
regardless.
Yeah.
So.
But, I mean, jockeying for position, you'd rather remind your 5th seed opponent that you're the 4th seed when you're grappling at the playoff
No
come
question
Saturday.
about it.
Yeah, so, all right, something to keep your eye on as we head closer and closer to the PGF pay-per-view. Don't forget the season finale headed your way this Saturday night. You can find out more information at pgfhome.com or download it with that Fight Scout app. Do it. Get ahead of it. We'll see you on Saturday. But more action still yet to unfold here inside Becoming Church. We go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Making his way to the stage for the final match of Season 5 of the Professional Grappling Federation, representing Team Level, Luke Church.
Luke Church making the walk, representing Team Level in what will be our final season match of Season 5. It has flown by, and Luke Church would like to go out with a solid performance by taking out the Rock Troll. All right, time for one more Rock Troll stroll. To introduce it, we go to Stephen Aiken.
And his Epic Roll opponent, the Rock Troll, Maximus Jolly!
I like how the club drag gets more exaggerated every time.
Never stop evolving.
Bobby, both of them with the assist, moving the club away from the mats. Great job, Bobby.
All right, here we go. Final matchup of the final regular season day. Max Jolly takes a seat. Standing over him, Luke Church.
And, man, Church has had a great showing this week. Some really great subs over some guys that nobody would have really picked him to beat. And he's come out and really impressed me. Got to be careful, though. You can't let the Rock Troll enter those legs if you're Luke Church. Now, having said that, that's where all of Luke's wins have come from, his leg locks. Obviously, he's got a mean straight ankle. We saw that in his last match. Max with a beautiful shoulder crunch sweep all the way into the mount. Heavy hips. That was an awesome sweep. That's the first full clean shoulder crunch sweep that we've seen all week. One of the best sweeps in jiu-jitsu, super underutilized. And look at this. Big turn by Church off the bottom position. Using that black magic to get up off of the mount.
60 seconds down.
Stacking inside the guard here is Church.
Yeah, and look at that. Putting a lot of pressure on Max's guard, forces him to open. Nice work so far by both guys. Luke goes diving, hunting a Kimura. That's his move for sure. Oh, a nice pass by Church. Nice save, though, by Max. Maximus on the hunt, has that right butterfly hook tucked away on the inside. That's how he's going to make his entry into the leg. Church got to be super careful right here.
2 minutes down, 4 to go in this final regular season match. Luke Church on top of the rock troll, Max Jolly, TJ DeSantis, along with BMAC, Brandon Mccaghren. Egghead joining us inside Becoming Church, the site of Season 5 of the PGF.
And if fans liked seeing Sawyer Griffin and like seeing Church here, they will both be part of the Battle Rama at the finale on Saturday. If you want to support that.
Oh, there's the break. One tiny little mistake, and Max Jolly will take home your leg, put it on the wall, and celebrate it. To make it official, Stephen Aiken.
And your winner, representing Epic Roll, Max Jolly.
Rock Troll getting some points there in his final regular season match. Gets the submission of Luke Church. And Luke Church can speak with Stephen Aiken.
Mr. Church, good season. I already spoke to you once today. You told me about your routine, how to make this like a little softer for everybody else. What do you think now that the season's over?
I'm glad I got the shot to come out here and show my stuff. You know, I didn't even win a qualifier. I got in late as an alternate, and so I just got lucky, you know, got lucky being able to come out here and give it a shot. Thank you to Brandon. I've learned so much about myself from this, not even just jiu-jitsu, just the mindset it takes to be a good competitor. And I'll take the things I've learned here forward for the rest of my life, for sure.
Anything else you want to say to the folks at home or anything?
No.
Thank you. My man, Rock Troll, Maximus. What else can we call you?
Maximus Prime.
We're making a change to Maximus Prime now?
We'll think about that topic.
We'll talk about it, man. Coming into the season, some of us were a little bit concerned for you being undersized, but you proved that you have the game when you come out here and put it down, that you can hang with any of these guys, man. What can we see from you coming Saturday?
Probably the same stuff, except a little better. That's what I got.
All right, man. Anything else you want to say?
I just want to say that I ended on a good note. I got streak of three subs, should make some flee.
That's right. So are you the GOAT of the final night?
Yes.
I think so too, Max. Thank you so much, man. We'll see you Saturday. Oh, wait.
I also want to thank my sponsors, Epic Roll. They have some of the awesome gear, bags, rash guards, hoodies, shorts, and some coconut water. The other 3 sponsors here, they didn't have coconut water. Hey, sorry, but not sorry. I get the cool stuff.
Thank you, Max. We appreciate it, man. Back to you guys.
Oh, man, thank you. Stephen Aiken with the Rock Troll.
Let's take a look at these final standings, guys.
Wow, let's do it. Oh, the Rock Troll getting carried off the mat. Oh, I love it. All right, we are back here, Matt's side, inside Becoming Church. TJ DeSantis, BMAC, Brandon Mccaghren, Egghead, and big win for the Rock Troll, Maximus Jolly. Let's take a look, if we can, with our standings and see where everything shakes out here. Max Jolly in that 4th spot.
And he gets his rematch. He suffered 1 submission loss in his 2 seasons in the PGF against Kamoy Anderson, and you know he wants that back, and he gets his chance. First round of that finale tournament, he gets him. But another thing we saw there with the bubble is that if Matt Elkins had not gotten that kill in that first round, he'd be tied with Sam Schwarzenfeld.
Oh, good point.
Because they didn't add the team point. But Epic Roll got that last round, and Sam Schwarzenfeld is now at 20 points.
I want to take a look at that bubble screen one more time.
if something were to happen with one of these 8 athletes that are in the finale, because we have tomorrow, who knows, maybe they have a little bit of time to realize that they're injured, or
the rock troll leaves his club on the floor and someone trips over it.
And who knows, like things can definitely happen. So if that were to happen, so even though Sam is right there on the bubble, we got it updated right there. Even if Sam is right there on the outside looking in, if anything happened, like say Landon just can't make it for some crazy reason, Sam slides into that spot. So do not, in the PGF, expect the unexpected.
We've been saying that all week.
Yeah.
Expect the unexpected. And, man, I didn't, speaking of unexpected things, I didn't expect to fall in love with the PGF as much as I have. And BMAC, I mean, the regular season in the books, from the combine and draft to night 4, moving into the playoffs, obviously far from, completely done yet, but I want to get your thoughts on what we saw over the last few days here in Decatur.
Well, we saw Elijah Carlton do what Elijah Carlton does. This is his 3rd time as the regular season champion. He's a tournament champion once in season 1, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
He won the regular season championship in season 3, but removed himself from the playoff.
Had the injury to his wrist.
Had the injury, and that's how David Evers ended up becoming the tournament champion that season. Elijah's very special, man. He's just a special grappler. He's got that jabroni outside, I guess, what he shows to the world. But if you spend time with him here during the and that's a great point, that music. That was an excellent point. If you spend time with Elijah here during the week, you really start to love that kid. He's a really special guy, and he's been a huge part of the story of the PGF so far, maybe one of the biggest parts of the story. And I'm hoping that when things get crazy for season 6, that we'll see the jabroni out there.
How crazy? How crazy are we talking?
Crazy. It's going to get crazy, guys. There's something not just cooking, but that is going to happen, and I'll announce it at the finale. I'll have a big announcement, and I think we're going to shake up. No, we are. We're going to shake up the entire sport on Saturday night with that announcement.
All right, you definitely want to tune in, as there's more going on than just that announcement. That announcement, though, sounds like a main event in itself. We've got the 8-man tournament set to unfold under EBI rules, and you got to know all these athletes throughout the week with the PGF regular season. But don't forget, we've only really just begun. Huge matches on the horizon this Saturday, and again, you can find out more information at pgfhome.com. Egghead, your thoughts on season 5?
I'm just happy it's not over. I am so pumped for Saturday.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, the top 8 here, so amazing. And what we saw also is that you're going to see the opportunity for teammates. We said on that Epic Roll team, there's some matchups I really wanted to see.
Right.
And we have the opportunity to see that. But even more, the announcement that Nakaya Jackson is going to be defending her belt. Standout from season 4. Really pumped to see her. Always excited to see her. The quintet matches, great. And we have a battle Rama.
Yeah.
Honestly, I too think that Josh Gibbs, Matthew Boyles match is probably my favorite match in PGF history.
Man, there's so much action headed your way on Saturday. It might be a 2 Coca-Cola Zero night for BMAC.
Oh, it might be a 4 Coke night.
4
for
Coke
me.
night. Wow. Don't
And
forget.
Speaking of that, shout out to Decatur Coca-Cola Bottling Company for sponsoring some action in the chat. Speaking of action, Travis Thomas just out there doing flips and gainers on the mat in the middle, just hanging out. Okay, so, guys, I got a lot of people that I want to bring over here to the mic for you guys to talk to. I'm going to send some folks over. I'm going to go do some managerial work, some commish stuff. Look at me, people. Saturday, you do not want to miss this pay-per-view. You want to be on the pay-per-view so that you can be there hearing it live when we make the announcement that's going to change the professional jiu-jitsu world for all time.
All right, throwing down the gauntlet is the commish, BMAC, Brandon Mccaghren, on his way to go do some big commish types of things. And we're going to be joined by some of the athletes here. Mat side, inside Becoming Church. Again, it was the site of PGF Season 5. The regular season has come and gone. It's in the books. It's history, as they say. And we are not done making history quite yet. Look at this to my left. Pete Champ in her own right. Kaya Jackson, kind enough to give us a few moments. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty great. I'm just over the moon with what I saw here in Season 5 of the PGF. You know, give me your thoughts on how everything shook out being the manager at team level.
Man, I expected the guys to come out and do their thing, and they definitely did. Of course, we were shooting for that first place spot. We ended up in second, but I'm still pretty proud of my guys. Like, I knew Travis would do his thing. I knew Kamoy had a lot in his bag, and I knew that Church would deliver. Like, I trained with Travis every day. I trained with Church every day, so I knew what they had. And then we ended up getting Sawyer, so I was super excited about that. I'm super proud of the points that they put up and the fight that they put up. And overall, it was a great experience being able to, like, manage a team. I was just, like, the supporting role. I didn't do a lot. I didn't do much of anything other than, like, give encouragement here and there. And these guys they were the rock stars.
I just want to know, how's Jackson Spry going to do in that Shark Tank that he owes you for losing to you?
We just talked about that. Catch that live on YouTube, maybe. It will be YouTube somewhere. It might not be live, but we already talked about it. I'm going to run around the mats with this sign, so when you see me, I'll be running around yelling, okay? But catch that on either my YouTube channel or Brandon's YouTube channel. It's happening.
Outstanding. Now, you're going to have you're going to defend your belt this Saturday.
Yes, I'm super excited to be back and keep the belt at home. That's what we're doing here. So the plan is Travis is going to win the belt, and then I'll win. I'll keep my belt. I'll be the 2-time PGF champion, and it stays home. And if you want it, you got to come get it.
There you go.
Super
I can't wait to see it. You know, I'm sure you got some high motivation after watching all the guys, grapple. Now it's your turn. You got to be chomping at the bit to go out there and try to, choke someone out or, take a limb home.
Yeah. One of the guys asked me, does this get you excited, like watching everybody compete? And I said no, but immediately regretted it because it was a lie. Every day I've been like, all right, I'm ready to go. Who I can't wait to see. And I'm hunting for a certain type of submission, so it should be exciting. You guys should definitely tune in. I'm going to bring my stuff. I'm super excited. It's been a minute. I took a little break, and now I'm back, ready to defend my belt. So be there. See that.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you not lying to us here in the booth. Thank you, Guy.
I try to keep it honest, but,
There you go. Awesome.
All
Well,
right.
we'll see you Saturday.
All right, see you Saturday. Thank
Kaya
you, guys.
Jackson. Defending your belt, you can watch her this Saturday on the PGF pay-per-view. Again, you can subscribe to the YouTube channel and become a Jedi member, and you get the pay-per-view that way, or you can download the Fight Scout app and check it out. All the information available for you on pgfhome.com. Some jabroni just sat down next to me. Elijah Carlton, you called your shot. You did what you said you were going to do. You finished in that top spot, and you got to go through a field of grapplers to get there. But a lot of people are pretty excited about what many are thinking is going to be an eventual showdown between you and Travis Thomas.
Oh, it's definitely going to be. It's going to be a good match too. Travis is really good. Very impressed with him this season. Just a good dude too. Nothing better than just good people getting together and having fun grappling.
So what's it feel like being a 3-time regular season PGF champ?
Man, it feels good. There was definitely some pressure on me this week, but I kept my head on straight and did what I had to do. Everybody had a different week. Everybody has a different gauntlet of grapplers they have to go to, and there's a little there's some discrepancy of who grapples who and who's easier to sub, but it's just it gets generated in the AI. It's whatever. We all got so many people in front of us, and we gotta take them out. And I did what I had to do, So.
Tell me a little bit about the dynamic of Team Epic role, because you guys were very vocal and talking in the group chat. It seemed like you guys were chummy everywhere you went. Now you have to put your team sort of allegiance to the side and go out and try to take care of some of the guys that you've been hanging out with all week. Is that weird at all?
Not at all, man. On the very first night, I said something to my team that I think shocked all of them. I was just like, I'm not here for this team. I'm here for me to win this. And they were like, oh. And I was just like, I like you guys. We're all cool. Really appreciate everything the Epic Roll team has done for us. They gave us so much good gear, this dope hoodie, a bag, bought us dinner several times this week. A lot of other teams didn't get blessed as much as I did being on Team Epic Roll, so I really appreciate that. But, again, it boils down to I have bills to pay, and I had to come in here and make the money, you know.
Well, it's nice to hear that there was more than just coconut water. I mean, Max Jolly seemed to love that coconut water.
Dude, that coconut water is super fucking good. What's it called? Once Upon a Coconut?
Yeah.
Y'all sponsor me.
Yeah, I got some right here.
I've drank every single one that they've given me this week. I think they gave me like 2 6-packs, and I've had like 3 or 4 of those big little like liter bottles that they have. Awesome.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. It's probably the best coconut water I've ever tasted.
It really is one of the best coconut waters I've ever had. It kept me hydrated all week, honestly.
Yeah. All right. Well, what are you going to do with your day off?
Just relax, celebrate a little bit. Hell, I had a few tequila shots last night with Jeff Glover. Shout out to fucking Jeff Glover, man. He's lit. It's crazy. This guy's been in my corner all week. He's one of my idols. Like I grew up watching Jeff Glover doing donkey guard and really inspired the very laziness in my game and very creativeness that I have in my game. A lot came from him. He was in my corner all week. He's a fan of me now. Has been a fan of me for a while, but like. It's just crazy. It's wild that that's happened, you know.
Anything else for him before we leave?
Yeah, really exciting stuff. But now that you're no longer just teammates, you might have to face the Minnesota Maniac, Nick Creighton. I mean, a lot of people have him as a dark horse to win it all. Are you concerned about that matchup?
We rolled a little bit throughout the week. I'm fairly certain I can put him away, either in regulation or overtime.
Have you? I mean, now you know that EBI overtime is a part of the tournament. Have you been working on that?
Definitely been working on that at home, back with the team. Not as much as I probably should have been. But and again, shout out to the team. I was about to do that. Tim Planet Atlanta, Sean Applegate, Chase Hanna, Ryan Aiken, Kevin Beering, the whole squad down there, man. We've got the greatest team in the country and the best instructor on the planet. So what do you expect?
All right. Well, I expect you to expect a big string of wins coming up on Saturday. We can't wait to watch it. Do not miss the Jabroni Grappler, Elijah Carlton, all part of that PGF pay-per-view headed your way Saturday. Elijah, I appreciate the time. Congrats
Absolutely.
on a great
Thank
season.
you, guys. Number one.
There he is, the regular season winner, Elijah Carlton, here at PGF Season 5. And, man, tequila shots last night with Jeff Glover going into the final day. I guess when you're the Jabroni Grappler, you can get away with things like that.
He's got the skills to back it up, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, look what the cat dragged in. It's Bobby, both of them.
I saw a space open, and so I jumped in.
I mean, when you're dressed this good, you should be the only one on camera, to be honest with you. You've been here for the PGFs, and this season, comes to an end tonight, culminates with the pay-per-view on Saturday. But, you've asked a lot of people their thoughts on Season 5 and their runs. I want to ask you about your run. What did you think about Season 5?
Man, it's just incredible to be a part of this. I know everybody keeps kind of saying the same thing, but it just is. It's such a different thing than anything else in jiu-jitsu. The reason I'm here is because when I competed in Season 2, I just loved it and fell in love, and I was like, please, just let me help, because I just want to be there to be a part of the energy in the room, and somehow fell into this, announcer's role, playing, the role of Bobby, both of them, covering, whatever needed to be done. It's a grind for everybody involved, all of us on the staff, all the athletes, the coaches. I'm sure the fans at home work pretty hard trying to keep up with everything with all these hours of content in 1 week. My voice is strained, but I think we're changing the game. I really do. I think we're presenting something that is going to be really consumer friendly, but also athlete friendly, because we do care about the athletes. We are the jiu-jitsu athletes as well. Most of the people involved train or have competed in some form of jiu-jitsu competition stuff. So this is really built for the athlete, I feel like, and it's just incredible. And I think it's going to really be really revolutionary and take over the world.
I just want to say, I think it's amazing all the hard work you put into this, but it's also great because as an actual participant in Season 2, you've been through the gauntlet. You know the grind. I've seen you mentoring and kind of coaching these competitors, tell them a little bit what to expect, how to deal with things. But I think you also pull a lot of emotion out of them when you talk to them. And again, I said, you work so hard. I see it behind the scenes, how much effort you put into this, and just thank you, sir. You bring so much to the PGF.
No, I definitely appreciate that, man, because I do care. And anybody that needs advice or may listen, I'm definitely open to help and share whatever information I can have with them, because it's definitely not what you think coming in. I was guilty of also having a little bit of false confidence or whatever it was coming in about how easy it was going to be to get through it, and then by the end of the week, like everybody said, it just changes your life. And so I want to help the next guys coming up see that, understand that before they come in. That way maybe they can have a full good season. And, I just think that's where I'm at now as a coach. I have my own school and stuff, and that's what I do with my day job. And I can't turn that stuff off even though I'm up here just announcing. I really just like to help.
BMAC has been teasing this huge announcement coming up on Saturday. I'm not going to ask you if you know what the announcement is, but if anybody's crazy enough to go all in on a sports concept like this and push it as far as they can, it's someone like BMAC. I mean, he's almost like the prom king of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu at this point. He's one of the, if you put him in a popularity contest, this dude's going to win, I think, 9 times out of 10, and for good reason. He's athlete first. He's also sport first, and like I said, if anybody's going to, carry this on to the mainstream, it's a guy like BMAC.
No, definitely. I love Brendan so much, man. He's been really influential in my career as a grappler. Once we met each other, becoming friends, talking a lot about techniques and stuff like that. And then again, allowing part of the PGF stuff. He helps mentor me with some of my online content stuff, teaching, stuff like that. I can't say how much he's really helped me and changed my own thoughts and philosophies on not just jiu-jitsu, but the business world as well. His passion and his drive for the PGF and how much he actually cares about it. And then honestly, when I look over here and I see the big smile on his face after I do one of the announcements, that just does it for me, man. There's nothing else except for seeing my friends have a good time and seeing that I can get a good laugh or a smile out of them. That just makes the night for me, man. He's a genuinely sweet person, man, and he cares so much about everybody else. It's nice to see him getting some credit for it. Because he really is. He's a really special man.
Yeah, absolutely. He showed up at an EBI with me out in Austin, Texas. Eddie Bravo put him in the booth. And, honestly, I was like, who's this guy with this southern accent who doesn't stop singing? And sure enough, there's nobody I'd rather be in the booth with than BMAC. And for him to have me here, part of PGF, means a lot to me. And, man, I got to meet 2 great dudes, like Bobby, both of them, and Egghead. Which, by the way, if you told me on my way to Decatur, Alabama, you're going to hang out with a dude named Bobby, both of them, and Egghead, hard pass. I'm not interested. But, no, I'm very happy to have met both of you and to take into Season 5. It's been something pretty special.
TJ, I'm sorry, Egg, real quick. When I heard that you were going to be here and you were going to be on the commentary team with Brandon, it immediately made me feel the need to level up my game tenfold, because we knew that the real pros were here and we needed to all be on our P's and Q's. So thank you so much for coming in, putting your time and your effort into the PGF, man. It's been really fun hanging out with you two.
I appreciate it. They say fake it until you make it, but I've been faking it after I quote-unquote made it for a long time. And Steven's great working with you.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
There he is. Bobby Both. Kind enough to join us here. But, again, your thoughts on everything unfolding?
Yeah, just like Steven said, as soon as we heard you were going to be here, we all said we have to up our game. But really, you've leveled up our game because you're so awesome to work with, and you make things so easy for all of us. Really appreciate it. Again, as far as this Saturday, people, come on. If you're insane if you're not going to be there for the live announcement about the next season or what's going to go on. I just want to hear about what's in store for us. So pumped.
What do you think it is? I'm so confused. I don't know.
Uh-oh. The man behind it all.
Hello, people.
The unsung hero about to have his praises sung because he deserves it.
Thanks.
Keelan, what a tight ship you're running around here.
We're trying.
You're doing a good job.
We're making progress.
Are you dead tired? Have you slept this week?
Not much, I got to be honest.
Yeah, over or under 10 hours of sleep this week. Have you gotten it?
Entirely? Like
yeah.
The whole week?
Cumulative.
Maybe around 10 hours.
Yeah, that's not a lot of sleep.
No, every night that I go home after we end this stream, I get that laptop out and I get right to work, getting the stream ready for the next day. So I feel like it's gone great, though. Hearing these athletes on the last night of the season every time, and it's just affirmation after affirmation, in regards to like what we're doing here. So that just kind of adds fuel and like keeps us going in behind the scenes. So we started this thing for jiu-jitsu athletes, you know, like we're a bunch of grapplers ourselves, and we wanted something cool for jiu-jitsu guys, and we wanted a way for them to make money, and it feels like we're just heading in the right direction. This season's been incredible. I can't wait for the finale on Saturday. Who knows what news Brandon's got?
Right. I just hope whatever news it is, it just allows you to maybe go to sleep on Sunday.
I will definitely be sleeping good next week.
Yeah,
I'm just going to take a nice week off, coast, look at all, probably rewatch all of the PGF Season 5 again. Just take notes, make some clips, try and share it to the world. Go viral a couple times with Maximus Jolly clubbing fools.
Yeah, you know, I think about this experience, and again, you know, just allow me to take a moment to sort of tell you how special this is and why it's so special. I've been involved in combat sports since 2004, and that was when the UFC was really just starting to get bigger. It was pre-Ultimate Fighter, and it felt like one of the best kept secrets in the world of sports and combat sports. But obviously you want to blow it up, and you know, successfully the UFC did blow up the sport of mixed martial arts, and I'm not saying anything bad about the product because it means so much to me in my heart, but when you take it to the mainstream, it loses some of that community feel. You know, you're not the coolest kids in the room anymore because everyone knows about it, and I want jiu-jitsu to get to that point too. But this community right now, seeing all of these athletes and, you know, having them tell their stories and be appreciative, I feel like the sport of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is right on the precipice of being where the UFC is. It's just pre-Ultimate Fighter, about to explode and go to a different level altogether. And, man, for the time being, Keelan, I'm not going to be able to say this very often, but I feel like I'm one of the coolest kids in the room because I know the secret, and maybe come Saturday that secret's going to be a lot harder to keep.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same way. I know that everybody keeps saying like I'm the magic man and the guy that's making it all happen. It's just, it blows my mind, you know. It gives me almost a little imposter syndrome because, like, I don't know, we're just a couple guys that are trying to do some fun stuff with our friends, you know.
Right.
It's crazy, but I know for a fact that like what we're doing here has the potential to do what everyone's talking about, is like changing the landscape of jiu-jitsu and like moving forward, giving these athletes an actual avenue to like making money doing jiu-jitsu, because they should, just as much as any other professional athlete out there in the world. These guys are working hard, sacrificing, and just they definitely deserve it. So it's cool to freaking give them a place to do their thing, you know.
Yeah, onward and upward, I believe, is the trajectory of this sport and of this promotion. And man, I don't know what you and BMAC are going to be doing moving forward, but I do know that call out from Fedor Nikolov to get this on UFC Fight Pass. Bring that guy to whatever bargaining table you guys need to, because I mean, more often than not, Egghead, I think people are going to go, yeah, whatever he says. Yeah, it's fine. Let's do
Completely. You have him on your side of the bargaining table. You got a leg up, maybe 2 legs up.
Absolutely. But don't leave your legs behind, because Fedor will also take them home.
That's fair.
Yeah.
TJ, I'm curious to hear some of your thoughts. You know, this was your first time being involved with the PGF, freaking all week. I mean, you've commentated all kind of combat arts and disciplines, and you've been in the game a long time. What do you think about the PGF? Just give me your thoughts.
It's sports, and it's what BMAC said it was. It's everything you love about sports plus jiu-jitsu. I mean, I was here 2 full days before anybody even took the mat. You know, we saw the combine, but that wasn't really a jiu-jitsu match. Like, the fact that there are layers to this, even before you get into actual jiu-jitsu competition, that is an element that this is satisfying, that can really, you know, take the maybe casual combat sports fan, or maybe even someone that's just curious about combat sports that isn't even a combat sports fan, and make them become a fan of jiu-jitsu and combat sports as a whole. It's pretty exciting to see all these layers that I've heard about, you know, time and time again when it comes to traditional stick and ball sports, but to have them applied to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and combat sports in a way that's not gimmicky. Like, this is the thing. We've had team-based sports brought into, or team sport, you know, concepts brought into mixed martial arts many times over the years, and it just doesn't feel like it's genuine. It's not. What the PGF has done, and done in a big way, is create a regular season that satisfies the interest of a team dynamic, but also incentivizes each and every grappler to go out and put on a show and try their hardest for their team with the playoff. It's not just we beat you 3-2, yay, we're the winners. It's, we need to try to get every point we possibly can to solidify a spot in the playoff and find out who the best grappler is. You have really two tournaments here. You have a round robin in a roundabout way. You don't get, a full true to form round robin where everybody faces everybody, but you have a round robin essentially feeding a tournament that the round robin determines seeds, and then we go to a winner, sort of take all event with EBI rules where there's going to be a winner. You're going to, you can quote unquote stall out to a draw, but the bottom line is you're going to end up either getting submitted or submit someone in regulation, or we're going to go to overtime and sort it out there. And that's really exciting. I feel like at the end of all of this, we had this team competition, but at the end of all of this, we're going to find out who the best grappler of all of these gentlemen were on the mat.
It's my favorite part about it. We've had a couple iterations of the PGF over the couple seasons that we've had, and each season it's kind of shaken out like that. Like there's one version of the match that you'll have during the season, and then there's another version during the playoffs, and in the past there was even another version in the finale, like the final match. Like it used to be sub-only, no time limit. So we've played with all kinds of ways to shake it out, but we love the idea of like two different kind of rule sets, because some guys may be the EBI champ, but maybe they're not like the 6-minute time, just sub only kind of thing, and vice versa. So at the end of the PGF season, no matter how it shakes out, what you will find is the best grappler in our season. It's just how it goes each season. It's funny that Elijah keeps coming out in number one. You can't deny it. As much as some people want to hate him and say that he's not doing the things that he says he's doing, man, he just keeps doing it.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
He's the type of guy that either you hate him or you love to hate him or you just love him. He's going to make you feel one way or another, and when you get that emotion out of people, they're going to tune in. They're going to buy the pay-per-view.
Yeah.
As they should. PGFhome.com for that pay-per-view information. Subscribe to the YouTube channel at the Jedi level. You'll get it that way, or you can download the app. And, again, PGFhome.com for all of your PGF Season 5 pay-per-view needs. Keelan, appreciate the time, sir.
Thanks, man. Tell these people to buy it again. I got to feed my family.
Yeah, exactly. Keelan needs to feed his family.
What's up, boys?
Oh, there's even more. Wait, there's more. The Mantis, Travis Thomas, kind enough to sit down.
How are y'all?
You finish in the second seed. Elijah Carlton able to wrestle that top spot away from you, but he believes that you'll be the man standing across from him in the tournament finale. We saw you guys chirping a little bit earlier in the week. You said that you knew you would be facing him in the finale. How long ago did you sort of start thinking about this potential matchup?
So my thought going into it was hopefully that Kevin Sherrill would make it to the finale, and we would sit on opposite sides of the bracket, and we could do a handsome title rematch for the finale. So as soon as Kevin sat out that day, I kind of knew, okay, that's going to for sure put him at least a lot lower than everybody else, because everybody was saying like, his alternate came in, now people got easy matches, but for sure that threw Kevin out of there. Giving up 3 matches in a day, it's going to be super hard to come and kill in all your matches in the next 2 days. So I think as soon as I seen that, I kind of seen that like me and Elijah could build up this little thing going on, and I think that's kind of when I started thinking about that. I also want to say, I think if you take away the team points that me and Elijah...
Yeah, you're ahead.
Yeah, I'm ahead.
So. If Elijah had not been on an epic roll, that'd be number one right there.
Yeah, so and that's totally cool. $1,000 would be super awesome, but I was more happy that I was able to come out here and showcase that I was the 11th pick. There were some people who had faith that I was going to do good, but I came out here and proved to everybody that not only can I come and compete with these guys, but I can do it from anywhere. I did it from the bottom. I did it from the top. I wrestled with the wrestlers. I leg locked with the leg lockers, and I think that PGF has really made a big opportunity for me. A lot of people got to see what I do every single day, and I'm super grateful for that. And I'm super glad that this morning I woke up and I seen Egghead write something
pretty nice about me.
Oh, wait, are we going to get a positive
Yeah.
interview about Egghead here? Because we have yet to have one, I think.
Yeah,
It's pretty rare.
Yeah, before the season started, I told Egghead he should rethink his job because he was making bad calls, and I want to retract that statement. And I think Egghead, I mean, you seen it yesterday. You posted your little pick from y'all's mock draft, and you were ahead. He knows what he's doing for sure. He just didn't know who I was, and I appreciate you, man.
Well, thank you. I mean,
Absolutely.
yeah, to defend my earlier decisions on your rankings, there's no film of you.
Absolutely.
I do my best to cyberstalk, but other than see you beat up people in the cage, there's not a whole lot of jiu-jitsu, and I think you've just exhibited so well. We talk about this. You just had more matches, more professional matches than most people have in a year, and now everyone knows how good you are at jiu-jitsu.
For sure, man. I super appreciate Brandon and all the sponsors for making this happen. If you are looking for a tournament to get involved in, the PGF for sure should be something that you're looking at because it can get you where you want to be. I mean, Level is our sponsor, and now I get to talk to them, and I'm trying to help them out. They're trying to help me out. It's going to make a lot of opportunities for all the athletes. It's for sure something that's trying to grow, but while they're trying to grow, they're trying to make sure that the athletes grow with them. Most promotions, it seems that they're just trying to put people on the card so they can get money from the people in the stands. And the PGF is obviously trying to do that because without money, nothing's going to work. But they're for sure looking out for the players, and they want them to grow as well.
We've sung a lot of praises of BMAC, Brandon Mccaghren. To level it out a little bit, and not only pick on Egghead. I'm gonna tell you something that BMAC said that you might take umbrage with. He said you don't have great tattoos. He said you have some great tattoos, but also said you have a lot of bad tattoos.
Yeah.
I saw you take off the rash guard. You have a huge owl on your chest.
I do.
I'm a big fan of the owl.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Yeah, well, I don't know if you guys – I have a bunch of thigh tattoos that I did myself and then my buddies did, and then I just get random tattoos on my left leg. It's kind of just like a abstract sleeve that I'm working with. So, yeah, I've heard that before. One of my MMA fights, one of the commentators was like, wow, I think Travis wins first place for best tattoos. And then Brandon comes back with, and for the worst. So
that's pretty much what happened earlier tonight in this broadcast.
Yeah,
so.
absolutely.
All right.
Well, man, I appreciate you. Like I said before, TJ, you kill this. I think that you have for sure found a good spot in commentating. I love the sound of your voice. You do a great job. I don't know how much you even know about combat sports, but you fucking kill it. Egghead, you're a beast. Sorry that I said anything wrong about you because you're the man. And I appreciate everybody watching, and stay tuned for Saturday so you guys can watch me beat up Elijah.
There we go, the Mantis, Travis Thomas. Thank you, sir. On his way out,
Thanks,
you'll see him Saturday, part of the PGF pay-per-view. Again, more info at pgfhome.com. Speaking of home, I think it might be time for us to go home and have an off day. What are we saying? We about ready to wrap? Nobody told you anything? Can I tell you it's time for us to go home? I'm going to tell you it's time for us to go home because we've been putting it. It's a gauntlet for us too. Egghead.
Yeah, it's a lot. I mean, to talk about everything. I mean, even stuff that you love for 4.5, 5 hours, it's a lot. But hey, it is something we love, and I'm gonna love coming back on Saturday and seeing all the stuff we have in store for the fans. Again, you got quintet matches. You have the ladies 135-pound, Nikia Jackson up here earlier defending her belt. You have the top 8 here against each other. People you didn't get to see during the regular season.
Right.
All new matches, maybe some rematches. I know that Maximus Jolly versus Kamoy Anderson is going to be huge.
This is a rematch too. Elijah Carlton and Landon Tourville.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, outstanding blue belt. We always have one in the PGF. Landon Tourville showing that he can step up there with black belts, with serious people with serious competitive backgrounds. Fyodor, pumped to see him again. Matt Elkins, I've said it before, I picked him to win it all, and he still has a chance. He's in the tournament, and he's a killer. Nick Cray, the Minnesota Maniac. Again, we've been talking about him as possible dark horse, and Elijah says he can take him out, but who knows?
Just as we're looking at this graphic, we can actually deduce what the matchups are going to be. First matchup will be the number 1 seed Elijah Carlton against Landon Tourville. Travis Thomas's first opponent will be Matt Elkins. Number 3, the Minnesota Maniac, will take on Fyodor Nikolov, and Max Jolly will have that rematch against Rated R Kamoy Anderson. All right, that's the lineup that is headed your way, plus so much more. It is a PGF Season 5 finale headed your way exclusively on pay-per-view. More info at pgfhome.com. For Egghead and BMAC, the commissioner off doing commissioner things, which, by the way, don't forget, he's got that big announcement coming up Saturday. I'm TJ DeSantis. Thanks so much for grinding along with us all week as you watch Season 5 unfold. The regular season in the books. We'll see you Saturday for the pay-per-view live from Decatur. This is PGF Season 5.